Chapter 71. Count 1. With his final words washed away by the wind, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness came to an end. Speaking of irony, ironically enough, his death this time had been a death by his own volition. Perhaps that is why his mind and heart had remained calm at the moment of death. Of course, that had not been the case. He had possessed uneasiness and nervousness for jumping into the circumstance of death on his own accord. However, unlike till now, he had faced the death he had anticipated with much more sincerity than his other deaths up to this time. Of course, he did not believe that him choosing to die had truly saved Shola. She did not want to kill him, so she wanted him to command her to die. Shola, who had been concerned about Subaru to that extent, had let Subaru throw himself to his death right in front of her eyes. The weight of that impact he did not know, and it must have immensely shattered her heart, which had continued awaiting for 400 years. That is why this was nothing more than Subaru's self-satisfaction. The worst kind of self-satisfaction of exaggerating and not seeing the result for himself with his own eyes. However, Subaru, so what? If all that is fastened to him was nothing but self-satisfaction, nothing but hypocrisy, what was wrong with that? In the end, the method to catch and halt the impact of all happenings in this world could only be wielded in one's own weighing scales. Unaccomplished good deeds hold no meaning, and the word known as hypocrisy doesn't ultimately exist. All of them surviving. After his discussion with Shola, Subaru cemented the final objective he had touted. No. To be precise, the survival of all of them had been his goal from the beginning. That judgment had merely decided whether to include Shola in that or not, and Subaru chose to love all of them. He shall lead the way to solve all of the catastrophes surrounding this sand tower. For that purpose, he would do anything he could. That is, Subaru, the meaning behind why I am myself, isn't that so, Natsuki Subaru? Along with that instantaneous decision, he awakened from the deep, deep abyss of death. Subaru, are you certain of what you said earlier? Subaru, yeah. Don't be doubtful after coming this far. It's the information I collected after meeting it face to face and everything. If it couldn't be made the best use out of, I wouldn't bring it up. Harshly replying to the sideward face of the good-looking man running at an average speed, Subaru dashed while pulling the tiny palm. Running past the fourth layer's aisle, they aimed for the second layer of Electra, loaded with frustration. As Subaru sprinted whilst pulling Beatrice's hand, Julius's yellow eyes glanced sideways at him. Julius, Subaru, your paleness has not gotten any better. So indeed the happening in the book was... Subaru, I'm not hiding how worried I am. Don't even try telling me I should have quietly caved into the green room, you. Julius, I would recommend you to stay calm here if it weren't for this situation, but unfortunately things are quite bustling. Right now we must use anything we can, even if they are mere grains of sand. Subaru, you've got nothing to say, so you'll call me using grains of sand. Hey, Julius, they can be thrown if the wind is meager enough. If possible, when in a position capable of reaching the opponent's eyes. Narrowing his eyes at the elegant eloquency, Subaru thought of his words about being thrown into the wind to be ironic. The truth is, in terms of experience, Subaru's death, just a few minutes ago, had been one of being thrown into the wind. Julius comparing Subaru's existence to grains of sand was not necessarily a mistake either, Subaru. But grains of sand have their own qualities. Beatrice, on top of that, those grains of sand have Betty with them, I suppose. In other words, they are grains of sand with the cutest companion, in fact. Subaru, what? I guess you're talking about the sand that got into your shoes. Beatrice. That's not what that means, I suppose. Smiling at Beatrice, who puffed her cheeks, Subaru pulled her body by directing strength into his arm. Beatrice let out a shriek, saying, "Wow," and her light frame tightly fit into Subaru's chest. Running while pulling her hand was something quite romantic, but right now he wanted to prioritize speed. Fortunately, Beatrice's body was light like an angel's feather, so carrying her and running was an easy win as well. Subaru, well, I haven't ever carried an angel's feather, though. Julius, About time, idle talk ends here. Subaru, I do believe it is annoying, but Subaru. Yeah, it's annoying. Though I can't come up with words telling you to relax even if I rip my mouth apart, but it is absolute that that guy Reed and Gluttony will come in contact. We have to go to hold that off. Halting his legs, Julius asked while gazing at the humongous stairway that led to the second layer, which lay ahead of them. Interrupting that inquiry, Subaru affirmed that he possessed confidence in it. It was inconceivable for that to be untrue. After all, this was something he had heard from Julius himself. And if they could obstruct this, Subaru, we can put out a safe against Ride messing everything up. Julius, at any rate, it would be better if his trespassing can be avoided in this chaos. Even if it is just for confirming his movements, it is well worth it to make our way here. Positioning his legs ahead of the humongous stairway, Julius nodded at Subaru. Returning a nod to that, Subaru, whilst keeping Beatrice in his grasp, stepped onto the final level of the stairway. And Subaru, Goog, Beatrice. Subaru, your condition really is bad, in fact. The book's effect is visible, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who had shaken his head violently for a single moment and touched his cheek out of anxiety. Whilst gaining tranquility from the warmth of that small palm, Subaru shook his head, saying, I'm fine, Subaru. Exhaustion from reading did not lower my wisdom. On top of that, it's just as what I told Julius. This is no time to stay in bed. This is the time when everyone should put their strength together. Beatrice, when about to really reach the limit, absolutely tell Betty, in fact. Subaru, yeah, I know. Responding to Beatrice, who was pressurizing him based on her senses, Subaru took in a long, deep breath. His body felt sluggish. His head felt heavy. His nausea was increasing without pause, and he felt congestion in his blood vessels as if in place of blood, coal tar had been poured into them. All of this was the result of Subaru taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleones. What he had harvested was the aftermath of having strode across return by death and the continuation of Corleones, equal to his uneasiness by the memories of death, what he carried over by the authority. Thanks to that, he was able to grasp on the positions of his comrades at the current moment. Everyone was abiding by Subaru's instructions, and had started to respond to each of the respective attacks. Within those responses of his comrades also existed Miley, in the balcony, and Shala, struggling fiercely. She was certainly there and fighting for Subaru and the others. No, for Subaru's sake. Subaru, I will definitely help you. Whispering behind him, Subaru followed Julius's back, who had gone ahead of him. The humongous stairway, which cleared over the first layer of the tower, and went through the layer above that, was lengthy. But neither was this the time to spit up complaints, nor the situation to leak whining. His entire body was sore. His bones had been shattered to pieces, but they were a necessary compensation to break out of this situation. And Julius. Subaru, let's advance. Julius's dignified voice resounded, and Subaru raised his face whilst running out of breath. And Julius, who had reached the utmost step, turned half of his body back and gestured to Subaru with his hand. Abiding by that, the moment he galloped over the stairway, he was met with the space that had opened up. The complete opposite arrangement of rooms from the fourth layer, which had multiple rooms dividing the floor like a spherical wine glass that had been shattered. The second layer, Electra, which divided all of their worth of existence by the trial, is where they had arrived. And in Electra, where the three of Subaru, Beatrice, and Julius had arrived, the first-generation sword Saint Reed and the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony were Reed. Hey you, is that all you've got, you? It ain't a joke, you. Didn't you come here to entertain me, you? It's lacking, you. Don't be making me laugh, you. No, at least be making me laugh, you know, you. It ain't amusing or anything, you. They came across the scene where the sword Saint Redistria went on and on complaining, having grabbed a single leg of the young boy that had been mercilessly struck down onto the floor. Julius, this is... Staring at the spectacle before their eyes, the one to whisper that in blank surprise was Julius. However, Subaru's mental state witnessing the scene was absolutely the same as what he had whispered. Then, what scene had they been expecting was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned. "Raid? Ah, what's up, you all? Y'all coming here too? Ain't that some enthusiasm? Or, do you have business not with me, but with this guy, Gluttony?" Ka, saying that, Reed scratched the area of his chest with his right hand, and with his other hand the leg of the young boy he had in his grip. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, he lifted him upside down and made a look of suspicion. Just as mentioned before, what scene they had been expecting was something quite difficult to determine now that if it were to be mentioned, but at the very least, this scene far surpassed what Subaru had assumed. "Subaru, I had heard that Reed and Gluttony were negotiating, but Beatrice? Negotiating. This, I suppose? Eddie thinks that even an exchange would be a lacking expression for this, in fact. Julius. Yes. I agree. It is difficult to even call this a conversation." With that, Beatrice and Julius arrived at the same conclusion as what Subaru had whispered. However, the reaction of those two did not make sense from Subaru's perspective, because the contact between Reed and Gluttony, the one to express it as negotiation from what he had heard last time, had been Julius, who must have witnessed a similar situation. In any case, Subaru, the scene where Gluttony got overwhelmingly whipped down, would that be correct? Though nobody had asked for it, that is what Subaru worded what he witnessed. In the white space of the second layer Electra, indeed, the one-on-one battle Gluttony and Reed had engaged in, its traces remained in various spots. They were the crevices on the floor caused by being stepped firmly upon, or the cracks in walls which gave the impression of being caused by slashing strikes. Aside from those, the traces of black burns caused by fires, or the scattered lumps of earth, which were not supposed to be here, that precisely made clear the characteristic of Gluttony. It was unmistakable that the departments of all kinds of special moves had been lavish feasts. The departments of those techniques had been struck and smashed to atoms by the calamity known as Reed. Subaru. Earthquake, thunder, fire. Are all of them Reed? Reed. So what are y'all gonna do, you all? Do you want to go for the trial? You can go for it since you have a slightly nice expression. But, young fish, you can't. You can't. Julius. Why do you say he's an exception, Reed? Don't you get it just by taking a look? A guy who ain't perfect or can't even become a game companion, instead of being imperfect, is just full of holes. Ain't that so? Don't stand in front of me when you're like that. I start wanting to kill you with a single finger, you know. Gluttony, di gugiata. While saying that, Reed stabbed his right hand's fingers into the torso of Gluttony, whom he had in his grip, with his guts mercilessly gouged. The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony gave rise to an unseemly shriek. Though it was unknown how old Gluttony physically was, even so, from the standpoint of his outward appearance, the young boy of 13 or 14 years of age was being tormented by an adult, was the emotion he felt. Difficult to suppress upon that sight. It seemed as if Julius also had the identical feeling, and so, Julius, Reed Astrea, you must also be possessing the dignity as a knight. Then, what reason is there for you to torment that young boy any more than necessary? Reed. Hey you, don't you be saying idiotic bullshit, said Reed without changing the tone of his voice, and declared whilst possessing only the sword spirit similar to penetrating cold in response to Julius, who tried to offer commencing conversation from a fresh start. Reed shook the body of Gluttony left and right whose leg he had grabbed. Reed the dignity of a swordsman? If you scatter that about an exaggeration, that's exactly why the thing called the preparedness of a swordsman exists. Are you gonna be fighting without even the preparedness to die? You're gonna have an attitude making light of it like that? Then there ain't any choice but to teach it to you with pain. The preparedness and dignity of a swordsman? If the argument was to be placed such a sumo ring, the one to be at the inferior position would be Julius. On top of having pride hang outside earlier, Reed's words about preparedness possessed a constant persuasive power. On top of that, though the visible person was painful to even look at, Subaru, if Gluttony collapses, then the result certainly is all right. Though obvious, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony was not included in his touted objective of everyone's touted objective. Survival. The ones Subaru wanted to save were only Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, Rem, Miley, Echidna, Julius and Shala. On top of that, the two of Patracia and John. Gluttony and Reed were not subject to that. If the two of them were to crush each other, to call it as that results in an outcome too unilateral, but it was advantageous for Subaru and the others should that happen. However, Reed, first of all, is this guy your buddy? If that's so, then it ain't as if I don't get why you're getting so heated up. Julius. No. Absolutely not. That sin Archbishop of Gluttony is a bitter enemy of myself as well. An opponent with whom, in the worst-case scenario, if I were to fight to the extremity, one may end up taking the other's life. Reed. Eh? Then why are you getting so mad? 'Cause your prey got snatched away? Julius. It is because you are kicking the pride of a swordsman, Julius told the Sword Saint. The man who was the first one to hold that title, bestowed upon only those who stand at the pinnacle of the sword. That declaration of Julius's, which couldn't even be an insult, was silently being heard by Reed, who narrowed his eye not covered by the eye patch. Upon the wakeful watch of that Sword Saint, Julius continued as if slashing the atmosphere. Julius. If battling swordsmen warriors, knights is something where one must prepare his body for death beforehand, then it is fine to submit to losing one's life at the extremity of the battle. However, that, at most, is the extremity of battle. Death at the extremity, upon the exhaustion of all of one's desperate efforts, is how it should be. The victor, absolutely, must not play around with the life of the defeated. Reed, you're saying shit that's making my ears itchy. Who the hell's gonna be listening to all that? Julius. I do not mind should they be named as even inexperienced ideals, or sweet nothings. Merely, embodying those ideals and sweet nothings is the way of the knight I believe in. With that bold assertion, Julius unsheathed his own knight sword. From what he had heard, this knight sword had gotten fractured once. It was not supposed to be a sword he had a habit of using, hence, it was something suspicious which his hand was yet growing accustomed to. But above all, what must have always been in his fundamental values, those will never waver. That is because they had certainly always continued to shimmer within his self. That shimmering something did not let Julius overlook Reed's unjustness. Even if the one to fall victim to that unjustness should be a sin archbishop, someone who had committed grave atrocities. Reed. The way of the night, aye. Beyond all expectation. That whisper jolted the atmosphere in Electra. That was a quiet tone of voice. That was not a voice harboring emotions of little significance. That was nothing but an echo which seemed as if it had slipped in amongst the other nonchalant and bored echoes. However, that was the signal of eruption of the first-generation Sword Saint, Raid Astria. Reed. Hey you, how long are you gonna be sleeping? Wake the hell up. Gluttony. Gutsu, as he groaned and directed strength of grip such that he could crush that grabbed leg with his hand, Gluttony responsively shrieked upon his leg almost being crushed. And Reed looked down onto the upside-down Sin Archbishop. Reed. You said some interesting shit, ain't that so? Ya said. You're gonna eat me up, taste me up, lick me up. I will let you do that. Gluttony. Hee gaha ahaha. Sue. What's up with that, Sue? What's that? What happened so suddenly? Sue. Why so suddenly? Do you feel like that? Red-haired Anwai-san. Even though you swung we or us around this much, because you were against that. Who, Raid? I changed my mind. Ah, that's right. Removing the distortion of his face caused by pain, Gluttony tried regaining his state of health as Reed glared at him. After that, as if having suddenly noticed something, Reed rotated his neck around. Reed. One's like, yeah, we'll be intruding right away anyway. Ain't that so? Remarkably saying that, Reed stepped ahead diagonally. At that moment, shining violet crystals were thrown into the spot Reed was standing on. A shrill sound as that of shattering glass reverberated, and the violet arrows themselves along with the floor smashed and got scattered about. However, they missed their aim, and Reed, who had been their aim, took a single step, and leapt, shortening his distance to Subaru and the others who had commenced that attack just now. Beatrice. HK. Subaru, not good. I suppose. Reed. Beatrice's warning rendered fruitless. Gluttony was struck into Subaru's torso, delivering a side blow. Handling a human as a blunt weapon, the unstoppable force mercilessly sent Subaru flying, who had been carrying Beatrice. Subaru. Gahagi Akhe. Reed, it's good you didn't hesitate, you all. This is way better than that beautiful girl in terms of fightin'. Well, the broken fragments of your ability haven't been reassembled, though. With no flexibility to even respond to Reed's brief review, Subaru rolled over while holding Beatrice with all his might. He must not feel as if the origin of his life had been shorn off, with his internal organs overturned by the single blow just now, accompanied with Ram's physical burden. Julius. Subaru. Beatrice-sama. K-ye. And whilst fearing for the blown away Subaru and Beatrice, Julius, in a single instant, piercingly charged towards Reed, who had shortened the distance in between. However, Reed strode on and crushed that with his feet and hammered a kick into Julius's abdomen, who had tilted the axis of his legs. Though Julius received that with the handle of the night sword he had instantaneously drawn, he could not block being lunged through by the shockwave as well. With his guts churned by the perforating single blow, he fell back greatly. And meanwhile, Reed, here, try it out and see. To eat me up, or to die just like this by being played around by me. Choose one what y'd like, or I'd have no choice but to make a move. Ain't that the thing called life, hey you? Gluttony. Atsu. We get it, we do get it, we really get it, we completely get it. As we get it, so we get it, as we want to get it, because we get it. Gluttonous drinking, Hyuetsu. Gluttony Chitsu. We'll do as per your wish. Shoo. It's impossible for us to stay without eating Itsu. Remaining upside down, raising his face right towards the front, Gluttony smiled at Reed, and Gluttony stretched his hand, grabbing the area of Reed's left eye which had been concealed by the eye patch. He subsequently opened his mouth and Gluttony, Raidastria. Licking Gluttony let go of Reed from his hand, as if tearing something off, and, gazing lovingly at his palm where that something was not even present, he exposed his tongue. At the same pace, he chewed that invisible something, and reverberated a slurping sound as if indulging in it. Afterwards, Reed. Abruptly, change arrived in a single instant, as if it had been an illusion or something. Reed's form vanished in the blink of an eye, with the tall figure disappearing from the space it was certainly supposed to be in. Gluttony, whose leg had been grabbed, fell onto the floor. At the same pace, his hands skillfully made a reversal and Gluttony made an agile landing, and looked at his own palm. What was recurring in those eyes was something close to the nothingness, desolateness, dismay of seemingly a gourmet delicacy, which had exhausted its extravagance, disappearing from the top of the platter. Gluttony. So maziyarming. That kind of flavor. This kind of flavor, which kind of flavor would it be like? We imagined a lot about it, but it was above expectations, Atsu. Subaru. He ate Raid. Gluttony. Ash, you saw that right, Sue? We did eat him. We indeed ate him. Really, isn't it the best? This is the flavor which cannot be imagined. Sue. Even we, who are called something like bizarre eating, are able to get it at this guy's rich taste. Sue. Even without knowing lies say, leaning backwards whilst touching own sharp canines, Gluttony praised Raid's flavor. As far as thought could go, it was the worst food report in human history. It halted in between. It was not as if something had barged in as an obstruction. Its origin lay in Gluttony himself. Gluttony. What? Beatrice. Just what is being started up this time, in fact. Subaru. No, that is, putting his hands on his own throat and abdomen, Gluttony started making movement as if practicing speech. Though Beatrice found that state to be ominous, Subaru had an idea regarding this abnormality. If the exchange between Reed and Gluttony just a moment ago, if that was what Julius spoke of as negotiation, then Gluttony. Wait. Strange. It's strange. Isn't it strange? So, after all, this is odd, isn't it? Gluttony. It ain't odd to eat or be eaten. That's how life works. Ain't that so? Strangling his own throat, Gluttony fired words as if answering his own questions. That tone of voice met clear change, and as if pulled into the change of that tone of voice, change ensued in Gluttony's flesh body itself. It was a change as if the waxing and waning of the moon, and the expression of questioning, when did it even happen, was appropriate for it. Subaru did not avert his eyes at all. The same went for Beatrice, who was in his chest, and of course Julius, who had taken stance with his sword. However, whilst remaining captured in the field of vision of the three, Gluttony erased that form of his in an instant, and instead the one standing at the spot where Gluttony had been was... a fresh body sure is different. It feels like blood's flowing through flesh. I'm already feeling hungry. At least come after filling your stomach, mentally adult brat. Pronouncing so, the one who had carried out substituting for the former player, having exited the stage known as the Pleiades Watchtower for merely a few 10 seconds, the existence who was blooming a second time at the center of the stage was Reed. Reed Estrella had stolen the flesh body of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony and had achieved resurrection into the present world. Julius. This is the result of the negotiations between Reed and Gluttony from Julius's perspective. Of course, the details of the content of the conversation between Reed and Gluttony must have changed due to Subaru and the others' intervention, but it should have approximately remained the same. In other words, Subaru. What the hell's the negotiation, speaking while putting on airs? Beatrice, Subaru, this is not the time to be saying all that, I suppose. Gluttony has disappeared, and Reed has... Subaru directed a rough remark towards Julius's pretentious phrasing the previous time. Within those arms, Beatrice called for further vigilance, but Subaru patted her head lightly and gazed towards Reed. Subaru. Strictly speaking, taking a backhand grip onto the authority of Gluttony, which reconstructs eaten opponents, and painted out the opponent's self. Is that right? Reed. Don't you go round saying tough bullshit, like I'd know such convenient shit. So, don't swagger about with shit I'd no way in hell know. Damn young fish. Young fish? Eh? You. You. This. You. That's it, ain't it, you? Though his spirit had hijacked that flesh body, Reed made a wry face unrelated to that truth. He unusually groaned, saying, and gently put a finger in his own eye patch. And turning it over, he looked at Subaru with his healthy blue eye, which had no particular need for an eye patch. Looking, gazing, staring, Reed. You're pretty disgusting. Right. Good job not having your head getting screwed up with that. No. Has it gotten so? What it'll be precisely 'cause it's gotten so. I ain't got any idea. I haven't even given it a thought. What was he saying? Thinking that Subaru got truly perplexed upon Reed's attitude. On top of being perplexed, the shivering and nausea enveloping his entire body were about to hit the critical point. Though obvious, Ram's inferior physical form was worsening as much Ram's body increased its voltage, and was throwing the backfire of recoil she was originally supposed to have felt into Subaru. This time Subaru had not personally met up with Ram, so there were no means for Ram to find out the reason why her body was favorably working. Thinking of it now, it seemed as if Ram had been concerned regarding Subaru last time as well, though he had noticed Ram's concern, who was not in this place, only after dying twice. Reed. I do see. I ain't got any idea, but it looks like you're the one these guys are aiming for. Ain't that so? Then that makes things faster. Julius. Reed. Your opponent is myself. Stepping ahead, Julius fired a slashing strike, but Reed attempted to receive that with the chopsticks he had drawn out from his bosom. However, Reed. Ah! The slashing strike lightly touched the tip of the chopsticks and blood spouted out of Reed's right hand, despite him wanting to receive it. Looking at that, Reed made a suspicious look. Julius raised his eyebrows in faint surprise as well. And, for having witnessed that with his own eyes, that alone was a harvest for Subaru. Reed. Chich. Clicking his tongue, Reed gyrated his chopsticks as if spinning a pen between the gap of his fingers, and skillfully repelled Julius's nightsword. At the same pace, stepping ahead with a single stomp, he lapsed the distance between him and Julius, who had instantaneously drawn his body back and aimed his palm towards his abdomen. Reed. Your opponent is myself, did you say that? Julius. Kach. Reed. No way I'll be getting to have an exchange with me after doing a princess carry back there. The further twisted sole of the palm burst open Julius's abdomen. The slender, tall figure continued bleeding and was blown away backwards. He tried to position his lengthy legs to the floor in order to kill off that vigor, but failing to do so, Julius's body turned upward at the bottom on the floor and tumbled over at the same pace. And, concluding his battle with Julius, who had widened the distance in between, Reed turned back. Subaru. Share. Aiming for that sideward face of Reed's, Subaru fired the whip which was at the back of his waist. However, without the occurrence of a miracle such as his body continuing to remember it, the tip of the whip flew towards the wrong direction. The effect of lost memories was not only in his mind but also affecting the recursive actions of his flesh body. As a result of fully realizing that, Subaru took in a heavy inhale. At the same time as that, Reed, you, with such a boring trick. Beatrice, that boring trick is the recommendation of you getting an end of being buried, in fact. Going past his amazement, Reed expressed his rage, and from his hind echoed the loud sound of striking hands. Upon looking, that had been Beatrice, who had both her hands free, away from Subaru. However, even if their hands were unconnected, there was a certain connection between them. Beatrice extracted an extremely small amount of something like MP from the path of Subaru, and exercised great magic. Beatrice. Ul-Shamak. The moment immediately after Beatrice's chant had achieved completion, what arose in the space was an enormous black hole. That which had appeared all of a sudden in the air, manifested as an existence accompanied by primordial fear, such as its unknown bounds and unknown depths, and tried to swallow Reed, who was right before it. Subaru. That is... At a single glance, it could be understood that it was the great magic in effect within the space. This was more of an issue of imaging it so, rather than having knowledge about it. Subaru had heard of Beatrice being a wasteful spirit, but the intensity of the real great magic could not even be in the same league of comparison. Subaru had been unaware that this was even possible. This was a harvest. That black hole swallowed Reed and repelled away his sword saint off to somewhere unknown. Reed. The hell, it's just air. Something like airs everywhere, as if it had stopped me. With just a single swing of his chopsticks, Reed broke through that immense magic with extreme easiness, a carefree attitude as if, quite literally, slashing through air. No. For him, it truly was exactly that. He did not have the nature of taking roundabouts around something which he was capable of doing, and then boasting about it. He had slashed the air, so that was his explanation. That was all there was to it. Subaru. Slashing dimensions. I imagine it as quite a superior ability, you know. Reed. Hey. Don't you put such cool names on it, better food can be served, you know. If y'all stay persistent just cause things have gotten a bit lively, that won't be amusing or anything, you know. Swinging his chopsticks at the same angle as when he had slashed Beatrice's magic. The moment immediately afterwards, Subaru's body had been diagonally burst open from his chest to his waist. Subaru. Ka. Beatrice. Subaru. Julius. Subaru. Ka. Tasting the sensation of scorching heat, Subaru collapsed on the spot, as Beatrice and Julius called for him. Upon the voices of those two, Subaru gnashed his molars and glared at Reed with bloodshot eyes, and, turning his palm towards the two trying the rush up to him, he managed to halt their legs. Subaru. I'm Ow. Right. Shaking his head left and right, he urged the two to not worry for him. Of course, there was no way he could truly convince them simply by conveying such words to the two. The chest wound was shallow. No. It was not shallow. Though it was not shallow, it did not ache. It could be expressed as not being unbearable. At any rate, though it was bitter, it was all right. It was not worthy of making those two experience bitter, painful emotions. Gnashing molars, the blood on the verge of being vomited. Nausea? Whichever it was, vomiting must be restrained from. Facing the front, glaring ahead, Reed must be carefully observed. Reed, as if you can reach me with that. With a stunned expression, Reed was looking at Subaru, who was bleeding out of his lips. Facing that Reed, Subaru stretched out his hand and raised a single finger. Subaru, why yeah, I will reach you. Even right now, I can reach you. In a place not necessarily here. I will for sure save Amelia, Beatrice, Rem, Miley, Echidna, Julius, Shala, Patracia, Jan, without failing, a single person. Gluttony and Raid were exceptions. The Natsuki Subaru who was not Natsuki Subaru as well. That is why, right now, at this moment, Subaru. This is Count 1. Overlapping with death necessary for a counterattack was an accomplishment of Natsuki Subaru's as well. At the very end of the end, Reed's blue eyes sheened a dull flash towards Subaru, who had made that declaration. Count 1. The fight between Reed and Gluttony cannot be stopped. If it's Julius, then there is a chance for them to succeed. Natsuki Subaru has no chance of succeeding. Chapter 72. 2. Upon the advent of unforeseen death, Natsuki Subaru heard the sound of cracking. However, upon each instance of that inexorable sound, he thought that it was certainly the proof of his progress not having come to a halt, that it was the footsteps of the approaching future. No matter how small those steps were, no matter how trifling the path he had advanced upon was, he was certainly walking and progressing. Subaru. The moment his consciousness was led to awakening, blue eyes of a characteristic pattern were reflected into his own. In front of his eyes, peeping at Subaru worriedly, was Beatrice. Beatrice's hand was gently placed at Subaru's cheek, and Subaru inhaled. He had parted with Beatrice's crying face not too long ago. That consciousness's switchover had not been carried out well. Just previously, though it could not be associated with something as extravagant as a parting, she certainly had been in Subaru's eyes. Subaru. Ah, Beatrice. Is your consciousness firm, I suppose? It took time for you to wake up till now. It was worrying, in fact. It would be better to confirm you did not lose any memories accidentally, I suppose. To start with, Betty, do you recall who... Subaru. Beatrice. It seems you do properly remember, in fact. Good boy, I suppose. Saying that, Beatrice stretched the hand she had at Subaru's cheek towards his head. At the same pace, she patted him with her tiny palm and slowly, his consciousness caught up to reality. Subaru. Count 1, huh? Beatrice tilted her head upon the whispering voice. However, neither did she know what it meant, nor did he intend to explain it. She might not understand even if he were to explain, and he did not intend to make her understand either. She was kind. Beatrice was extremely kind. That is why. What Subaru was testing out. If he were to tell her about that, it was a given that she would be absolutely against it. That was something which Beatrice must not be allowed to know. Beatrice. So, how did it go, in fact? Was the purpose of reading the book fulfilled, I suppose? Subaru. Yeah, about that. That is what Beatrice asked Subaru, who still had the book placed on his knees. The moment immediately before the immediately previous moment. The moment immediately before Subaru had disregarded his own physical state. Subaru had just been seeking a way to capture Reed Astria, and was just about to read his Book of the Dead. That had come to a standstill due to complicated reasons, and multitudes of situations got caught in between the interval, such that that would feel as if it was quite an old topic, though that went only for Subaru. At maximum. Things he ought to do. Things he must do. They had all been decided. That is why... Subaru. Beatrice, it'll be getting a bit confusing. Lend me your strength, Beatrice. That is a given, in fact. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. Promised Beatrice to Subaru, who had broken the ice without any explanations. Her existence was, truly, very truly, reassuring for the impact jumped around freely in the aisle of the stone tower. Ha, Tsu! Ha, Tsu. You're doing it. You're quite doing it. You're surely doing it. Perhaps you're doing it. You've been doing it. You've done it. Because you've been doing it, Atsu. Gluttonous drinking, Atsu. Gluttony Tatsu. Is there any time to be playing around? That is quite the pliability, isn't it? Using the walls, ceilings of the aisle as a foothold, making free use of transforming tactics at will from next to next, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Lai Batankaidos, and the one rushing around at high speeds, having kept the inferior physical form of her body someplace else, and moving around nimbly, was Ram. Her petite frame fluttered about and danced, and directed merciless blows towards the direction of Gluttony's body, who countered with equivalent fiendishness. At that point, rushing in as having been waiting for that was Amelia, Room, and Boom, wielding a large ice hammer in both of those hands, swinging it as if aiming for a home run, was Amelia. The damaging portion of the ice hammer, as large as a human's trunk, turned into a strike with all of her might, and made a firm hit onto Lai's back. The small frame bounced and jumped along with a thunderous roar like a gumball. No, he bounced too far off. Instantly kicking the ice hammer, he by himself had jumped ahead and killed the impact. Lai! Aha! You're doing it. Doing. But that won't do. That can't defeat us. Amelia. HK, he's fast. In response to Gluttony displaying moves with a touch of acrobatics, Amelia made a frustrated expression on her cute face. Past and present, east and west, chewing the experts of all kinds of master arts, demonstrating abilities that had, quite literally, become every single kind of martial arts, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. Lai's fighting strength, or perhaps, it should be called, his opposing pressure. It had attained preeminence, a remarkable difference of unleashing optimal techniques of the highest peak each moment to the next. Subaru. If the memories, the efforts, or the training, if they're all being completely included then, though it was quite hateful, perhaps Gluttony did not even have a need to possess a consciousness such as one saying, "Let's pull them out." When noticed the body already moved, that was the kind of authority it was, of pulling them out in all kinds of scenes. The stolen memories even included the experience points of the physical body. That was also evident by Subaru not remembering how to use the whip he carried around whatsoever. It seemed that the whip had been Subaru's main weapon before losing his memories, but the correct way to hold it and swing it, he could remember none of it altogether. In the first place, why did he choose something like a whip as his main weapon? It'd be easier to make better use out of than a sword or a lance. It must have been a shallow thought like that, though there were no objections to that itself. Subaru. I wish I would have thought of a counterplan in case I lost my memories. Of course, he was aware it was an absurd request, however. Subaru still cursed it. By doing that, for a single moment, he was able to forget his effeminate jealousy towards his disappeared memories. The jealousy towards the disappeared memories. Apsuki Subaru. Beatrice. Subaru. Asking again, in fact. Are you really all right, I suppose? Towards that sideward face of Subaru's, Beatrice raised her voice. Upon her question, who had been supporting Subaru's body as he shrugged his shoulders, Subaru nodded with a, "Yeah, Subaru. Right now, the fight's a struggle. If that collapses, our way to victory will, Beatrice. But there is opposition in Subaru being taken away from here, in fact. Subaru. But it's necessary. You understand, right, Beatrice? Beatrice. That is, Subaru. Lend me your strength. Once again, I request you." While maintaining meticulous caution among the ceaseless shocks, trying not to have his voice tremble, Subaru blackmailed Beatrice with an unfair manner of speaking. In response to those cruel words of request of Subaru's, Beatrice closed her eyes, making a strained expression. "Lend your strength." That was the flow of conversation they had also had in Tagada Library. However, that time had been before Subaru had activated Corleonis, and neither had Beatrice known that the situation of Pleiades' watchtower had deteriorated this much. That is why this was a heinous technique of Subaru's, which gripped onto Beatrice's kindness. Beatrice scrutinized Subaru's proposal with a difficult face. The sudden deterioration of Subaru's physical condition and the recovery of Ram's fighting strength which accompanied it. The associativity between them was evident, and Ram, Beatrice, and even Amelia had noticed Subaru's rash perseverance. But still, everyone knew they could not tell him to stop. For Subaru being burdened with his hardship was why the war front was being barely maintained. Talk in name only. If Subaru was to unfasten Corleonis here whilst caring for himself, the first to follow would be the collapse of Ram. Amelia will get her name eaten by gluttony. Their cooperation will crumble down, and they will be defeated. And should gluttony be rendered free, the power balance of the tower would fall into an unrecoverable state. Ultimately, everyone would die in defeat, and it would be game over. Subaru, in the end, me being burdened is the better option. Subaru, who could never really be of any help even when he was acting rash, was making strides in the fighting strength by taking over Ram's inferior physical form. That was an absolute requirement for capturing the tower. Correctly speaking, even in the efficacy of Corleonis, there lay a trap not easy to solve. That was, consciously or subconsciously, Ram saving up a bit of her fighting strength. With overwhelming sense and techniques beyond comprehension, Ram maintained a firm balance in the place. In spite of that, the reason why she had not gone further in order to overcome the opposition was because Ram had imposed a limiter on her own fighting strength. The reason for that was her faltering due to carefully considering Subaru's status. If Ram were to move to the fullest, it would impose an enormous burden onto Subaru. Subaru would not be able to endure that. That possibility was putting a halt on Ram's limbs. The truth is, something similar had occurred when he had gone around towards Julius and Reed. It had been confirmed he was capable of taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleonis itself, without having to meet up with her. However, in a situation where Ram does not know of the interrelation between her own favorable state and Subaru's state, Ram does not save on her fighting strength. As a result, the backfire, lacking any regret, scorched only Subaru and did not lead to mutual harm. It also meant the end for Ram's time as standing unrivaled. The worst kind of mutual harm. It was not possible to continue sprinting with the entire strength for long in a state of lacking oxygen. That was all there was to it. Henceforth, drawing up Ram's fighting strength through Corleonis in terms of results, Ram's judgment to save onto her abilities was correct. Being balanced was the best. However, that improvement of Ram's combat power, gluttony was indeed following and keeping up with it with the limitless arts of war he had plundered. Amelia was compensating for the parts where he could not be pushed away, but still, gluttony could not be distanced away from, continuing to eat away with an extraordinary ability to survive. That is why, towards that, Beatrice, Minya, enough to envelop the entire isle, violet crystals materialized and were fired in a single action, acting in consent with Beatrice's chant, who swung her small arm downwards. The concentrated attack of the magic called shadow magic swooped down onto Lai, who had turned his back towards this side with tremendous vigor. Immediately afterwards, the boisterous dance of violet light swallowed the petite frame, engulfing the isle with the sound of shattering glass. Within the fluttering flakes of violet, dancing and falling, leaping away from the attack span were the two of Amelia and Ram, evading the fire with instantaneous judgment. It was as expected of their physical ability to quickly avoid it. On the other hand, having been in the same circumstance, but only having delayed the part of him facing it with his back, Lai could not evade it easily the way Amelia and Ram had done. It was a magic to be feared which crystallized the struck targets, turning them into a brittle and transient existence and smashing them. Minya, capable of fatally wounding even through light contact. If it were to be recklessly fired this much in such a confined range, it would be difficult for an enemy, even if it were to be a transient being, to cut through unhurt. When the dance of the light which had been given rise to by the violet arrows came to a halt, the form of Gluttony, who had taken enormous damage, was not there. Beatrice. Ashke? Amelia. Eh? Where did... Beatrice inhaled in astonishment whilst Amelia made a strained expression and looked around. Within the chaos, the one to get a grasp on the situation the fastest truly had been Ram. She put her hand on her own right eye, and with only her left eye open, turned back. Subaru knew there was something like a path connecting him and Ram through Corleonis. Ram activated some type of a technique. Using that peculiar power, she understood where specifically the disappeared Gluttony was. His whereabouts were... Ram? Barusu, Ram shouted, widening her light crimson eyes. At that moment, from her line of sight, Subaru comprehended the arrival of a hazardous presence right behind them. That was aiming for the back of Subaru. No, Beatrice. With the interruption by Minya just now, did it intend to convey that it had polluted the battle? At any rate, it was not vastly different from the transpiring happening. Lie. Must say, if the one right now was to be continued consecutively, it'll be getting tiresome. That's why. Accompanying the sneering words, the dagger fastened to his arm flashed. That was the strike by Lai, who had leapt through the space and escaped the concentrated attack of violet arrows. In line with the frequent usage of the Fist King, the odd talent of the one who became the leaper, it could be named short-range warp. According to what had been seen, it seemed as if there were certain limits to the distance, but still the compatibility of the strange talent of jumping over space and the encircling attack was the worst, carrying no significance regarding the type of the surprise attack. In the end, anything aside from getting involved in the head-on match was Subaru, Beatrice, Suba. Thoughts and actions and body did not always coincide. The moment initially after he pushed the small body away reflexively, a piercing sensation deeply gouged out his chest. Subaru. Ka. Like scratching the scab with claws. No. The pain and impact was several thousand times that. He instantly regretted having received that with his chest. Though he regretted it, no other convenient shield had been present there. Bewildered by the momentary judgment, he shuddered at the mere thought of Beatrice having been slashing down. So much so that he thought it would be better for him to become a shield of flesh compared to that. It was painful. Though it was painful, if it was merely pain, merely the wound on his body, it would last for only an instant. Not even an instant. But it was much better than being wounded. Much better than dying. Subaru. HK. The loud voice echoed within the tower. When he tried to turn back and see to whom it belonged, his knees snapped. Strength faded away from his limbs surprisingly easily. Pathetically fragile, he was unable to support even his head. Even an infant could hold his head still, but what was this man, who had significantly aged, doing? Such that even this frivolous talk wouldn't come to mind. His consciousness fell into the soul of the deep, dark hole. A vivid ache and sense of loss scorched his brain. Subaru. Gee. Whilst wanting to give rise to a shriek, he endured his voice trying to fly out by grinding his teeth. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to let it out. It was not as if he would feel any better if he were to not let it out. However, there were people here who would surely have their shattered if Subaru were to cry out now. He could not allow that, because he could not do so. Stay silent and die. Natsuki Subaru. Dotigawa. Lie. How nice, Ani-san. So you will be going to the next one by doing thought. There echoed a voice overlooking Subaru, who had powerlessly crumbled down whilst continuing to resist his screaming. He had endured his screaming. However, he could not possibly endure that mocking voice. In a situation where his limbs had been rendered completely incapable of moving, he directed strength into his arm and moved his finger, and with a single middle finger raised, his lips moved. Subaru. Die, idiot. After that, his consciousness came to a halt. Count 2. Having Amelia and Ram cooperate, aiming for an early settlement with Lai Batenki Toyos. Failure. Timing is essential for taking over Ram's inferior physical form through Corleonis. Beatrice's surprise attack is incompatible with Gluttony. Fiercely, the enshrouding clouds of sand were trying to enwrap the field of vision. Ha-ha-han. With his entire body swinging around at the sensation of violently swaying about, Subaru desperately clung on, trying not to be thrown off. Ahead of him, a pigtail was shaking about left and right. "Work hard, Sand Earthworm Chan." In accordance with Meili's call, the sand earthworm trembled its large build and intensely hammered in and struck its face. Being swallowed by that shock wave gave rise to an immense loss in the troops of the advancing horde of witch beasts. However, those lost troops were covered in the matter of a few seconds, trampling upon the scattered corpses of their own kind. The hordes of witch beasts continued to push in without halting their feet. The war situation was unfavorable. Under their eyes, no, in all directions, advancing in were the innumerable witch beasts. With those as her opponents, Meili made free use of her preparations, which in no way could be stated to be sufficient, and was struggling fiercely. Honestly speaking, Meili's efforts, as she controlled the witch beast, were hard to notice by an outsider's perspective. She ordered instructions to the witch beast, and abiding by that the fiendish monster rampaged about. There was no mystery in that if that alone was to be observed. However, Meili, looking at her shape, with sweat on her forehead and her occasionally inhaling agonizingly, it could perhaps be understood at a single glance that it was a recognition too difficult to observe. Meili. Foo. Enough. Jeez, Oni-san treats people so rudely. Wiping the sweat dripping down her chin by the back of her hand and stating some rather harsh words, Meili's eyes had become bloodshot. It was not as if she had directly linked with the witch beast like Subaru's Corleonis, but to bend the atrocious witch beast's instinct as per her own notions, an immense strength of will was needed. For Subaru, who had read her book once and personally experienced her half-death, the weight of that indemnification was clearly known. That is precisely why it had been transmitted to him that Meili was seriously thinking of capturing the tower, along with Subaru and the rest. Subaru. Meili. Imi Yanui-san. If you don't grab on properly, you'll die. You know. Subaru. I know. The moment immediately after he profoundly thought of those deep emotions, his body felt as if it was being carried away in the horizontal jolts, and his posture crumbled. He had momentarily withstood his ground, but he was shouted at by Meili when she discovered that. Whilst complying with those words, Subaru calmed down and clung to the protuberance of the large build. At present, the figures of Subaru and Meili were on top of the large build of the sand earthworm. Meili, if instructions were to be given directly from a close distance, there must be a child which listens to what is said even within children who cannot learn anything. Isn't, Subaru? Like I said, I never thought I'd get to have a witch beast ride. Swishing through the air, with his frame being jolted by the velocity of the witch beast's body cutting through the atmosphere with a roar, Subaru skillfully moved around his body weight while stuck in admiration of Meili, who was managing the witch beast's back. This time as well, Meili's battle with the hordes of witch beasts commenced from the balcony of the fourth layer, making use of several sand earthworms which had been prepared in advance. Having the hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower suffer an attack in order to block the invasion of the witch beasts into the tower, was Meili's role. However, she quickly gave up on the attack from the balcony, jumping onto the back of the sand earthworm underneath, and then, in one go, plunged into the witch beasts with vigor like that of a high wave from the middle of its forehead. With that heroic tactic of Meili's, accompanying her as bait was what Subaru's current state was. Meili. Really, the witch beast chans all really love Oni-san, isn't I? Subaru. And that's nothing to be happy about. Ha! Looking at the excited state of the witch beasts drawing near, Meili sighed as they were crushed by the sand earthworm. Whilst agreeing with her comment, Subaru narrowed his eyes at the hurriedly approaching hordes of witch beasts. Though the principle behind it was unknown, it was something he was aware of in terms of the result. The witch beasts who surrounded the watchtower, strictly speaking, were not aiming for the watchtower, but had gathered aiming for Subaru, who was inside of it. That was evident from this situation as well. The spearheads of the witch beasts were concentrating on the extreme towards the sand earthworm, which was giving a ride to Meili and Subaru. Turning their legs around, which were supposed to have been facing towards the tower, Hastily making way towards this side with unraveled fangs was merely the instinct of witch beasts trying to kill a living being. Nothing more. Subaru. It wasn't as if I was half convinced, but him having the physical constitution which attracted witch beasts was a peculiarity Subaru, who had been in present-day Japan till yesterday, did not even need confirmation for as a real feeling. In the past, he had gnawed the pocky for the dog kept in the neighborhood. But could that have possibly been a symptom of the early stage of this physical constitution? He was utterly unaware now. Though he was unaware, Subaru, it seems it's no mistake that I am responsible for a large part of the 5 obstacles. The large hordes of witch beasts advancing towards the watchtower. The ones of Gluttony putting his approach towards the tower to test through Subaru's memories. Reed who took in that gluttony and acquired substance. Shola who commenced aiming for its substance. Subaru by the virtue of her transformation. The jet-black shadow which swallowed the entirety of the watchtower. Looking at it back now, it was impossible to prevent the thought of the responsibility for their origin seemingly coming down onto Subaru, in the truest sense. Of course, inevitability was no possible part of it. Subaru. My mind is getting depressed. However, if the witch beasts Shola and the jet-black shadow could be lured outside of the watchtower, there may possibly form a way to break out of the deadlock of the present circumstances. Subaru. It is not forbidden to destroy the trials, huh? The 5th rule behind capturing Pleiades' watchtower. When he thought of the feelings of Shola's, who had hid that, he felt his chest ache. But the rule he had finally fished out of her mouth granted a new viewpoint towards the place known as the Pleiades watchtower. It was not as if his eyes had opened innovatively by getting to know that rule. However, granted with a scale he had never thought of, his way of looking at the world had expanded remarkably. Things which decay not exist cannot be obtained. That was the fundamental law of the world. To pass over the trial without finishing it, to act contrary to the established routine of the trial, those had been prohibited. Without even getting involved in that, destroying the trial itself had not been prohibited. What could that mean? What could it? Subaru. Lee. Trying to continue his words on, that is when Subaru witnessed it. By changing the course of the sand earthworm, whilst attempting to confirm whether the terrain of the watchtower's environs were usable or not, the objective came to a standstill, because an assailing corona, from overhead, had scattered away the thick trunk of the sand earthworm. Haharan, with more than 8 meters blown off of the approximately 10-meter wide waist, the sand earthworm shrieked, giving rise to its death wail. The proceedingly lowering roar of the witch beast also resembled a howl, and Subaru, who had basked in that at close proximity, felt his vision die white with its explosive intrusion into his eardrums. Atop the witch beast, which had experienced that and was disseminating bluish-purple bodily fluids, having failed to stop its body from getting blown off into 1,000 scraps from both the front and back of its trunk, Subaru and Meilei's bodies were Meilei's bodies, thrown down. Subaru. Meili. Instantaneously stretching out his hand, he took Meilei's petite body within his arms. Patting his shoulder and trying to call out to him was a byproduct of it. By reflexively leaning his body forward, he had been able to catch her falling body. However, that had not been a drastic settlement. The sand earthworm's large frame somersaulted, and not only Meilei but Subaru had also been thrown off. Even if he were to pull her in the end, they would fall on top of the sand, a place entirely surrounded by witch beasts. Should that happen, the 2 of them would become feed for the witch beasts whilst they attempted to reorganize themselves. Above all, Subaru. Shola, clinging to the outer wall of the tower with its tail stinger facing toward Subaru and the rest. The Titanic Scorpion. Shola, with her large build, slipped into the twilight. She was distantly visible, having made her appearance. They were out of time. Within the tower, someone broke the rule. In accordance with that, Shola lost herself and transformed into the Titanic Scorpion, and just as what she had reported about herself, she commenced attacking, aiming for Subaru. That single bomb had scattered away the sand earthworm's trunk and mid-air toward Subaru and Meilei. Meilei! Oni! Ondi-sa! Hugging Meilei tightly, who was within his arms and had raised a voice as that of a scream, Subaru did not let his eyes avert from the titanic scorpion. No, Shala. The red compound eyes emitted a distinct glow within the presence of night, and the line of sight, unbeknownst to any course of action, clearly understood its aim was Subaru upon looking at him. Light gathered at the tail stinger, and now once again a corona was fired. It would get vaporized away should they be struck by that. However, must not get struck by that. He wanted to avoid being killed by Shala, regardless of how much that may abrade away his. If he were to bend away from that notion, he would surely become a miscreant then. However, a way to defend themselves while they were mid-air was run. The moment the corona was fired, the sand earthworm, writhing in agony, thrusted itself above the line of fire. Was that simply the instinctive movement of the sand earthworm, or did Miley influence it in some way? He did not know. However, the single blast Shola had fired had been avoided at the moment when it was supposed to have vaporized Subaru away. And Subaru. Goo. With vehement vigor, Subaru and the rest fell on top of the sand from their sands. Meili, who was strongly embraced within Subaru's arms, was perhaps safe. However, Subaru himself had not been safe. Unable to defend himself, he had gotten his head within the extensive sand. A dull sound echoed. The joints of his bones, which must be avoided from getting smashed, had gotten broken. At that instant, his field of vision was rendered completely black. His nerves, which must be avoided from getting slashed, had gotten cut 1,000 times. Not only what was visible to his eyes, but sounds, sensations, anything and everything turned distant. Merely his nose remained alive. It was baffling. The nose, which was not even expected to be capable of doing something useful normally. For some reason, till the very end of the end, he could sense the sweet scent within his arms, having been there till recently. That sweet scent, perhaps, yet remaining alive. Let's see. Count 7. Escaping outside of the tower. The effectiveness of luring away the witch beasts. The witch beast's aim is Subaru. The aim of the shadow and titanic scorpion as well is perhaps the same. With Natsuki Subaru alone, Miley cannot be protected. Subaru. Goo. Enduring the nausea welling up within him, Subaru glanced at the front once again, stepping firmly, pouring immense strength in the legs. He somehow managed to have his body remain still. His anguish had not been eased. He was merely skillfully deceiving his anguish. Crushing the bitterness of gastric juices in his teeth was Subaru, and in front of him, fiercely welding 2 ice swords, was Emilia. Evading those attacks of Emilia's calmly, with a deriding smile, was the bitter enemy he was tired of looking at, Libat Kaitos. Since the restart point of return by death had been set up to the moment immediately following the confrontation with Louis Arneb in the Book of the Dead, Emilia and Gluttony's encounter was inevitable. At the point in time Subaru had returned by death to, the battle between Emilia and Gluttony had already commenced. The simple way to change situations was to tamper with the matchmaking. However, by activating Cor Leonis immediately after returning by death, Subaru was able to see the positions of his comrades within the tower, and he naturally understood that this fight was unavoidable. Henceforth he did not have the situation of the tag team of Emilia and Ram fighting Lai change. However, something could be done about that in its own way. Subaru. Julius. I know. At Subaru's sharp call, in accordance with that, a single shadow stepped in. That was, with a night sword in his grip and running through the frozen aisle, Julius. Having his light purple hair flutter in the icy wind, he commenced his gallant piercing sprint from a lower posture. Lai. Ha! Tsu. Even the nameless Knight Sama shall be partaking in the battle. Whew. Julius. Unfortunately, if that was intended to be a provocation, then that is quite weak. Subaru pricks at spots much more painful. Lai. Despite being comrades, what's up with that? Brushing away the advancing piercing bolt with his dagger, Lai and Julius exchanged words at close proximity. Even in the midst of that, sword strikes unfolded between the two, and exchanges of special moves, opposite to the content of their conversation, were being performed. Having Julius accompany them to this place was a type of a gamble. When the 5 obstacles had attacked the watchtower for the first time, Subaru had Julius accompany them for going around this as well. At that time, Emilia had gotten her name eaten, and her cooperation with Julius, who had been rendered unknowing to her battle style, had been shoddy and lacked the ability to corner gluttony. However, Subaru. This time, nobody has forgotten Emilia-chan. On top of that, Emilia and Julius's coordination attempted to soundly counter Lai. At that point, ahead of Subaru's line of sight, was the shadow of a person kicking the ceiling and making a sudden descent. Ram severely cut in between. Of course, increasing her fighting strength through Corleones was Subaru's greatest duty. That had been practiced this time as well, and Ram advanced closer to Lai's torso with unordinary body handling. And, Ram, just kindly take the exit already. Lai. Goo. Woos, and her palm with equal sharpness drove into Lai's side. At the palm strike aiming to directly impact the internal organs through the gaps in ribs, and a distinct rumble of pain spilled through Lai's lips. At the same pace, Ram's knee tried assaulting the snapping body, which then got blocked. But grabbing the hair of her opponent from the back of his head, she slammed him onto the floor. On top of that, she consecutively swung down her heel into his face. Merciless might. Continuous attacks. Those were the only way to drive Lai into certain defeat. However, this had been far from being sufficient for damaging Lai. The heel Ram swung down onto his face, having grabbed that slender ankle whilst lying down. He glared at Ram from below with a blood-stained evil countenance. Lai. Nisama. Kaut. Emilia. Hyria. Lai. Gatsu. Lai expressed a smile on his evil countenance and his body from a directly horizontal attack by the ice hammer given shape to and swung by Emilia like a golf swing, got blown off. It was a nice save, just when he was about to put his wickedness to work by grabbing Ram's leg. At Lai, who went rolling and somersaulting skillfully, Emilia gallantly raised her eyebrows and puffed up her chest. As merciless as always, I suppose. Beatrice, while supporting his body right by his side, whispered in response to those actions of Emilia's with admiration, amazement, and somewhat pride. The truth is, Subaru felt the same. She had a cute face. She could truly be relied upon. Ram. Emilia-sama, gratitude for the rescue. Emilia? It's fine. Ram got grabbed because she's moving around this much after all. Julius as well. Thank you for coming here. Julius. Not at all. Gluttony is an opponent I am deeply connected to as well. Rather, my deepest apologies for exposing Emilia-sama and Miss Ram to danger. This was originally supposed to be a spot where I would tell you to kindly stand back, but... Ram. With that as the opponent, there must be no room to be acting upon chivalry or gentlemanliness, isn't it? Whilst hugging her elbows, Ram flatly intercepted Julius's words. Even Julius could not refuse that. It seemed as if he felt ashamed of his feelings towards that itself. There is a certain style to battle. There are certain rules to warriors. However, adhering to that and becoming too obsessed over pride would result in large losses. For Julius, this was a difficult spot. However, there was no choice for him but to respond to it. At the very least, with the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, an atrocious gang as the enemy. Lie. You sure are doing it. To do this much with us as the opponent is quite something. Saying that, the aforementioned Sin Archbishop stood up while shaking his head. Whether that was him resounding having received Emilia's heroic blow from his shoulder, his right arm was still loosely handing down. Possibly the shoulder bones had perhaps been fractured. If that was true, then it could be said it was possibly fatal for the authority of Libatin Kaidos, of reconstructing battle styles through memories. No matter how proficient a battle style may be, it would be rendered meaningless if it was not exercised perfectly. Subaru. Or instead, by substituting with the little sister, are you going to be switching the body and everything to the other? Lie. Wahan we see, huh? Aung-san is aware of our solar eclipse and lunar eclipse is what that means. Well, got seen through, isn't it? But putting an abrupt halt to his words, Gluttony carefreely stuck his tongue out as if mocking Subaru and the rest. Though Subaru furrowed his eyebrows to that gesture, the answer was provided immediately. That was... lie? In such a disadvantageous situation, is there any meaning for us to still continue fighting? Subaru, not good! Obvious logic, Subaru shouted while cursing the shallowness of his own thought. Hearing that call of Subaru's, Amelia and the others also seemingly reached the same thought, but they were too late. Lie? Ahahai. Lightly swinging his hand, Lie's figure jumped over the space. Using the odd talent of the leaper, he erased his form from the aisle. Julius, stay on the lookout for the surroundings. We don't know where he may appear from yet. Ram. It is futile. That bunch, once they are allowed to get away, they escape. That must be why. They haven't been caught even once yet, isn't it? Rendering his form invisible was gluttony. Julius called for vigilance for his surprise attack, but Ram probed into the situation with composure, whilst shaking her head left and right. Subaru too felt the same as Ram. Just as the words Lie had left, there lay not a single reason for him to continue fighting in such a disadvantageous situation. Lie Batankaitos was a Sin Archbishop, not a warrior. He did not possess the qualities of continuing to fight until the very end, or enjoying hard battles either. According to Lewis's statement, what they desired was the greatest life, the itinerary of optimum solutions. The hazards of hard battles or defeat, those could not even be forgotten desires for them. Amelia. Then, it's over already. Dumbfounded, Amelia whispered whilst reducing the ice hammer she held in her hand to air. In those words was not the relief of the enemy having disappeared, but the disappointment having let a bitter enemy slip from their hands. No. Something differing, furthermore, despondency. The reply to that despondency was, Ram, just a little bit more and yet... Ram, just a single step more, and the bunch who made Rem go through all that could have been... Kneeling down, Ram raised a high-pitched voice. She powerfully struck her fist to the aisle's floor, trembling her voice regarding Gluttony, who had artfully succeeded in running away. Everyone in this place was painfully aware of the feelings of her regretful self. The reason why Amelia prevaricated her words, why Julius hid his yellow eyes, why Beatrice, beside Subaru, lowered her shoulders, all of it collected upon that. They had come to possess a sudden clue. However, unlike relying on knowledge of the tower, inquiring Gluttony about the damage dealt by the authority of Gluttony directly was a way that had been thought over with certainty. To have that slip away from right in front of the eyes, it was obvious to feel despondency for that. Subaru, with this, Lie has been repelled away. Is that what it would mean? Understanding the feelings of Ram sinking deep into lamentation, Subaru possessed a different kind of doubt. Seeing the disadvantage of 3 against 1, Lie decided to withdraw from this spot. However, speaking in terms of whether he had withdrawn completely as a threat to the watchtower, that was yet unclear. Though Ram had informed Julius of the futility of looking out for a surprise attack, that was something limited to only this place. Within the tower, dangerous Gluttony were wandering around. That situation yet remained unchanged. If so, then it could not possibly be said that one of the 5 obstacles had been eliminated. On the contrary, they had left an opponent about whom they had no idea where he may clash in from, to take care of himself. That was all there was to it. Subaru. Should the guy who escaped be ran after, or should another problem be looked after? At any rate, right now, the thing known as a situation's all about the opponent, where you should be moving around without thinking anything. Suddenly, the moment he was giving consideration to the possibility of not making a move, he felt his hair rise at the voice which originated from behind. When everyone turned back instantly, slow footsteps approached from ahead of the aisle. Their owner, as if simply taking a walk without halting a single step. That was not something the aforementioned bunch would do. For some reason, I'm taking a walk around my garden, yet why'd I be worrying about other fellas? Boldly, without feeling shy for a single thing, the man, the figure of Reed who descended down from the second layer, at that Subaru felt the situation deteriorate further. Keeping the issue of Reed for later, he had hastened Lie Batankaitos' subjugation. But in terms of results, Lie had escaped, and obstructing Reed's revival had completely failed. Amelia, since when did this tower become your garden? Reed, hey, don't you go round having misunderstandings, fiercely frizzling. Let me tell you, when I said garden, I wasn't referring to this gloomy tower. Ain't it obvious I'd be calling the whole damn world's my garden? Julius, if the man who became legend by a single swing of sword says that, then that comment must not be a trifling matter. At the arrival of Reed, who was not supposed to be able to leave the second layer, Amelia and Julius fired their own respective astonishment in words. The response to that was extremely typical of Reed. That could be stated straightforwardly. For this warrior who surpassed all human intellect, the idea of thinking over his footsteps. No, not just footsteps. The thought of taking other people into consideration was completely out of the balance. Ram, why have you descended down here? You were not supposed to be able to leave that floor. Isn't that so, trial taker? Reed, talking to women knelt down and sunken ain't to my liking. If you want me to answer, then try requesting. I don't think strong-hearted women are bad. Though I don't think weak-hearted women are bad either. Ram, is that so? Such a sleazebag? Without expecting a direct response, Ram promptly halted her response to Reed. The next instant, Ram, who had kicked the floor with enough force to burst it open, rushed towards the opposing Reed's bottom in a straight line and, turning into a pink whirlwind, leapt towards the sword saint standing bolt upright, at the same pace, making the best use of her petite build. A high-speed rotating kick was fired from her heel towards Reed's head. Without any exaggeration, a kick strike with enough force to mow down his head. It was a stark kick which, if it landed a direct hit, would blow off his head physically. If not that, then, at the very least, his consciousness. Horse. The respective recoil would flow into Subaru from Ram and ache like a strike of lightning would bolt through his body. Subaru. Goo. Goo. UHK. It is said that when an artery explodes, it pains to an inconceivable level. Right now, it could be boasted that what was running through Subaru's entire body was something close to that. Ram's attack, which had been unleashed to this extent, the fruits it bore were Reed. Not bad, but that's all it's got. Had it been Trisha, she would have broken the floor with a single blow, you know. Ram, monster ride. Don't lump me together with something like monsters. There's gotta be a limit to how low my worth can be, you know. Intercepting the kicking leg, he had the impact flow into the ground. Having been witnessed earlier, physical attack killing. That made the floor and walls of the aisle develop cracks, however. The damage to Reed himself had been blocked perfectly, and, towards Ram's abdomen, who had halted movement, Reed. Here, try enduring this, you. Spinning and turning around his body once, Reed's bulky and sturdy legs sprang up. At the same pace, the sole of his foot captured Ram's body and swept it right upwards energetically. Ram. Kafu. With the air within her lungs squeezed out, Ram's lips, as she widened her eyes, vomited a large amount of blood out. Whilst bathing in that without evading it, Reed narrowed his eye unconcealed by the eye patch and distorted his lips. However, immediately opening up his narrowed eye again, he spilled out, "The hell," with his voice. Ram. It was successful, wasn't it? At that instant, Ram grasped the leg caved into her abdomen and, using her entire body, settled the joint of her knee, with an attitude as if unaffected by the impact of the strike which had pierced through her abdomen. Seeing that, Reed carved a puzzled expression. Reed. The heck. You're behind this too, young fish. With a damp voice, he told Subaru, who gnashed his molars at the anguish like a bowling ball had been thrown into the pit of his stomach. Amelia. EHK, no. Don't get any closer to Subaru. Immediately afterwards, Amelia stepped ahead upon observing hazardous emotions levitating across Reed's blue eyes. However, upon her advance, Reed swung his arm in annoyance, purloining the ice sword driven into him, and mercilessly struck Amelia's shoulder with its handle, and energetically kicked her after she fell down. Amelia. Shka. Right. You're in my way. Receiving the kick, Emilia got physically blown away. Much frighteningly, Reed did that with the leg whose knee was supposed to be captured in grip. In other words, whilst continuing to have Ram cling to his leg, he had kicked and sent Emilia flying. In the end, no matter how much strength Ram may pour in, it could not do anything to Reed's knee. Ram. His limits know no end. Julius. Prepare yourself. Casting aside the advantage of locking him, Ram, like a chess piece, and Julius drew near him alongside. However, the result of the attacks of the two was just as miserable, his kick in his hand being used like a sword shot down Ram and Julius respectively, who were supposed to be at the pinnacle as warriors. Ram had her neck struck, Julius had his leg broken, all of them rendered incapable of standing. Subaru. Shit. And in the aisle where comrades had fallen, Reed approached further, having literally eliminated the obstacles in his way. In front of his eyes was merely the groggy Subaru, who had taken up Emilia and others' damage, and Beatrice, who had spread both of her arms wide as if shielding that Subaru. Subaru. B. It's no use, Beatrice. It doesn't matter if it's no use, or if it's absurd, in fact. This is property protection of Subaru. In this case, it is a special field of Betty's. Subaru's partner as well, I suppose. Beatrice's voice of acting strong. Right now, echoed far too vainly. Even when trying to respond to that strong spirit of Beatrice's, Subaru's hands, legs made no reaction to the fighting spirit. What Subaru had taken up was only damage, which seemingly rendered the actions of his comrades futile. 3 of them were merely conscious. That was the fruit their willpower bore. Beatrice. Reed. Why are you aiming for Betty and the others? For Subaru, in fact. Raid. 'Cause it's in the middle of the trial, saying that'd be a pretty outdated response. My original plan aside, that actually goes for that pretty one. Beatrice. So what, I suppose. Raid. By meeting that one firsthand, my mind changed. It's disgusting, so I'll erase him. A judgment grounded on peculiar sensitivity. Conversation could not work against such an opponent. At the same time, with the possibility of him turning over his view wiped out, Beatrice gnashed her pretty molars and glanced at Subaru lying behind, who had crumbled down and had been rendered immobile. The reason why she took a tiny breath was because she resolved her preparedness to fight and protect Subaru. He wanted to tell her to run away. However, what spilled out of Subaru's lips was merely a hoarse breath. Reed. There ain't any need for you to go out of your way and rush to your death, you know, kid. Beatrice. Unfortunately enough, living as if dead is utterly unwelcome at this point. Reed who? That's so. Then, there ain't any choice. With his name bearing the expression of a hero and a legend, he would not hurt a girl child. Believing such thoughts to be as though illusions, the glint in Reed's eye remained firm. It seemed to be sentencing as if the one standing in his path was not, but an infant. Henceforth, without expecting any benevolence of, Beatrice was the first one to use all her might. Beatrice. Ul Minya. The emerging countless violet arrows submerged the aisle entirely, and completely blocked off any paths for Reed to escape through. To fatally wound with the slightest contact was the special trait of Minya's. Fathoming that with a single glance, without flinching whatsoever, Reed curved his lips. Beatrice. Natsuki Subaru's great spirit, Beatrice. Reed. Good goin'. Stick swinger, Reed Astria. With the mutual exchange of names, the atmosphere froze. Beatrice, with the violet crystals spread out in the air, and Reed, having picked up Julius's nightsword that had fallen at his feet, prepared themselves. Until the very end of the end, Subaru was unable to voice anything. However, he kept his eyes open. He never closed them for even an instant. His own decisions and choices, from the results they bore, he had been unable to avert his eyes. He had been unable to avert them. Count 15. Gluttony deserts. Upon observing the situation to be visibly unfavorable, neglected Reed ultimately comes to kill Subaru with absolute certainty. Never again will he let someone die before his own self. Subaru. Beatrice EHK. Wah. Abu, what happened? I suppose. Subaru? Subaru? The moment he opened his eyes, he hugged the young girl before him without any forethought. Astonished by the sudden action, the young girl, Beatrice stiffened her petite body. It was his reunion with her, who had persisted with tragic preparedness until the previous moment. It turned into relief within his chest, along with unbearable guilt that breathed a painful wind into his heart. Subaru. Beatrice. He was grateful he was able to meet her again. Along with that, he felt apologetic for having her go through all of that. Beatrice. Subaru. Subaru. No, it's nothing. I do remember. You are Beatrice. I am Natsuki Subaru. You and I are each other's partners. Now onwards too. Please take care of me. Please have fun with me. Very good. Beatrice. Very good, in fact. Beatrice, perplexed, raised her thumb at Subaru's rhythmic words. It was an expression that must not be existing in this different world, so it must be the result of Subaru poisoning her with it, patting that head of hers. Subaru took in a deep inhale and exhaled shortly. Following that, he switched over his consciousness, believing he must grasp the situation. Beatrice, calm down, I suppose, Subaru. Subaru? Beatrice. Properly tell what happened, in fact. Did something happen inside the book, I suppose? Were Reed's memories displayed? Daddy aside, what about Amelia and everyone? Confirm whether you remember them, in fact. Properly recall. All things precious, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah. That's right. Holding both of Subaru's cheeks in her hands, Beatrice brought that to attention. Hearing those words of hers, in front of her hurried self, he fell into slight reflection. It was a phenomenon that might happen to someone who was looping often. For an individual piling up loops, the fresh taste of a happening eventually fades away. With that, experience points gained with people for whom that happening is for the first time, and react accordingly slips off, and suddenly people start to appear as not being people. Subaru. I never thought I'd be in that position. In those kinds of works, the mind and body falls into that state due to trials run tens, hundreds, or times even more than that. Compared to that, for Subaru it was merely the 15th time. To stop thinking of people as people in merely 15 times. Perhaps it could be said his was turning harsher. Subaru. Am I an idiot? No. I am an idiot. Casting away the weak, brittle, pathetic nature of his own, Subaru braced his mind. He had only died 15 times yet. That is all. Without having made any progress, he had merely exhausted his life in indolence. How come did his such self hold any right to proclaim that he was exhausted? Such a thing did not exist for him. It did not. Stand up, raise your face, clench your fists. Natsuki Subaru. There's nobody else except you. Except you. Had it been Natsuki Subaru, such failures never would have. Beatrice. From the very beginning, Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything, in fact. Suddenly, Beatrice told Subaru, who had been repeatedly wondering to himself. Subaru inhaled upon that comment and widened his eyes. Gazing into those black eyes of Subaru's straightforwardly, Beatrice shook her head left and right, conceiving grief in her blue eyes. Beatrice, it can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact. Always frantic about what lies in front, gets hurt for everyone's sake. Even during pain is not something he is good at. He is a normal boy, I suppose. Subaru, that's not possible. That's not. After all, it should be that way. Beatrice. It should be that way? Subaru. It should be that way. Only then can this. He firmly gripped to the pit of his stomach, gritting his molars, thinking back to the wounds of his arm, to the wounds within his arm. His body, to his arms which had grown slightly sturdier, to everyone who relied upon Subaru, to Amelia, to Beatrice, to Ram, to Julius, to Echidna, to Miley, to Shola. His guts were rumbling such that it was irritating. They were rashly pushing away, more than the moment of being on the verge of death, but perhaps Subaru's. So you have returned, Natsuki-kun. Did something happen? Jizanoi-san, Just when I thought you've worried everyone, it's because of that. No fighting with Beatrice-chan now on words. Disputing with Subaru and Beatrice? No, it was nothing so stern. However, looking at the state of the two facing him, they were Meili and Echidna returning from their patrolling of the library. Neither could he look at the faces of those two straightforwardly. Echidna. Beatrice? Did something happen to Natsuki-kun? Was the impact indeed too much? Beatrice? It's not as if that's not true, in fact. But Betty and the rest's proper thought was far too lacking for Subaru, who had to experience that misery, I suppose. Echidna, that is, Echidna furrowed her eyebrows at Beatrice, who turned her gaze downwards after staring at Subaru. However, she immediately pulled her chin in, as if having judged the circumstances. Echidna. Shala, who had jumped out, and Julius, who went after her, have not returned. I am also worried about Amelia-san and Ram-san, who went to see I.M.san. I would like to join up with at least either of them, but Beatrice. Echidna and Meili head to the balcony, in fact. Betty will head to the green room and search for Amelia, I suppose. Stay sufficiently careful, in fact. Meili? That's okay, boo. What's Ennui-san going to do? At Beatrice's brisk instruction, Echidna and Meili's lines of sight turned towards Subaru. At those gazes, naturally, Subaru wanted to say he would accompany Beatrice, but Beatrice. Subaru will quietly stay here, I suppose. Subaru. Wah, don't say stupid stuff, Beatrice. I'm all right. My senses may certainly have dulled down after returning from the book, but they'll immediately be in their place. Informed by the standing Beatrice, Subaru reflexively snarled at those words. At the same pace, he poured strength into his legs in order to stand at the same level as them. He poured strength into his legs, but Subaru. Ah? Beatrice? Be in their place? And what then, in fact? At Beatrice's question, Subaru looked down onto his legs in astonishment. Even if he tried to pour strength somehow, especially into his knees, he was unable to retain balance. No matter what he did, his posture crumbled, and he was unable to stand up. Subaru. Why? Beatrice. It's a matter of course, I suppose. Subaru is always working too hard, in fact. Subaru. No, wait. Please wait. Everything's somehow working out when I'm at this level, that's... Subaru. That's not possible. I am... Shaking his head left and right in refusal, no matter how many times he tried, the result remained unchanged. Even though he possessed no pain, no anguish, no fatigue, his will did not get conveyed to his limbs. And whilst he remained occupied with that, Beatrice ultimately took a single step in the direction of the staircase. Beatrice. Subaru, Betty and the rest will cover whatever remains lacking, I suppose. That is why you don't have to think of doing anything and everything all alone. In fact, after all, Subaru. Beatrice, after all, that is Natsuki Subaru, I suppose. Leaving behind a smile for Subaru, who widened his eyes in astonishment, Beatrice dashed, as if equaling her energy. Echidna and Meili also turned their backs towards Subaru. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, I have expectations from you, that you still might be able to give one last push. Meili. I think it's fine if you rest, but it was Ennui-san who said some pretty grand stuff to me, so work hard on that a bit more. Saying all they had to say, the figures of the three disappeared from the library, leaving Subaru behind, whom they had all spoken to. If they were to take the staircase from the third layer, the three will encounter Julius, who must be making his way back around this timing. Or perhaps at this rate, Julius would not come and drag Subaru out. He had embraced that expectation as well. Subaru? No way he'd come, if Beatrice says all that. He respected that. Much less, the Subaru after returning from the Book of the Dead had been seen by the two of Echidna and Meili. There was no way their kind selves would not relay that. However, that solicitude came at the cost of life, even though he did not want to see someone among his comrades die before him. Subaru. All because I'm so weak. Because I'm losing my spirit at just this level. Why? Had it been the true Natsuki Subaru, He must not have halted his feet by just this. His rage towards his own worthless self gave rise to warmth in Subaru's chest. However, alongside that, a separate feeling was also gushing forth. That was the words Beatrice had left behind. From the very beginning, Subaru has never been some Superman capable of doing everything, in fact. It can be said countless times, I suppose. Subaru is no such Superman who can do anything, in fact. Always frantic about what lies in front. Gets hurt for everyone's sake. Even enduring pain is not something he is good at. He is a normal boy, I suppose. What Beatrice had recited, the image of the Natsuki Subaru, not present here. Despite hearing that, Subaru was unable to believe that. It was difficult to believe in. After all, in accordance with that, that would truly mean he was just a normal human, isn't it? Subaru. Something must have happened. That must have changed you, isn't it, Natsuki Subaru? Something, like an extravagant meeting with someone. Something, like attaining an unbelievable power. Something, like experiencing something his current self couldn't even imagine. Because something must have happened, which had allowed him to grow out of being the hopeless Natsuki Subaru. That Natsuki Subaru must have won the faith of everyone in his life in a different world. Subaru. It has to be like that. Without change, beating his legs, Subaru rolled up the sleeves of his clothes. Over there, a sarcoma with its origins not within Subaru's memories had engraved a pattern, personally experiencing as if taking responsibility for that seeming curse over his body. Its root perhaps still remained without changing. That was not possible. That is why Natsuki Subaru was... Natsuki Subaru, I summon you. Suddenly, what he had mouthed was the genesis of the suspicion he harbored for this world's Natsuki Subaru. The message for the existence absent here who had, upon times, engraved upon his arm. Upon times, composed as if it were a curse, and inscribed it on the room, seemingly finding it to be as if hexing someone who had stolen away the role which originally belonged to himself. Subaru. If you really are within me, then come out now. Gripping his arms powerfully, with strength such that his bones would grate. Subaru called for Natsuki Subaru, who was within. No, who was not present here. The existence who could achieve ideals which Subaru, who was present here, could never attain. He asked Natsuki Subaru to come out, if he was here. Subaru. Come, show yourself. Natsuki Subaru. His arms had been lacking, so he latched to his neck with his hands. Of course, the deed of strangling oneself with his own hands, neither was it easy, nor could it be properly done. In the first place, something as convenient as Natsuki Subaru showing his face when his life was in a predicament would never occur. Had that been the trigger, Subaru would have drawn him close 20 times now. Just how many times Natsuki Subaru would have shown his face through that? Subaru. Shit. I can't do it. You're needed for this, Natsuki Subaru. Seizing the grasp on his trembling knees, Subaru powerfully struck the floor with his fist. Though his fist pained upon striking the floor of the library of unknown material properties, it could not possibly equal the sense of hopelessness tormenting his chest. He wanted to save them. He truly wanted to save everyone. Nobody was in the wrong. Nobody would mutually hurt each other. He knew that. He could believe, without any wavering, that he could save. That he could love everything. Even though he wanted to save his beloved everyone, he did not possess the power to save them. Subaru. Precisely now is when you are needed, isn't it? And yet, why is it me? My weak, cowardly self cannot save. And yet, even now, his legs could not move. Due to that, he ended up making Beatrice, Echidna, Miley, those who had not been here, Amelia, Ram, Julius, Shala, face their point of death. Because Subaru had not been able to do anything, they who had been destined to die could not be saved. Subaru, Corleones. Whispering weakly, Subaru activated his own authority, in order to be wounded. The power of the little king that dwelled within him immediately reported the positions of his comrades within the tower. On top of that, the reality of them heading to face their own end. of the tower heading to its demise. Distant, having unrolled a violent battle, that light was Emilia. This time, Ram, who was supposed to stay by her side, her light was slightly distanced away. Two separate lights, Patrash and Rem. She was accompanying them. In the balcony, Shala was struggling fiercely, and perhaps Meili had joined together there with her. Julius and Echidna seemed to be moving together, and Beatrice, acting independently, was heading towards Emilia, and the others is what he comprehended. The flow was precisely as Beatrice's instructions and Subaru's knowledge of the situation. At the same pace, the current circumstance headed towards failure as well. Subaru, with his mind directed by such negative thoughts, Subaru picked up a curious sense of discomfort. As he turned his head towards his hind, Subaru took an extensive look of the enormous library, filled with countless books of the dead, Taygeta. It was an odd sensation. Unmistakably, it was a sensation he was feeling for the first time. After all, ever since he grew conscious of his authority of Corleonis, he had been activating it at this spot after returning by death. Each time after that, Subaru headed for his comrades below, changing the cards he played repeatedly, running about for the sake of changing the situation, ultimately using and exhausting his own life. That is why activating the authority in Taygeta was a matter of course for him. However, after what Beatrice told him, stopping his feet here, a single step distant from the core and getting to overlook the situations within the tower, might have been the origin of this. Thanks to that, what could this have been? Subaru. This, response is. Faintly, he could feel it, so dim that it felt as if it was about to disappear. It was distant from his comrades within the tower, however. When compared to being felt with certainty, it was a fleeting, frail sensation. But a sensation that was certainly present there. Pushing himself and having his trembling legs move, Subaru advanced tardily like a caterpillar. After that, he quickly had his body lean onto the bookshelf and elevated his upper body with all his might. Somehow leaning his body weight on the bookshelf, he stood up. And he stretched his hand out to the frail light about to disappear, and grasped it. That grasped light. A single book of the dead. Drawing that out, he gulped down a single inhale. A single book with just the title upon its black binding. A book terribly dull and stale. However, it possessed profound meaning for Subaru. Because Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. There present was the Book of the Dead not supposed to be there. Chapter 73, Natsuki Subaru. With the Book of the Dead which had Natsuki Subaru inscribed on it in his hands, he stood still. Subaru, widening his dark eyes in astonishment. Subaru felt his throat rapidly turning parched. Modest expressions such as astonishing or stupefying would be far too lacking. What had struck Subaru at that moment was something much more serious. Something as if numbing harm. A lethal toxic which would wield effect only when used on Subaru, and nobody else. The Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was piercing through Subaru whilst commanding such powerful connotation. Subaru. Ooh-yee. So the Book of the Dead not supposed to be here was present here. What was supposed to be present in the third layer of Pleiades' watchtower? Taygeta were the books of the dead recording the lives of the departed. Having the book of a living being was contradictory. Or, perhaps, could this mean he simply, by chance, had found the book of a human with the same name and surname, Subaru? That would have actually been convincing, had this not been a different world. The possibility that rose to the surface in his mind was instantly repudiated. Though it was a matter of course, this place was a different world. In this place, where even the rules of naming would be vastly different from what Subaru was aware of. Why would a name like Natsuki Subaru take birth here? Even before that, there lay a decisive issue. The title of that book of Natsuki Subaru had been written in kanji. Subaru. From what all Subaru had witnessed till now, even letters were disparate in this different world. That is why, even if someone else, aside from Subaru, who did not know of the world's letters were to see it, they would probably perceive this title as if being hieroglyphic characters, or something of that sort. If that were to be considered, the unbelievable chances of Subaru finding the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru here through sheer luck were. Subaru, It's predetermined and established whom this belongs to. He could only think of that being true. Subaru. Once again, with the Book of the Dead in his hands, Subaru silenced himself and pondered. The reason why Subaru happened upon this Book of the Dead was because he had depended upon the dim response he had spied out through Corleonis. This had not been the first or second time he had searched for a book in the library. Though Subaru was mindful of it, discovering the book being aimed for in this enormous archive was a deed next to impossible to achieve. Perhaps the kind unattainable unless God's invisible hand was being put to work. Subaru. Or perhaps not God, but someone's. Subaru convicted, as if having anticipated that. The rest lay in the authenticity of this Book of the Dead, whether what was depicted here was truly the life of Natsuki Subaru or not. If it was depicted indeed, then what sort of a trick was behind it? As the solemn truth, Subaru was here, alive. If the Book of the Dead of this Subaru was truly here, then... Subaru. Am I being treated as deceased? Ever since I lost my memories. The Books of the Dead of Tegeta, that hall of memories, is even observing the worlds I die in? If that were the case, then in no way is it inconceivable that it was depicting Subaru's deaths in some type of form through the Book of the Dead. However, in that case, what did that make of return by death? Subaru. Whether it rewinds time, or does it rebuild the world itself? I had given a thought to both, but for the argument's sake, in the case that the Books of the Dead assumed a method to generate the Book of Natsuki Subaru, it could not be helped but to reach the conviction that the latter had much more likelihood. If that holds true, then the phenomenon which encased this Natsuki Subaru was not something as charming as return by death, but Subaru. Am I an idiot? No, I am an idiot. Damn coward. Sensing his contemplation disarray into a slant, Subaru abused himself. Why his thoughts had gone astray, he understood the reason for that by immediately noticing his own cowardice. He was merely frightened of the Book of the Dead. What would happen when he would read the book of Natsuki Subaru? He was frightened of that happening whose course was completely unfathomable. That is why, pursuing the hypothesis lacking all foundation, he was trying to delay it and keep delaying it, of opening up the first page of the book within his hands. Subaru. Though it was not a hypothesis which came into being merely 5 minutes ago or anything, the fact that the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru was present here was strange, but for Subaru, it was also salvation. Subaru also considered the evidence that it had not popped up and appeared at just this instant. However, along with that, it also held the meaning that a Natsuki Subaru other than himself had certainly existed and had walked his own path in this different world, and also that Subaru was trampling upon those footsteps from above, laying waste to them and painting them out. That is why all that was left was to gain confirmation. Subaru. First of all, as the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru, where does this thing start from, and where does it end at? At Meili's instance, precisely from her infancy onwards. Ever since she gained awareness of, ever since her memories had been established as memories. Even her half-death was able to be followed up to. However, how would things unfold in Subaru's case? Having read the Book of the Dead, it originated with sprouting as self-consciousness identical to that of Meili, facing growth over time, and finally, where it all came to an end. If Natsuki Subaru is being counted as deceased instead of the present Natsuki Subaru who lost his memories, to follow up to Natsuki Subaru's memories till the moment immediately preceding the loss of memories would be natural, or perhaps not. Instead, perhaps it would follow up to the memories of the present Subaru, who had lost his memories and awakened inside the tower. In that scenario, which death would it choose for the end? Otherwise, as Reed's Book of the Dead, what would merely be present would be a wreckage of memories turned void. Just as the memories of Reed, which had been recorded in the Book of the Dead, had disappeared from within the book in order to reconstruct him as the trial taker of this tower, the memories of Natsuki Subaru had also possibly disappeared. That is why what would be visible after opening this book would not be the memories of Natsuki Subaru, but Subaru. In the end, what do you want to do, cowardly bastard? Does he desire to see it? does he desire not to see it? Disdaining his own self, who had been unable to easily respond to that, reprimanding the fearfully curled up, he exhaled. After coming this far, it was inconceivable to opt for not seeing it. Even if it had risen to the surface as an option, he could not even envisage the lunacy of choosing it. That is why. And then, Subaru. Kakai. Taking a powerful breath in, he opened up the Book of the Dead, and the journey of Natsuki Subaru, of an unknown origin and an unknown termination. This is seriously bad. Tasting a solid sensation on his face, his brain was being scorched by the flaming heat in his abdomen, violent fever which restricted even his breathing. His head felt hot as if magma had been poured into his blood vessels, yet his limbs turned colder and heavier, the inconsistent sensations jolting his existence down to the very soul itself. His thoughts screamed about what had occurred. His thoughts screamed that he must do something. With those flowing in and intertwining, he gave rise to a screech. However, his consciousness, which was screaming he must do something, proved to be futile. The moment he moved his hands in an attempt to break out of the deadlock, and touched his guts, which were the origin of the scorching heat, his palm was drenched wet with thick blood, and he understood that further blood also had the floor drenched. Ah, is all of this my blood? Though he was unaware of the amount of blood that had flowed on and inundated the floor, the bleeding had not been of the level of blood donation and so forth. The source of his life streaming out did not put a halt to the fragile lamp of life. In short, his flesh body had already commenced the countdown to death. Even still, the reason why had not died yet was because for this life of his, which was heading towards its death, there yet remained a mission to fulfill. He had to raise his voice. He must raise his voice. Watch out, it's dangerous. Don't come here. Run. 1. Without turning back even once. Run at full speed. And he must inform about the hazard. He must convey it to her. Inform her about danger, so that she does not enter this place. And yet, he was unable to raise his voice. What spilled out instead was the nauseating warm blood clot. With his throat clogged by that, he was rendered incapable of bringing out even a single uncouth word. Violently coughing, the scorching heat in his abdomen expanded. Ache and agony, misery and disorder, and Baru? The tone of the silver bell's voice eventually took a step into the space it must not enter. He had to stop that, no matter what. And yet, he did not make it, though he had to do that even if it meant selling his life away for it, just because his guts had gotten lacerated. Ish-ka! A scream echoed. Someone collapsed down onto the floor along with a violent report. The hand of that fallen someone, overlapping with hand of his fallen self, was an offensive prank on part of the far too ironic fate. In all ways, the wickedness of the one known as fate was far too onerous to describe with words. Those weakly trembling fingers softly grasped that overlapping hand, grasping back that sensation of fingers, as if they were clinging and relying upon. Subaru deeply, deeply, along with that clump of blood, inhaled. The overflowing clot of blood, the seeping and streaming away life. He could not stop that outward flow of blood. No longer could he do anything. This situation had reached its absolute limits, all due to a single powerless, incompetent man. Everything was going to start afresh. That is why his vow died with this blood, wielded no significance. Even though he knew nothing could be done, his idiocy yet commanded him to vow, even though he knew it was over, even though he knew it will be over. As if those were not coming to an end, disgracefully, he vowed, I will, for sure, save you. At the next instant Natsuki Subaru, lost his life. The moment the connection was severed, Subaru sensed firm pain at the back of his head. Subaru, HK. The impact reverberating in his skull, he hallucinated as if he had been suddenly struck from behind, but he immediately understood that he was mistaken. Because Subaru's body had collapsed right behind, and he could feel the entirety of his back make contact with the chilling floor. Subaru. This place is icy and dim. Not in the soiled building, but he was in the library of Tegeta, slowly pouring energy back into his body, turning about his dumbfounded head. Subaru turned his neck around, and then touched his own guts with great perplexity. They're supposed to be present, was the wound which would diminish his life. However, Subaru, not there, not there, not there, not there. The wound is not there. The slash in the guts is not there. HAK. Touching his guts countless times, he confirmed the disappearance of the origin of scorching heat. Within the spectacle he had witnessed immediately previously, that utmost vivid sensation was vanishing. He had heard that the brain hallucinates ache far too scorchingly hot as a fever, a phenomenon identical to what had occurred. In other words, Subaru. A memory of having the guts be slashed open and dying. The end of having the guts cut open by a sharp-edged tool, drowning in the foam of blood and powerlessness, and dying. Finally, if he himself had alone been the one to die by that, it was still excusable. However, that was not how it had been. Subaru. Satella. What he whispered, at the very end of the end. The girl he had been unable to save, her name. Her alias. Within that memory, the silver-haired young girl he recognized had fabricated her name and come in contact with Subaru. What had been the reason behind that? Though it was evident no evil intent was the reason for it. Subaru. Still, dying such an uncouth way. Putting his hand on his forehead, Subaru ruminated about what had occurred to his own body. Summoned to the different world, wandering aimlessly in the town with foolish positivity, picking up a quarrel with delinquents and almost dying, saved by Satella from that, and assisting her in her search for what she was looking for. Subaru, completely useless. At the final moment, without even conveying the crisis he was supposed to convey, he ended up having her get involved as well. Not just dying wastefully. The word vain in the expression dying in vain could not even make for an excuse. The life of Natsuki Subaru. Natsuki Subaru could never compensate for it. Subaru. But it was not as if he had gained absolutely nothing from it. Subaru. This was the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru. That alone was the certain, absolute, unquestionable truth. Subaru. Hopeless, foolish, weak, irredeemable Natsuki Subaru. He continued to enlarge his absurd self-consciousness, overlapping with that, averted his eyes away from his lack of filial piety, and finally, using being summoned into the different world as a convenient means of escaping, and by exhibiting pessimistic positivity, he became a swindler trying to deceive himself, those around him, anything and everything. The result of that idiocy had tied together with the tragedy in that loot storehouse. What a pretentious, naive, and foolish failure had it been. How come? Could he stay defenseless at that hazardous place? What gave your idiotic self such baseless confidence? Like that, it would not be odd to get killed overseas, let alone in a different world. That lack of vigilance was to blame. The result of it all must be that. It had been so unsightly, such that he would have wanted to kill himself had he survived. Subaru. That hopeless, idiotic bastard, but evidently it had been fatal foolishness, but it was fortuitous to have it affirmed. Putting a check on his rage, enduring it, he scrutinized that truth closely. The Book of the Dead was certainly functioning. That book had recorded the death of Natsuki Subaru, and it thrust a great number of truths, which were a matter of course for Natsuki Subaru, at Natsuki Subaru, for whom there was no way to know them. To name it specifically, it was the sequence of events of obtaining return by death. As per convention, an existence who was God, or wielded similar strength, normally in a transcendental state of being, summoned Subaru to the different world. However, for that Natsuki Subaru, if he were to not have the memories of being summoned by such a transcendental being, There would be no occasion where he would get to know whom he got the power granted to him from, and how he grew conscious of that power. That was something Subaru could affirm, who had seen the end of that Natsuki Subaru for himself. At the very end of the end, though he had been blabbering things without knowing when to give up, at that moment, Natsuki Subaru was supposed to not have any confirmation that he would overcome death and rewind time. At the very least, he himself had been like that. Thinking that far, he abruptly noticed that he and Natsuki Subaru had not been objected well visually. The reason for that, evident. Subaru. It's diving more deeply in than on Meili's instance. When he had read Meili's Book of the Dead and personally experienced her life, he had tasted the sensation of having his mind undergo influence quite severely as well. Halfway melting together with her personality, Meili appeared within his mind as a symptom of hallucination, such that she said all what she wanted to say, and was toying around with Subaru. Above all, that had ultimately been a Meili fabricated by Subaru's consciousness, utterly unrelated to the real Meili, an illusion brought forth by chaos. He was aware of that. Subaru. However, this instance's Book of the Dead demarcated a line between itself and Meili's experience. All things said and done, in the chaos immediately after reading Meili's book, still present were clues to differentiate between himself and her. The difference in gender, the difference in age, the difference in values. There were plenty. Detaching himself from her through those clues, even if slightly, it was a possibility to withdraw the comprehension that she was an entirely different existence. However, that was not how it was this time. None other than he himself was the party concerned. His self who was not himself, a situation which normally would not manifest. It laid expectation upon Natsuki Subaru, and pushed him into his fight with himself. His fight with himself. Judging by mere words, those were not words too cliché, but they were words which evidently and straightforwardly denoted the situation which Subaru had currently been placed in. The truth is, he possessed a negative outlook. Overlapping with his self rather meant an act of painting his self out. The water washed by the dark paint called Natsuki Subaru dyed him as if with a paintbrush that had been dipped in that. Subaru. Emilia. 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 At the sensation of feeling himself be painted out, Subaru called Emilia's name, as if it were some magic. The reason why he chanted Emilia, that reason was evident. The Natsuki Subaru inside the Book of the Dead did not recognize her as Emilia. Trusting the alias he had been told, he saw through his duties as a buffoon till the very end of the end. That was the difference between the present Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. With the roots of his teeth quivering, fearing the sensation of his self being whittled, Subaru looked at his feet, the single book he had dropped thoughtlessly, that had fallen there. Subaru. He continued to observe such that Natsuki Subaru would have died. If considered now, mysteriously enough, the Book of the Dead commenced from the moment he arrived into the different world, from when he had shouted out the change of worlds with a foolishly bare expression, even though for Meili's instance, it had properly commenced since she gained the awareness of... No. For now, all that was of no significance. The problem was the continuation to that Book of the Dead. Subaru. You must be thinking the same. Natsuki Subaru. Thanks to the Book of the Dead, he was able to witness what was, perhaps, the death of Natsuki Subaru, when he was first summoned into the different world for himself. However, that was merely the beginning. That Natsuki Subaru must have also utilized the power of return by death. Otherwise, that may have been a power which had manifested not in the form of return by death, but something further different. No, that was the natural state of affairs. Rewinding time at will, that was much more convincing. For Natsuki Subaru, who was met by Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Meili, Shala, Petrasha, Jan, and was expected to play an active role. Something like that was much more suitable. In that case, Subaru. That must be there ahead of this. Natsuki Subaru. who seemed to be no different from Natsuki Sobaru. However, there present was something decisive which caused that Natsuki Subaru to be Natsuki Sobaru. Seeking that, Subaru, at once, held the book in his hands, and, closing his eyes, took deep breaths. Subaru. With the book in his hands, Subaru counted the beating of his chest, and while calming his down, he slowly commenced walking. A slow gait, however, straightforward, lacking all faltering. Before long, where Subaru had reached was in front of the bookshelf, and as he stretched his hand out, Subaru, second book, the single book following Natsuki Subaru, made a weak assertion of itself through Corleones. The progress Natsuki Subaru made was unsightly, haphazard, irredeemable, completely useless. A novice, as per appearance, with crude movements, neither with any divine protections nor with any skills, imagined that there would at least be some instinct or intelligence, but not even that. Just, why must you challenge? Tormented by the self-indulging mighty enemy, he was minced without being able to even launch a proper counterattack, and in the environs of his wounded self was a blood-stained old man and a golden-haired girl, collapsed. Neither of them could be saved. He could not even move. Slowly, 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 agonize. Before long, with his guts sliced, with his eyes sliced, within the world where he lost his eyesight, with a time limit running against his life, he lived the time until his death nestling close with dismay, until the very end of the end, all whilst fearing, shivering, dreading, disgracefully. Hey, did you get stabbed? It can't be helped, you know. Try running outside. It's more than just difficult. This won't do. If the insides of the guts get wounded, then it's death for sure. The clothes are all a mess, too. Fallen with the opponent overhead of him, did he truly intend to make such heedless dialogue? He must use his brain for such worthless thoughts. Otherwise he would be rendered unable to comprehend the shocking pain piercing through his back. A technique to escape pain, or a method to protect himself. To have possession of them would have astonished him to the bottom of his warriors. He was unable to save himself from the truly futile, vain death. Calling the girl Satella while she was not Satella, having to hear harsh words from her due to that, unable to sense the strikingly obvious situation, killed by the opponent whom he already had tasted before abandoning thought, a suitable end. Why, from the beginning to the end, could he not live without regretting, even for a second, even for a minute? Enough. This world was going to end. He knew it, because from the very beginning, he knew and could see death, and henceforth came here. That is why, if there was not something decisive present, it was the end of this world. As it is the end, as it is the end. Go to the next one. Go to the next, 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 to the next. Otherwise, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and it hurts, and it's painful, and it's unbearably hurtful, but something must be carried on to the next. The demise that was brought to him whilst he was asleep, contrary to a swift and easy end, was accompanied with mercilessness, as if chilling venom was poured into his blood vessels. The arrival of the death, whereby he couldn't even comprehend he had died, compared to the deaths till now in which he was unable to detach pain and suffering from himself, was perhaps the easiest one, is what he believed. However, in no way was that true. Why did he die? First of all, did he really die? Within humans fearful of death, the wish to die as if sleeping is substantially present. But if Subaru, who had experienced that, were to be asked, then he would respond that it was not worth wishing for. In death, there lies the meaning of death. In the demise, denouement of life, something which is learnt from it must be attached to the end. Within chaos and despair, fright and yearning, Subaru sought the subsequent book of the dead. He must unravel what had occurred. He must unravel what had killed his self. Mysteries invited further mysteries, as incomprehensible and irrational deaths followed him, overlapping ends, continual tragedies. Though he had refused dying as if sleeping, dying as if being shattered, as if being gouged out, were indeed not pleasant either. From next to next, his life was aimed for, robbed, shattered, and finally, betrayed. Why was no longer the question for that. Why must he have to save the blue-haired girl who had killed his self? Why did his self become so frantic in order to save her? Why did she give such a powerful push to Subaru's back, who was crushed and knelt down? Why did he gain strength by her words and resolve to move forward? Ahead of betrayal, he earnestly yearned for the desire which had actually not been betrayed, for the world which affirmed that it was correct. Natsuki Subaru offered his life as indemnification for the sake of the fruitless, sorrowful misunderstanding of saving someone, and prized it open through sheer strength. Meeting Amelia, meeting Puck, meeting Felt, meeting Grandpa Rom, meeting Reinhardt, meeting Elsa, meeting Beatrice, meeting Ram, meeting Rem, meeting Roswell, meeting Petra, meeting the residents of Earlham Village. No matter what, he will thrust. Refusal at any muddy stream that may advance upon them is what he believed. Subaru. Ugh. Putting a check on his lips, facing assailing death once again, Subaru knelt down in the library of Taygeta. Without supporting his body, he collapsed onto the bare ground as if falling. Subaru. Ha. His breath was rough. What drenched the entirety of his body was abundant cold sweat. Whether it was hot, whether it was cold, whether it was bitter, whether it was sweet, whether it was agonizing, whether it was pleasant, his feelings were blended into a heterogeneous mixture of likes and dislikes, black and white, and he was unable to comprehend the correct answer. It felt as if he was being struck from all angles and directions ceaselessly, from next to next. Subaru. With this, 8 books. Discovering the books of the dead of Natsuki Subaru, and ever since he commenced reading them, he was merely piling up the number of books. To say the number of books was something odd in itself as well. Not that the numbering kept on ascending. Originally, to have the next book of the same series for a book present in this library was not how it was supposed to be. Yet, the books of Natsuki Subaru kept on piling up the number of books readily, and continued, adding to the mystery the structure of not being able to find the next book of Natsuki Subaru unless the first book of Natsuki Subaru was read. It all commenced orderly. Without skipping a single death for the purpose of an interval, he followed the footsteps of Natsuki Subaru, and, whilst following the footsteps, he thought about how tactlessly frank, incorrigible, immature Natsuki Subaru was. Particularly the last book, observing the fate of the 8th book of the dead. It was impossible to not feel that way. Immediately after the announcement of the royal election, fracturing his relationship with Amelia, ultimately, merely hurting her simply because he could, without any apology or retrospection, dying within the chaos was Natsuki Subaru. His self who was reading the books, sunk with his consciousness, equivalent with the subjectivity of the Book of the Dead. Merely the people concerned were supposed to particularly experience that effect, but it was still difficult to tolerate. His self, who thought why did he not understand, was present. On the other hand was his self, who thought why did he lament by not understanding through that, as well. Subaru. Don't be trapped in the past. It was a tragedy he had witnessed with these eyes an instant ago. That is why his body ached as if being torn off. However, that was the past. At maximum, a happening that had occurred in the past, even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Natsuki Subaru, who faced death at that instant. Even if it was a happening right in front of the eyes for Subaru, who was in agreement with Natsuki Subaru, who faced that instant. That was the past, persisting by turning into a wound difficult to forget. It was the past. That is why at the present instant, take a breather and escape the impact. Forget it. That someone killed Emilia. That someone committed that terrible spectacle in the village. If not, then would get shattered. What would he do should Subaru's shatter here, rendered unable to stand up? How would someone do something? Natsuki Subaru was not present here. That is why there was no other choice but for Subaru to somehow manage through. Subaru. Not yet has it been found. Subaru. There was supposed to be something decisive existing, bestowed only upon Natsuki Subaru. It would be the key to precisely distinguish between Natsuki Subaru and Natsuki Subaru. At the very least, until that key was procured, this voyage of going through books of the dead shall not terminate. The decisive key, which made Natsuki Subaru grow wings and attain flight as Natsuki Subaru. The key which changed him into the savior who could catch Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, Echidna, Julius, Miley, Shala, Patricia, John, from falling. At the current instant, there were no signs of it. Natsuki Subaru could not possibly possess the mettle, the magnanimity, to be a savior or a hero, to be able to fulfill the immense duty of saving someone. What he possessed was merely standing out stubbornness, and the good fortune of being blessed by the people around him. However, that was not all. It was not that formless something. He possessed the omnipotent key, something which was further apparent, evident, which could be recognized at a single glance, which convinced everyone that he had the ability because he possessed that. He possessed it. That is why, seeking that Subaru, number 9, once again he tackled the samsara of death, whirling with mayhem and chaos, betrayal and despair. His wish, Natsuki Subaru, to turn into you as fast as possible. Before I am no longer able to bear with your footsteps, your wounds, death, in my deaths, were accumulated relentlessly. Ends were relentlessly accumulated. Each time he felt ache, each time he was in agony, each time he lost something, each time he was robbed of something, he heard the sound of cracking, crying and screaming why and how, gritting his molars thinking it ends here, standing up whilst vomiting blood, sheathed in wounds. He advanced. The struggle of an uncouth man risking his life was present there, not once but twice, not twice but thrice, not thrice but 4 times, and so forth, getting cornered by situations and expiring, yet he held his ground in order to smash through the lock of turmoil. That was amazing, plenty amazing, truly worthy of respect. To not give up, that was something quite amazing. Even after experiencing so much, gritting teeth so much, to fight to the bitter end was amazing, truly admirable, improved opinions. But that was not it. That was not it. That was not it. That was not it. That was not it indeed. Subaru. Something was... Something was supposed to have happened, isn't it? Something must have happened. Otherwise, it would not make sense. Otherwise, things would not hold true. Something happened which made the impotent, irremediable Natsuki Subaru develop wings, attain flight, and turn into Natsuki Subaru, who could save everyone, someone, Amelia and the others. That was how it was supposed to be. That was why he was searching for it. Dying, losing sanity, with bloodshot eyes. Upon each instance of reading the books of the dead, personally experiencing the impact, terror, and the agony of death which Natsuki Subaru had to taste by trifling with the altering situations, he grew further desperate and pursued his search. Yet he was unable to find a single clue. Subaru. He struck his head onto the floor. It was all right when he was in the midst of witnessing it. However, the instant he returned, his was fomented with disgrace. Subaru. Dad. Mom. EHK. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who exchanged words with his father and mother and apologized to the two of them. There had been Natsuki Subaru, who was thrown into the different world, and for the sake of residing in this place, bid farewell to those two. Even after carelessly forgetting what all his self had committed, knowingly of the fact that his parents would be saddened, conveying words of love for self-satisfaction. Subaru. Boo. Yeah. He vomited, his tears overflowing. What was hurtful, what was excruciating, was that he was painfully aware of the feelings of Natsuki Subaru, and the fact that Subaru also got to know that his parents forgave it. Please don't forgive. Please curse. He wished his parents would speak ill of him, call him out for lacking filial piety. However, they did not act that way. Neither his father nor his mother, be as per Subaru's wishes. In order to console himself, he wished his parents to call him a petty human or things similar. He was unable to achieve that. Subaru's father, Kenichi. Subaru's mother, Naoko. They were the greatest couple of parents. There had been his self, who was happy for that. There had been his self, who approved of the judgment Natsuki Subaru took, despite lacking all rights to be saved. There had been his self, who was going to be saved, making his unsightly. Was this the source for it? With this being the reason, did he turn into Natsuki Subaru? Subaru. No. No, that's not it. Not something like this. Scratching his head violently, striking his aching eyebrows with his fist, Subaru disparaged his own self. What Subaru sought was not spiritual salvation. What he sought was a key, a power further evident, which was established in terms of proper efficacy, the power which Subaru was ignorant of, which only Natsuki Subaru was cognizant of. Just as Subaru had succeeded in the manifestation of Corleonis, the special something which only Natsuki Subaru had awakened. That was Subaru. The key to change this situation, I have to believe it is, or the laceration of his guts, which had been the very last cause of his death from the present moment. Touching the wound he was supposed to have from that, Subaru whispered. His memories started to overlap with what he had witnessed in Miley's Book of the Dead, the assault on the mansion, Miley's both beloved and troublesome elder sister, Elsa's attack. A natural enemy for Natsuki Subaru. However, that was all about a world where everything came to an end. That was all about a world which Natsuki Subaru already surmounted. What was crucial was not sympathizing with Natsuki Subaru, but unveiling and obtaining the deception only he was supposed to possess, which only he was using. For that, only for that, read the books of the dead. Because only for that, Natsuki Subaru had been dying and redoing his actions. Subaru, please tell me, Natsuki Subaru, how are you special? How can only you stay being special? There must be something, right, Subaru? Something must have changed you. Something must have rid you of your uselessness and turned you into someone else. Subaru, please change my weak, pathetic, petty self who can't be useful for shit. I'm fed up now. I can't see everyone suffering, not anymore. Subaru. Something. Is there, right? If something isn't there, then it doesn't make sense. Something happened. That's why you are different from me. It has to be that way. It has to be that way, or he will be rendered incapable of doing anything. But to simply that way, or he will be rendered incapable of doing anything. But to simply watch. Subaru, you were the same as me, weak, petty, completely powerless, kneeling down time and time again, and on each instance having someone give a push to his back, as he wanted to recompense everyone who acted courteously towards him, as they wanted his. Had acted kindly towards him, he wanted to pay them back. Subaru, please, Natsuki Subaru, I request you. Please, just stop. It would have had been much, much better had he been a superhuman. He wished for him to be an existence completely dissimilar to his self, one who had transcended above weakness with both his and body. That is why he wished to be convinced by him that he had done what his self could never achieve. And yet, drawing books out as if plucking berries, having his head struck by continually stockpiling death, all whilst having shatter upon each instance of that, eagerly, earnestly, as if sipping mud, he ate into his life. But still, until the very end of the end, he did not cast aside the possibility he clung onto. Subaru. He opened up the book he had in his grasp. With the preparedness of his brain tissues being churned, his being violated, his soul being humiliated, he opened it up. After all, it was far more painful to have the very last hope severed, rather than feeling ache or anguish. Subaru. You get it right, Natsuki Subaru. As if seemingly seeking consent, he called out to the person concerned who was not in presence here. The tone of that voice felt as if it had sustained a terrible loss of ambition. It could not be helped. After all, The person concerned was not someone to be enthusiastic about. He was not that great of a man. Whilst wishing for that to not happen, his fingers as if pulling a rope, he started to draw the Book of the Dead out. And what will follow will certainly be the finishing blow, harboring such feelings. Yeah, I get it. Subaru. A white world. Upon noticing, Subaru was not in the library, nor a shapeless existence overlapping with memories, but had been sent a place which he recognized, which was not here. There. I get it. Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. After all, because you are me, you know. Standing still within the white world, Sanpaku eyes he was well acquainted with, had been awaiting Subaru. Chapter 74. Natsuki Subaru, short, black hair, legs with the same length as his upper body, Sanpaku eyes enough to kill someone. Those almost unpleasantly familiar features, no matter which one was to be chosen, were overlooking Natsuki Subaru whilst sitting on the white, bare ground. Subaru, astounded, fixedly, he gazed a deep stare into the opposing person's face. No matter which angle he looked at it from, it was a face he was acquainted with. No, it looked slightly different. That was perhaps because it was, in a true sense, not the form he was accustomed to seeing. That which he had grown accustomed to looking at ordinarily, on overwhelmingly multiple occasions, was something reflected upon mirrors, or the surface of water. Strictly speaking, the human face was not perfectly symmetrical on both halves. That alone shaped a sensitive disparity. That is why. Ah, is that so? It's not a mirror's reflection, so it feels a bit awkward, huh? In that sense, this is probably closer to imaging it as facing a photograph or a video recording, isn't it? Subaru. Could it be you thought of the same thing? When he slightly tightened his cheeks upon the single voice seemingly having read his mind, the opposing person precisely guessed those feelings as well. Though was flustered by even that, any response he could possibly give could neither serve as poison nor medicine. In the first place, what was essential for Subaru was not something on the likes of quick exchange of remarks. Far greater, precisely that. The problem which seemingly jolted away everything was, once again then, hey, sibling, Subaru. No, sibling feels slightly faulty for an expression. More accurately this'd be, hey, another me. Raising a single hand, the personage greeted with a relaxed tone. No, he was not a person so unduly distant. He was an existence such that even calling him someone close would be a half-hearted expression. After all, because the one present there was unmistakably was, with the same face as Natsuki Subaru, none other than Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. You know, doesn't that have a strange ring to it? On top of that, calling yourself using the full name. Though, I don't know using what else would be correct. Though it's a situation often there in manga and stuff, it's pretty troublesome in reality. Subaru. Natsuki Subaru. Discerning rage for Subaru, who piled up remarks as if talking about good weather. Subaru stood right up at that spot, and as he tried to grasp the opponent's collars, his legs tangled instantly. With no strength driven into his knees, his stance crumbled. Subaru. Whoops, watch out. Subaru. Ick, don't touch me. Subaru, who was in front, caught his body which was pitching forward and falling. The moment he came in contact with those arms, Subaru experienced unbearable repugnance and shook off the opponent's arms. At the same pace, taking steps and distancing himself away from Subaru, he continued glaring at the opponent. Subaru. Why are you here? First of all, where is this place? With Subaru within his field of vision, Subaru signaled the surrounding white world with his hands. White space, a place with nothing, that was just as the cradle of O.D. Lagna, where he had confronted that sin archbishop of gluttony, Louis Arnab. Subaru. Shit. It was a total mess inside of his mind. In accordance with the real time that flowed within the tower, his meeting with Louis was not something which happened even a few hours ago. However, for Subaru, who had stockpiled multiple attempts pertaining to the 5 obstacles, it felt like an incident in the faraway, distant past. Furthermore, Subaru had personally experienced the life and death of Natsuki Subaru more than 20 times through the books of the dead. Even if the contents of the books of the dead were something which felt short, running through life and death in less than 5 minutes, there had also been more than a year's time where nothing had occurred. He had tasted those successively, indulgently. Neither were there any guarantees regarding his recognition not getting disordered. The passage of time was vague. On top of that, he had much awaited this meeting with the unanticipated opponent. Subaru widened his eyes and waved his arms about violently. Subaru, why are you in this place? Subaru, it is the proof of you having caught up to me. Subaru, you read the Book of the Dead and caught up to me. Everything you were not aware of, you must have seen it in the form of personally experiencing it. My life in a different world, all right. Subaru, huh? With an indifferent tone, Subaru responded to Subaru, who had depleted his breath and clamored. Viewing that composed attitude, Subaru gritted his molars. He was unable to stomach that conclusive expression, that attitude of seemingly knowing all, anything and everything. First of all, what did this man, making that odious face, say just now? Subaru, I caught up to you. Subaru, that's right. There's not a single thing anymore, which you don't know about me. That's why. Subaru, don't joke around DHK. Subaru. Subaru. I caught up to you, you say? Stop kidding. Don't lie. Nah, yeah. I don't know about that which is the most important, which is much more essential yet. Roaring with his eyes open wide, Subaru seized hold of Subaru's collars this time. Upon that usage of brute strength, Subaru made no attempt to parry it, pulling the opponent's collars towards himself at the same pace. From a distance where both of their breaths entwined, he glared into those black eyes. Within the dark eyes of the face which was the same as his, the instant he perceived the same face reflected within, nauseating self-hatred surged within his own self. Whether he harbored that self-hatred for himself or for the himself present before his eyes was neither known to him, nor did he even contemplate considering it. Merely remaining at that extremely close distance, he glared at the opponent and unraveled his fangs. Subaru, tell me, it is pretty convenient you're here. Tell me now, the reason you became yourself must be somewhere. I haven't seen that. I haven't found it. That is, Subaru. The reason I became myself? Subaru. That's right, there must have been a cue for you to turn into yourself. You are, Subaru. That must have been seen by you, no? With his collars seized, Subaru was gazing at Subaru, non-resistant. He did not even try to repel away the arms waving him about. Subaru received that as a hallucination, as if he wasn't even doing anything. He perceived exactly that, as being looked down onto from a higher level. Subaru. Stop looking at me like that. Subaru. Gah. Ha. Aiming at that conclusive side profile, Subaru launched his fist. The fist wielded firm impact, blowing Subaru off as if he had been strummed. There was no recoil, no similar pain striking back at Subaru. The pain Subaru sustained, injured, was only the pain Subaru had sustained. That was not identical to what Natsuki Subaru had sustained. Subaru, lining up words, as if knowing that. Is that so? I get it. Smacked by Subaru, Subaru had knelt down on his right leg. Observing him rubbing his struck cheek with the back of his hand, Subaru consented. That opponent ahead of his eyes, who spoke with a mouth as if knowing everything, was not mistaken. First of all, if this was the cradle of O.D. Lagna, the Hall of Memories, would that not make him the opponent he should be utmost vigilant of above all other matters, Subaru? Are you, Louis? The Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. It's you again, right? Subaru. Main. Subaru. Don't play dumb. Last time Louis, whom he had encountered in the Hall of Memories, attempted to prompt segregation between Subaru and Natsuki Subaru, and eat that existence away from his head through one way or another. Back then, He had managed to escape those fangs from a hair-strand's breadth worth of distance, but had their nature been such that they would be willing to give up through simply that alone, they would not be called sin archbishops. Just how ugly, how irredeemable the existences known as the sin archbishops were. He had witnessed that in its entirety. Pelagius, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, all of them were the absolute lowest and worst of failures as personalities. Lai, Roy, and Lewis were no exceptions to that either. He could especially affirm that. What if Lewis, who had been lying in wait inside of Reed's Book of the Dead, was utilizing some form of method and hiding in ambush within the Book of the Dead of Natsuki Subaru? Thus, it was plausible that she had been boldly lingering and awaiting Subaru. Subaru, isn't that true gluttony? Louis Arneb, there's no way I can be confused by you who can change shapes and forms like this, relying upon the memories and names stolen from others, rather than just the opponent's abilities but extorting even their form, and chewing and digesting them as if they were her belongings was the authority of Louis Arneb, as well as that of her belays, elder brothers, Lai Batankaitos, and Roy Alfard. She had demonstrated that artifice even within the tower, lacking any regret. Nothing felt out of place should her place of demonstrating that merely have gotten changed to the Hall of Memories. Subaru. This time for sure devouring me and hijacking me. Is that what your plan is? Even after being rejected once, persistent little... Do you really want to return by death so much? Without any vacillation, he voiced the words, return by death. He had personally experienced the memory of having to taste hellish anguish by voicing that on several instances, the penalty of having his heart be crushingly gripped, accompanied with immense pain. However, it was still all right if only his self was to be the one to experience that agony, compared to the cases where it befell over Amelia or the surroundings. However, the penalty was not invoked for Subaru, who had shouted whilst crushing faint horror. Subaru before his eyes did not seem to have had his heart crushingly gripped at all either. In Bug a single instant he understood that Subaru had also been relieved at the lack of the evil influence's ingress, seemingly having been on lookout for the same. That was infuriating. With the same face as his, he also bore the same thoughts as him. He thought of it as an assertion that, at maximum, he and his opponent were the same. Subaru. Geish. Just get it already. Is this really that amazing of a power? Is this an admirable power? It's just dying and redoing. Dying and redoing. Nothing more than that. If I, who uses it, am shit, then the results it brings are also shit. That's why... Subaru. That's why I couldn't save anyone. I let everyone die. Because I am weak, I make everyone miserable. Just like how, even now, nobody will get saved. Return by death was nothing so adequate. It was always far better to not have something like this be of need. Though there had been a witch who claimed this power to be something splendid, the utmost prime and nonpareil thing in this world, he could never hold the same opinion. Even if an ant is made to wield artillery, it can never utilize it. Ultimately, it was unsuited to it. He was a weak, petty, lonely child who kept crying and throwing tantrums. What the witches in that dream tea party had stated was correct. He was hopeless. He was weak. He could never find it. He could never use it. Both gluttony and the witch of greed, who failed to comprehend that, were damned. Just how many times would he have to get deceived? How many times would he have to get his hope trampled underfoot? How many times would he have to get his vanquished until he learnt? Why? After countlessly getting deceived, countlessly having his hope trampled underfoot, countlessly having his vanquished, does he still think of doing it? Return by death displayed all of the unpleasant fragments of the world. It displayed the absurdities, the irrationalities, the destiny enough to make one avert one's eyes. Yet, how come? Subaru. I love everyone. Without noticing, with his head hanging down, kneeling down at that very spot, Subaru shouted as if casting a curse. And upon the disgraceful grievance similar to weeping, Subaru horizontally shook his head. Whilst shaking his head horizontally for once at this instant, he said, converging with his words, Subaru, I love everyone. That's why I can't stop Subaru. Erasing the tinge of red on his struck cheek with his fingers, Subaru stood up in Subaru's stead. The same attire, the same expression, possessing the same face and name. Natsuki Subaru, who seemed to be decisively different from his self, whilst that looked at Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, the position you were put in, to be honest, even imagining its difficulty is rough. Everything completely new, starting from level 6 having the status of initial stage without the option of going back. The complaints you voice out too, I understand all of them, because those are wounds I have gotten to taste time and time again. With immense powerlessness, with immense ignorance, it was a countenance that had gotten to taste that countless times. No, he had gotten to taste that countless times, the defeat, the agony, the grief of death which Subaru had to taste. Subaru was aware of it all. He had witnessed it all with these eyes. He had tasted it all with this body, and precisely because he had tasted those, precisely because he knew that was not a lie, he could not accept Subaru's words. He did not want to accept them. Subaru, had I been strong, had I been smart, had I been more, it must be frustrating. Subaru, speaking as if you understand it. About me. What the hell do you, Subaru? I do know. You must also be aware of what I know. It's a pointless quarrel, actually, for both me and you. Subaru. Ashka. There was no strength in his words of objection. It had been a matter of course. An objection repels away the opponent's words, brushes them away, suggesting lack of agreement, crushingly defeating them, making the statement that you are wrong. Such an intention was essential. Subaru of now did not have the ability to face Subaru with that. After all, he was aware of it. He was aware that that was no lie or deceit, but the entirety of Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Subaru, hey, you can't be doing this, after looking through one's diary as per your own convenience. Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. Upon hearing Subaru's seemingly sullen voice, Subaru powerfully clenched his fists, slapped, poured with jeers, yet not bending his approach of dialogue. Subaru gave the impression of being far more mature than Subaru. Perhaps even that was a matter of course. After all, the truth is Subaru was supposed to be a year older than Subaru. That too, having observed rich experiences in the different world and having personally experienced death on multiple occasions. On top of that, having woven many bonds and acquiring the position of his current self. But still, Subaru, I didn't look at your memories or anything. HK. Once again, Subaru utilized those words. For once, right now, Subaru said nothing to Subaru, who stockpiled the very same repentances. Subaru, without even seeking any response, resumed as if incoherently muttering. Subaru, I wanted to have hopes for you, that you were an amazing guy, and that if I got to know the something which was supporting your amazing nature, I would be able to do the same thing too. But still, he ended up knowing it. He ended up witnessing everything. Natsuki Subaru had absolutely no difference from the Natsuki Subaru present here. That he was a weak and petty man, he ended up knowing that. In the time unknown to Subaru, meeting people unknown to Subaru, running past a chronicle unknown to Subaru, having witnessed a scenery unknown to Subaru, he was merely an ordinary human who had done all that. Subaru, by denying you, I wanted to proclaim something plausible and fulfill it. However, he could not do that. Subaru, after all, I understand your feelings. Because you are me. The world Natsuki Subaru had witnessed, had tasted, he had viewed it. Natsuki Subaru had fallen in love with this world. With the people of this world, with Emilia and everyone else, and the wounds he had accepted for them to survive. He had viewed all of that. He had been misunderstanding. He had been misapprehending. Since it was regarding himself, it may be appropriate to say he had conceded. The illusion of Natsuki Subaru being a superhuman had been shattered and cast aside. Subaru. Yeah, I get it. I got it. Why you kept standing up again and again, why you never gave up after dying again and again, is because that's all you can do. Just like Subaru had also gotten slammed into walls he could do nothing about on innumerable instances. Upon each occasion of that, he died recurrently, repeatedly, stockpiling deaths, amending the way he met, amending the way he connected. Subaru overcame hindrances. That was all. Subaru. Can there be someone who won't stand up despite Rem telling him so much to do so? Acting conceitedly after getting knocked by Otto. I noticed that. I always knew that Dad and Mom were considerate like that. I mean, they are my dad and mom after all. The scenery Natsuki Subaru passed through, the cue essential for surmounting. Not the something which Subaru sought but merely accumulated wishes were certainly there. Subaru. I love Emilia. I want her to rely on me to protect her. I want to be with her. The reason I wanted to be a knight was so that she thought of me that way. I was happy. I want to walk outside with her without any failures, she who is afraid of getting hated. And I want to boast around that she is someone capable of being loved by everyone. I finally had Beatrice accompany me. I want to make her happy as much as the time she had been in pain. She has the right to be happy. That is why. Subaru. The reason why you don't give up is just because you love everyone. Bloody bastard. Why aren't you a superhuman? Why are you still an idiotic brat? Subaru. Be strong like Reinhardt. Be someone who can do anything like Julius. If you can't do that, then be useful like Ferris. How about exceeding in a single thing like Wilhelm Sand? Choose even one for you too. By taking time and even experiencing agony, what he realized was merely that Natsuki Subaru was an ordinary human, that he possessed only the cards which were the same as what Subaru did, that he extremely lacked skill in properly utilizing them, that neither did he have good fortune when it came to victory and defeat. Even a single one of just those Subaru, any single one of them. With a powerless voice, having forfeited all spirit, he whispered, any single one of them, even a single one of them, grasping tightly the hand incapable of wielding anything. Subaru. You are Louis, aren't you? With a husky voice he uttered a query unrelated to what he had said till now. Listening to that, Subaru, who had remained silent for long, nodded, saying, Ah. Subaru. No, I'm not Louis. Unfortunately, I won't say even that. I'd rather not have her disturbing. You don't need an explanation for her personality being the worst, do you, Subaru? Yeah? I guess so. Responding with a meager, feeble voice, Subaru hid his own face with his arms, concealing that his throat had shriveled up due to his howling up until the previous moment. Oozily pain started to well up in his fist which had hit Subaru. If this was the Hall of Memories, then Subaru's body could not be stated to be a real entity here. Is how it was supposed to be. And yet, it was absurd that he could feel pain. Yes, pain. Death was ever absurd and ever difficult to bear. That was accurately why the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb, was mistaken. The thought of wishing for that by one's own accord was unmistakably mistaken. Subaru. Why did you disappear? Subaru. Subaru. Why did you vanish away? You disappeared. That caused so many hardships. The impetus of the ever-present incomprehension. And the origin of everything. The reason why Natsuki Subaru disappeared, and Natsuki Subaru was born. Just what happened to the body of Natsuki Subaru, who had disappeared alongside his memories. Subaru. The reason why you disappeared. Subaru. That was a total miss on my part. I entered Tegeda with the intention of finding a way to capture Reed. Then through the series of events it was all great, till I found Reed's book, but... Subaru. Then Reed's book turned out to be empty. Subaru. Then I was put in the same bowl as Gluttony. The rest is, you probably get it even without me having to say it. Scratching his head, Subaru looked back onto his own shame, encountering Louis Arneb in the Hall of Memories. Natsuki Subaru had gotten memories stolen, and, forgetting all of his life in the different world until that point, his self, of course, created Natsuki Subaru, who could not apprehend the feelings of the people around him. Subaru. Don't depreciate yourself like that. Would be difficult even if I tell you so, huh? After all, you are me. Subaru. Natsuki Subaru is a weak, petty, irredeemable huge idiot. Subaru, that's not wrong. Subaru, but, Subaru, but, Subaru. Whilst making a wry smile and gesturing his agreement, Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to Subaru, who had whispered powerlessly. While looking at that Subaru voiced the continuance of the words he had held back. That was, Subaru, you are an amazing guy, Natsuki Subaru. That was his honest opinion, lacking all exaggeration, having witnessed him return by death greater than 20 times. Whilst looking at the man before him, he steadily narrowed his eyes, with a face he was used to looking at, with a face he was tired of looking at, a face he thought that was distressful to look at. It was his own self. It was his own self. It was not his own self. Though it was his own self, he did not believe it to be his own self. That face had a reaction as if having been pricked with something unanticipated for the first time. It was gratifying. Subaru. The closest person, huh? There were not many humans who loved their own self from the bottom of their heart. Subaru particularly belonged to that category. And Subaru hated himself. Perhaps Natsuki Subaru was no different in that regard either. Subaru hated himself. However, as the closest person, when Natsuki Subaru saw Natsuki Subaru, to say this would be exceedingly embarrassing, but so cool was the thought that crossed his mind. Subaru, I respect you who is weak, hopeless, unable to do anything, but still continues to struggle and loves them. That's why, Subaru. The meaning of me reading your Book of the Dead was there. He'd not opened up the Book of the Dead merely in order to gnash his weakness, to grieve the cease of trails, to slam grudges on his self who had the same face as his own self. Of course, neither was it to have the megalomania of following up to the superhuman Natsuki Subaru's roots and attaining unparalleled strength, granted. What he sought was learning that Natsuki Subaru was merely human, his deeds, his path. Subaru, you sure are a guy who says embarrassing stuff suddenly. You. Subaru, who had remained frozen by Subaru's oration until then, abruptly came alive. Subaru had his eyes narrowed at the ill humor. No, in a state of feeling somewhat awkward. He sharply gazed at Subaru and slowly stretched his fingers ahead. Subaru, it's pretty questionable for me to say it myself, but you sure can say all that, after having looked back onto my entirety up until now. Now that it's mentioned, it's Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero, you know. Subaru. It feels so weird to have the leading actor's name be the same as yourself. Subaru. It's better than having the heroine have the same name as your mom, isn't it? No, not that. Unreservedly reciprocating persiflage, Subaru exchanged a gaze with Subaru. Subaru, who somewhat seemed to have tasted an under-shoulder swing down. He pointed at himself with his hand and, Subaru. I had said all that earlier, but is this seriously okay? The possibility of me being a fake of Louis is not supposed to have completely disappeared, you know. Subaru. It has disappeared. You didn't revert even after I seriously hit you. Subaru. I mean, to revert back by that is just in the case of Yanagisawa's copy ability. As per Subaru's objections, that could not truly be used as rationale. However, at that point in time, Subaru had let go of his skepticism regarding Subaru. The reason for that was perhaps what Subaru had commented earlier. For argument's sake, even if Louis Arnab ate away one's life away from head to toe without sparing a single part, he believed that she would not be able to reconstruct that face, that voice, because she did not have the ability to comprehend blessedness, felicity, happiness. That is why. Subaru. She who loved nobody cannot understand the emotion of returning by death for the sake of someone you love. Subaru. Subaru before his eyes kept silent, as Subaru took a long, painful inhale. Now that he had voiced it out, it was terribly stale. Naught but sweet, nothing's pleasing to hear. Nothing more. Yet he had been unable to discover any other responses. That is why the Subaru before his eyes was unquestionably Natsuki Subaru. Subaru. Why are you here? Were you waiting for me? He recognized the Subaru before his eyes to be possessing the same roots as himself. On top of that, The doubt surfacing in his mind was regarding the two Subaru happening upon each other here. Upon that question of Subaru's, Subaru firmly stepped on the pure white floor. Subaru, the reason why you and I met each other here is because this place is the sole point of contact between you and me. Subaru, the point of contact between you and me. Subaru, the reason me, who has memories within the tower, and you, who doesn't have memories, crossed over is just because of the Book of the Dead of this area. Both ahead of this and before this, you and I couldn't have met each other. Subaru, on second thought, let's go back to the first question. Why are you here? Without digesting the explanation Subaru gave, Subaru once again cast the same question. Strictly speaking, he could not comprehend the logic behind the two Subaru coming across each other here. It ended up being that Subaru, who possessed memories, and Subaru, who did not possess memories, both existed alongside each other. The rules of the formation of a Book of the Dead, its intricacies were unknown. Now that if it were to be mentioned, the Book of Natsuki Subaru piling up the count of deaths up until now was strange in itself. Precisely that was a phenomenon which, if the deaths of Natsuki Subaru were not being observed from outside of the world, it would not come into existence. Did that mean that O.D. Lagna fulfilled the role of that observer? Subaru. But if that's the case, then Lewis, who was in the Hall of Memories, if she had been observing return by death, I don't know for what reason she would be in such high spirits. If she can recognize that from the outside, Subaru, she may be staying in the Hall of Memories, but she can't be its ruler. Its ruler is probably a guy even more nasty, I think, if you consider it from this situation. Subaru, I get it when you say it's a nasty guy. The one most plausible is, halting words there for once, Subaru and Subaru collectively stated. The sage Flugel. They called that to be the ill-natured utmost plausible personage. The personage who had connections to the establishment of this Pleiades watchtower, installing a trial such that Reed was placed in it, furthermore, imposing an ascetic of unknown termination upon Shola for 400 years. In all honesty, Shola was pitiable. If it would be possible, then he wanted to snatch her away from that master of hers. Subaru. Then, the reason for myself, both possessing and not possessing memories existing alongside is Subaru. That's the type of question difficult to find an answer for. Since I am here, and you are here, Subaru, that's just how it is. Whilst feeling a sense of unease, catching Subaru's words, Subaru drew his chin in. The truth is, it had been the kind of question lacking a question setter. Even if theories of some kind were to be arrived at, in the end, they could never provide the answer. If this question must be investigated thoroughly, and the answer must be found, then it was Subaru. As long as you truly aren't Louis Arneb, it shouldn't be a problem. Subaru. That's a pretty bothersome way to confirm. Do you really trust me? Subaru. I trust you, I trust you. If you let me hit you one more time on the other side, I'll trust you more. Subaru. Is that so? I wouldn't say it's the best bargain, you know. Interchanging frivolous dialogue in a relaxed manner. Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's words. The cowardly way of conversation for delaying the core of the dialogue like this, with other people aside, but when it was used with oneself, it got seen through far too easily. That is why Subaru took it upon himself, and for the third time, fired the same question. Subaru. Another me. For what purpose are you here? Subaru, Subaru. You must also be knowing I won't listen to something like that. Upon Subaru's attitude, who opted for reticence, Subaru whispered with his black eyes straightened. Even after hearing that, he did not return back persiflage similar to the one until now. Instead of that, what levitated in Subaru's black eyes was the radiance that had always been present since the beginning. Perhaps that was often called what is known as the feeling of guilt. Subaru. Hey, what do you think will happen in unification of memories? That was why Subaru had deliberately asked that question cheerfully. In the pattern of a conversation about this trick, what would be the normal answer, huh? I have no idea. Clearly it feels like something which has no answer to it. To be honest, you seem to be the more knowledgeable one here. Do you know about any rules that would be advantageous to know about which I don't? You read the book dissecting me, didn't you? It's as likely as not. As likely as not, huh? As likely as not. If you and I carelessly bump into each other and one eliminates the other, if it's something like that, what will you do? Don't say all that. Whatever you think when you're anxious. Generally, I also think the same when I'm anxious. That's why. That's that. Then, no hard feelings no matter which one wins. No, I sure will be crazy bitter. And so if I'll be bitter, then that means you'll be bitter too. Well, I guess so. That's probably right. Pretty shallow. Ed, huh? What did you say? Pretty shallow. Ed, huh? Is something wrong? No, I just probably misheard, I guess. That's right. There are some things you may wonder about their possibility. So there are some things I want to tell you, can I? Well, since you've heard everything I've said up till now, go right ahead and say anything. Originally, you were more informed than me regarding this world. Though that advantage has more or less disappeared by me reading the Book of the Dead. There are some things that have changed a bit, you know? Things that have changed. After losing memories, I talked to everyone. I got to know everyone. It's the story of Natsuki Subaru starting life in a different world from zero. You don't know about. First up, Meili. Okay. She's a bit, in various ways, saddled with bombs upon herself, so it's rough. But she understands if you talk to her. So please, properly talk to her. I'm imagining Meili Senpai to be pretty angry right now. Yeah, got it. And then there's this huge scorpion wandering about inside the tower, but its true identity is Shala. That makes things really dangerous, but she's not doing that because she wants to. Please help her too. Yeah, got it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this, but when I met Louis, I got my back kicked hard by Rem. Back then, I didn't remember Rem. So it was only after I read the book did I recall what kind of a girl Rem was, but, as expected, that had been my Rem. No, it's my Rem, you know. Mine. Moan had said that when the season of snowmelt arrives, things invisible will be visible and will surely show their faces, as expected of her. Yeah, I guess so. About that guy Julius, well, it'll be fine even if I don't say anything, isn't it? He's not that unreliable that I must tell you something about him. Yeah, agreed. Thank you for apologizing to Dad and Mom. Yeah. Thank you for saving Otto and Garfield. Yeah. Thank you for saving Petra Frederica and everyone from Earlham Village. Yeah. Thank you for taking Beatrice out and holding her hand. Emilia. Thank you for falling in love with Emilia. Emu. I also love her. I really love her? Yeah, I know. Natsuki Subaru. You are an amazing guy. I sincerely know that. If it's you, then it'll certainly be all right. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. If it's us, then it'll certainly be all right. It'll be all right, huh? Yeah, it'll be all right. You are amazing, I sincerely know that. Yeah, but, I have to say that. Looks like my summer vacation is over. Chapter 75. Louis Arneb. Want to become happy. What are termed as the positives and negatives of life are great gambles determined by birth and environment. That had been the philosophy Louis Arneb acquired. Upon the extremity of eating and hunting down the lives of innumerable humans, as the sin Archbishop of Gluttony, Louis Arneb was the youngest sister among the 3 siblings who were sin archbishops affixed with gluttony. By nature, contrary to the scale and unsound state of control of its activity, was the witch cult with surprisingly unascertained true state of affairs. though much regarding the Sin archbishops especially was enveloped in mystery. Although the principal source for that was that the majority of people who happened upon them had lost their lives, the ones to have their names well known even amongst Sin archbishops. No, it is past tense. So the ones who had their names well known must have been the two of sloth and greed. Aside from those, even if it was identified that the Sin archbishops of wrath and lust, and finally, gluttony existed, for several years it had been fogged with enigmas what kind of a bunch they were, much less the very existence of Louis Arneb, the youngest sister among the trio of siblings of gluttony, save for fellow Sin archbishops being the only exception, was unknown. The concealed Sin archbishop, that had been the position Louis Arneb stood at. Well, it's not as if we wished for it, you know. So whispered Louis, stretching her legs within the white space she had been in since birth. Impotently, Louis could not exit this white space, and did not have the ability to meet anyone, unable to avail the authority of gluttony anywhere except in the location where it was highly restricted as well. It was what is called an unused, treasured possession to her. However, thanks to her two elder brothers, only when it came to meals was she not incapacitated. That was because the memories and names her elder brothers ate, that is to say, the lives of others, she could unassociatedly snitch that food and be able to fulfill her hunger. Why do we have to be like this? Fulfilling her hunger through her elder brother's leftovers, whilst indulging in the lives of others, Louis, who was having her self-identity molded and taking form little by little, immediately discerned that she was in circumstances entirely different from others. Without a body that could be free, what she could operate was merely consciousness. Though she possessed the memories of having walked, she possessed no experience of having walked. That was the defective article known as herself. Ah, we are in such unhappy circumstances. That was how Louis recognized to herself that she was in a sorrowful environment, and she understood these circumstances shan't change regardless how much she lamented. In order to console their younger sister lost adrift within such sorrow, her elder brothers seemingly vied with each other and ate, and provided their little sister the platters same as what they had eaten themselves. Those platters which her elder brothers served to her were brimming with respective individuality. Lai, who named himself Gourmet, loved lives with strong flavors for both better or worse. Roy, of bizarre eating, anyhow gave precedence to amount, becoming entranced for fulfilling hunger with off flavors. From Louis' perspective, if she had to say then, she had been able to enjoy the platters chosen by Lai on numerous occasions, but on numerous occasions she had also made gains from the platters chosen by Roy, who ate and hunted in an unprincipled manner. Chewing and digesting 11 lives, comparing flavors by rolling them atop her tongue and within her mind, what she came to understand, that was the difference in the absolute amount of joyfulness. Louis, who possessed the power to compare the lives of others through her own sense of values, graded various items such as the difference of wealth and poverty, or the presence or absence of affection, from the environment of growth to family and of growth to family and iron friends, the existence of lovers, through a formula based on their extent, awarding scores to the lives of others from one to the next, and continued rating for being prosperous by birth, for being loved by parents and siblings, for living a life sailing smooth without any trials or tribulations, for having a great number of friends who could be reached out to in times of difficulty, for possessing overflowing talent, such that it was possible to stand above all others, either this or that, or this or that, regardless of fortune and misfortune. Countless reasons such that some could be discarded. Though it was an idea terribly prideful and conceited, Louis possessed the authority to make it attainable. If it were to be expressed in alternate words, that was equivalent to the act of peeping onto the screen of a game other people were playing, complaining and pointing out they should have done this, and they should have done that, all whilst ridiculing them, knocking disdain and mockery across the entire screen. She criticized the lives of others as per her own conveniences as a bystander, showering jeers as well, striking frank impressions lacking all distinction between likes and dislikes as well, all to her own contentment. Those were Louis' deeds, rating as per her principles, egoistic abuse, and slander. However, that which she enjoyed at first soon turned wearisome as well. That was natural. What Louis could do was to review the memories passed on to her. She could not interfere with anything further. She did not possess the ability to speak of the present and the future. Even if she tried to speak ill of or correct the gameplay of others, there was nobody who would lend an ear to what she would point out. That is why she lost her initial amusement. To incessantly look at the play of unskillful humans was close to torture rather than just being tedious. Even though if allowed to, then we would do it so much better, because each and every single one is incompetent. Despite possessing feet to walk their own life, despite having arms to cut through distress, despite owning a head to picture the future, all of the other people were brainless. Louis' elder brothers, Lai and Roy, were no exceptions to that either. Rather, they could be called the incarnation of ineptitude. If memories would be peeped into, it could be well understood what that life failed at, and at what point was it unable to recover. All of them. Accumulated failures, terribly simple and trivial. Why would one stumble at such a spot? Louis was unable to comprehend it all. Incompetent. 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 If you're going to live irresponsibly, then hand it over to us. That life. We will do it way better. Everyone is too brainless. From one to the next, lives ought to be felt contempt for, were itemized in the form of platters. Chewing and digesting numerous, multitudinous of them, Louis was overwhelmed with rage and became nauseous. Without realizing such emotions of Louisie, her elder brothers, who successively resumed eating for fulfilling their own desires, she also felt irritated at, without even feeling anxious for their younger sister, who was making a nauseous expression, the folly of continuing to provide filled platters incessantly. What could she possibly detest? Could she not detest that? Ah, you sure eat while finding it delicious, Onuai-chan. Ah, you sure eat while finding it fun, Nisama. Ah, we are. Even now, feeling nauseous, you know. That was the reason why Louis Arneb named herself Satiation, the starvation not fulfilled, no matter how much is eaten. For what was starved was not her body, but her want to become happy. 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 Aha, this is the feeling of walking outside, isn't it? Both Onmi-chan and Isama doing this the whole time. Ah, unfair. Within the enforced confinement, her shackled self-consciousness followed the lone road to expansion, just as eating facilitated healthy growth amongst humans, while being provided with platters unwished for as well. Louis underwent favorable growth vigorously. The same was also the case with Lai and Roy, her two elder brothers. Her elder brothers, too, had their own ego enlarged rampantly, having their feel greater zeal for meals. The insensible food selection by such elder brothers of hers, Louis anyhow felt irritated by. That change had been a byproduct of Louis's such growth and irritation. This is the air of outside. This is the water of outside. This is the soil of outside. This is the blood of outside. Ah! Amazing. It's real. It's real. Lying sprawled on bare earth, whilst lovingly licking the soil, having his fill of the world with his entire body, was a young boy. No, though that very flesh body belonged to the personage who named himself as Lai Batankaidos, the content within it was disparate. It was not Lai wielding the right of control over that flesh body and moving about freely, believed to possess the fate of being unable to leave the white world congenitally. Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Tragedy. It was her form having broken through the white cage for the first time. It had been a coincidence. Certainly, she did not think the authority possessed such an ability. Or perhaps Louis's craving spirit had stimulated the authority to bloom instead. There was no definite answer. Neither was it momentous. What was momentous was that this had been realized, that she had walked outside. Ha 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 ha. Intervening between her restricted reality, Louis grandly guffawed for the fruit it bore. It had become possible for her to borrow her elder brother's bodies, and independently manipulate that body, that authority. And, lie. Just what is the meaning of this? While putting on airs as something like gourmet and being fastidious, are you sure you didn't get too hungry and go crazy? Ahaha, that's wrong, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. That's wrong anyway. As that's wrong, that's certainly wrong. As that's certainly wrong. That is wrong. Because that's wrong. We are. Witch cult sin archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arnab. Saying so, Louis gave greetings to the baffled Roy Alford, using the body of Libat Kaidos. For this had been the first time ever since she was born did she get to even converse with her elder brothers after all. It's the cute little sister, the third sibling of Ani-chan and Nii-sama. Please be loving. Please be doting. Please be well-wishing. And please be caring. Okay? Want to become happy. 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 By borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers, she acquired a method to meddle with the outside world. Her elder brother's supply of food did not halt, and as always, never did she suffer with hunger. However, such long-awaited opportunities, and jumping out into the outside world she much yearned for, Louis Arnab grew tired of it before long. She ended up growing tired of it. Outside is pretty boring, more than what we thought. In the end, a borrowed body was a borrowed body. There lay no change in the fact that the real form of herself, who was unable to be free, was trapped inside the white world. Rather, by firmly making certain of her shadow, she strangled her throat by herself. In the end, something like life is not what you eat or how much you eat, who you eat with, and yet, her elder brothers were living lives of their own, for that must be why they were not seeking it. Louis alone had been dispossessed of her own life, for that must be why she was eternally seeking it. Want to become happy. Within the white world, whilst untidily scattering around countless memories, she wished for that with all her. That could have perhaps been the greatest, or the sole desire of Louis Arnab. Want to become happy. A desire unfulfilled, unfading regardless of her borrowing the bodies of her elder brothers, or kicking others as per her liking. Albeit tasting rich lives and getting drunk on momentary pleasures, it all perished immediately. Want to become happy. She grew tired of it. She had grown tired of it. She wished for a life which belonged to herself, and her alone. She wished for a body, a soul, a destiny. Want to become happy. Louis was sorrowful. The origin of Louis's sorrow was that nowhere present a life which was her own. Want to become happy. However, at the same time, Louis knew herself. Even if her fickle-natured, easily resigning self attained a life that suddenly appeared before her, it would be inconceivable for her to be satisfied by that. After all, she had known. In this world lay countless lives. In them lay the absolute amount of joyfulness, and they were primarily determined upon the result of the incorrigible great gambles. In what way would things play out for a human belonging to a poor residence born into the harsh holy kingdom of Gustico? In what way would things play out for a human weak by birth, born into Wallachia Empire, which valued warriors? In what way would things play out for a slow-footed nitwit, born into Kararaji city-states, which expected perpetual progress? In what way would things play out for a mixed race, a silver-haired half-devil born into the kingdom of Lugnica, which was spoiled by ancient customs? By possessing the selves of others, Lewis was aware that they would not have a decent time. However, to say joyfulness would be being affluent in those aspects would be an immense mistake as well. Being born into the household of a great priest in the holy kingdom of Gusteco, being born into the household of a general in Wallachia Empire, being born into the household of a distinguished merchant in Kararaji city-states, being born into the household of any kind of an influential noble in the kingdom of Lugnica. As one looked upward, it continued without cease. Lewis did not want to be inferior. She wanted to be affluent. She did not want to be looked down upon. She had continued rating the lives of others. Within those, naturally the lives who had received the worst evaluation. But with all the lives who had received the highest evaluation, it was not as if all of the items to be graded within them were the greatest. Even those highest evaluated lives she could not gain satisfaction by. Want to become happy. Lai and Roy, around that time, discovered a novel transfiguration of the authority, eclipse. The ability the authority of gluttony was endowed with was the ability to plunder the memories, the names, from others, chewing and digesting them. Applying that in practical use, the authority of solar eclipse and lunar eclipse which reconstructed the plundered populace, drawing out techniques or knowledge from the memories of others and using them as one's own belonging. Lunar eclipse. To the utmost it drew out skills, not the benefits of the likes of physical abilities. So the possibility of not utilizing that power perfectly was high. Conversely, solar eclipse used the captured name as foundation and reconstructed the person's existence in its entirety, completely reconstructing the techniques polished by that flesh body. It could manifest strength to its maximum. As an ability, it went without saying that solar eclipse was overwhelmingly excelling. But her two elder brothers preferred to exercise not solar eclipse, but lunar eclipse. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they feared using solar eclipse and found it repugnant. According to Lai and Roy's cognizance, solar eclipse seemed to drag along the thinking in the flesh body which it transformed. That sensation felt as if their selves were being damaged. It was unendurable, was the two's reasoning. Hearing what her elder brothers had to say, Lewis, from the bottom of her, found it to be utterly ludicrous. Despite even possessing their own flesh bodies, despite standing on a position where even their person had been established, to not be able to preserve their selves possessing firm beliefs, how deficient and puny must that self-consciousness be? It was no jest to assume the airs of being more sorrowful than her, who possessed no flesh body of her own, did not have even her siblings be cognizant of her existence for greater than 10 years, and had at last grown tired of even the sourness and sweetness of life. The authority of solar eclipse was very much splendid. Rather, for Lewis, it was convenient. It would be no misstatement to say that precisely this was the power Louis Arneb longed for. Louis Arneb was craving for a life belonging to her alone, that too, a life which was the greatest. That was unlike her elder brother's self-pleasure, who gained contentment by eating the lives of others and capturing memories, a right further refined and ubiquitous. Lewis wanted to live. Birth could not be chosen. That was the entire source of what brought forth sorrowful humans. However, Lewis was different. Lewis had acquired the power, the opportunity, to choose her birth, her life. She could heist the memories of others, reconstruct them by way of solar eclipse, and make it to be her own belonging. She had the ability to choose life. Everything. She could choose again. She shall be fastidious, seeking the greatest memories and name which she was yet to see. Though there had been some aligned favorably amongst what all Lai and Roy had eaten, they had not been perfect. There had been a dearth of novelty and ingenuity. Happy homes? tender parents, wealthy livelihoods and rich environments, magnificent friends, and seemingly destined companions. All of it seemed naught but happiness which had seemingly been seen somewhere else. She was searching for not that, but the greatest life. Having the ability to choose as per one's liking did not coincide with the fact that one would not get tired of what one was choosing. Getting tired of the countless platters lined up before her eyes. What could she possibly find enjoyable? Louis Arneb was searching for the greatest life. She had been searching. That is why, when she happened upon Natsuki Subaru, Louis's chest pulsated intensely. Oh ho, Onui-san is… Natsuki Subaru was it? To be precise, it did not throb the instant she had met him. Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance was not to Louis's taste, to make it throb the instant of meeting him. From start, though it seemed a face not to her taste, in accordance with the sense of values cultivated within Louis, the beauty which a vast majority of humans pictured would precisely be the face Louis would seek. In that sense, there did not exist even a single atom which would throb for Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance. Moreover, from Louis's perspective, Natsuki Subaru was certainly a personage she had already known, but he was not someone she had been attentive of simply because he was in the memories of others. Though it was something not requiring much thought, the memories present within Louis went up to enormous numbers. It was not simple to draw out the intended memories from within that, all the more when the opponent was one she held no interest in. The reason why Louis yet recollected the opponent's name at a single glance was because not Louis, but one of her elder brothers, Lai Betenkaidos, had been considerably attached to that name. If not mistaken, then there had been something mightily attached to Natsuki Subaru amongst the platters Lai had eaten. This place, you see, is the cradle of O.D. Lagna, the Hall of Memories, the place where the souls of dead people are filtered. As it's rare for a person to come here maintaining one's self, you shall be welcomed, Onui-san. We have too much boredom at hand, you see. Smiling sinisterly, Louis gave a warm reception to the visit of the rare guest. Truth be told, there lay no dishonesty in those feelings of welcome. Louis longed for others quite a bit. The birthplace of Louis Arneb, the white world she could not leave, the Hall of Memories. The reason why Louis was aware that this place had been designated that title, that the gigantic existence of unknown disposition was a workshop of such an enormous scale, was the result of her generally mobilizing the knowledge of the memories which Lai or Roy had eaten and hunted down. Within the once fallen prey to the authority of gluttony, there had been many wise men who, in reality, had done great studies which would remain for posterity, and had made historical findings. Without seeing the light of day, they had settled into the soul of the bellies of the three gluttony siblings. But they were profoundly serving Louis. In all honesty, Louis was not at all interested in the reason why she was born here, or why she was confined here. Neither would there be any means to dispel those doubts, nor did she find it to be meaningful. She had ascended it as… that's just how things were. Even if she was suddenly taken into the outside world at this point, it would have merely been troublesome in its own way. The day she shall leave this place must be the day she has discovered the greatest life. Awa. Sorry. Name-giving was still left, isn't it? But do forgive. After all, introducing like this while being sober doesn't happen often in this place, you see? Well then, guess it's introduction one more time, me. We are Witch Cult Sin, Archbishop representing Gluttony, Louis Arneb. Don't know if it'll be for a long time or short, but please be caring. Okay, Onui-san? The opponent was exceedingly surprised and distressed with regards to Louis, who named herself in that manner. Obviously enough, standardly, humans who step a foot here do not possess the aim of coming here. Though occasionally there are some who thus slip in, Louis considered that as something like lost souls, rephrasing the consequence of near-death experiences, a situation where the soul was easily separated from the flesh body, or a situation where it had come unstuck, perhaps. From their perspectives, such situations were close to the feeling of being summoned out of the blue by O.D. Lagna. If that were to be considered, possibly, Louis' role was something like a guide who quelled the turmoil of people who had experienced near death, and elucidated what this place was. If that were to be considered as being atop O.D. Lagna's invisible palm, that was, again, infuriating. Of course, being looked down upon, but Louis also despised being directed. That was the same as O.D. Lagna, an existence for whom that perpetually was the usual state of things. Louis did not want her life, which yet remained to commence, to be distorted by the interference of anyone but Louis. Eh? Of course we do know. Roy, Anoi-chan and Nii-sama, right? Ah, don't get so excited, Anu-san, as the two are just devoted to their little sister, you know. The two of them devouring here and there too, part of it is for our sake. They lack brains, and don't have a grasp on our preferences at all either, but they are being considerate. Probably, isn't it? But it can't be helped, isn't it? After all three of us have never even been together. By borrowing Anui-sama's body, you see, we have gone outside a wee bit on times, you know? But when we do that, the one lending his body goes to sleep and can't be met, is what that means. That's why all three of us have never been together. Awa spilled that out. Enumerating whilst speaking rapidly in somewhat agitation, Louis carefully observed the opponent's reaction. Slight panic. Just a smidgen of daze. Somewhat preponderant rage, and a fairly strong sense of purpose. What was perplexed at first had now regained presence of mind, possessing the ambience of trying to proceed ahead logically. Not bad. With that thought in her innermost, Louis licked her lips. Whether it should be labeled as being accustomed to diving into scenes of carnage, he was suitably fast in adapting to situations. If observed and compared with the impression she had received at first, that was quite a mismatching attribute, that which varied greatly from the original attribute. A posteriori, too, was an attribute compelled into polishing. What lay at its origin, Louis incited her appetite with interest, and alongside, there it is. This is it, right, Anoi-san. Whilst conversing, what Louis towed out were certain memories. The greatest reason why Lai, through a single platter which Lai had indulged in, was attached to the juvenile before her eyes. Reeling in and collecting the memories mightily, potently calling out to that existence, Louis synchronized with them. At that precise moment, her breathing was obturated by feelings of love overflowing out in the interior of her chest, welling up unaware of any bounds, the feelings of love for the juvenile within her sight. He was so beloved, so in love with, it was unbearable. Louis's small chest hottened and her entire body throbbed with a sweet premonition. With her eyes moist, her breath sweet and warm, her lips smiled. And... Please don't make such an anxious face. Sobaru-kun. Upon that instant, there existed mighty potent rejection. Honing his eyes whilst maintaining his rage, Natsuki Sobaru charged ahead and pounced. Though she possessed the impulse to accept his outbursting self by spreading both her arms wide, she somehow immobilized that and sharply crawled into his chest in accordance with memories, catching a hold of the juvenile's arms with smooth movement. Pulling him towards herself, she gave him a twisting throw. With a flesh body which was not a real object, hallucinating the sound of his bones creaking. The juvenile, giving rise to a roar of anguish, was held down onto the white floor by her. Please stop. If you throw yourself so bravely, it will be embarrassing. Something like that. Utilizing the memories which thought lovingly of the juvenile, she held the juvenile down through sheer force. With her sadistic fulfilled, she ended up relaxing the edges of her mouth, as if giving further satisfaction to that desire to afflict belonging to Louis's. Frantically continuing to scream was Natsuki Subaru's voice, as he twisted his body, his form, earnestly calling for rage for the sake of someone else. Upon that, incidentally, Louis tilted her head. Anui-san, why do you remember the memories we had stolen? It had been an unnatural response, perceiving that whilst holding him down, Louis greatly twisted her neck. The memories eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within the person concerned. The names eaten by gluttony did not remain extant within other people. That is because the authority tore them off from the soul, which defined existence in the world. The proper cleansing of the soul by O.D. Lagna, which was practiced in the Hall of Memories, arbitrarily acting as its agent, and stealthily deceiving, plundering, and harvesting, was what the authority of gluttony was. Therefore, the memories and names snaveled by gluttony did not remain extant within anyone. Restrictively, though there had been ones who had only memories, only names stolen away. Respective, negative effects got applied. If the memories were stolen, then said person, if the name was stolen, then other people could no longer remember the person concerned. That could not be altered as long as the disposition of the soul remained within the protection of Odi Lagna. Yet, Natsuki Subaru did remember. The ingredient, the soul which had been rendered naked, having both sides of memories and name gotten stolen, despite not being supposed to be able to remember it. Why? We may have developed a bit of interest in Oni-san now, though it seems Anuai-chan will resent us. Licking her lips, Louis dyed her cheeks with welling passion. It was the opponent Lai had been attached to. To have that food snitched detachedly from the side would surely make even Lai take befitting offense. Though Lai was actually quite soft and sweet to his little sister, the major premise of him listening to her selfishness was to the utmost, until they did not cross each other's appetite. Appetite was, gluttony was, the meaning of living for Louis, for Lai, and for Roy as well. To have that be invaded arbitrarily could not let there remain calm. If a dear platter that has been looked forward to is usurped, even if by a sibling, even killing them would be something that can't be helped, isn't it? But how irresistible, Anuai-san. Whilst twisting his arms behind his back, she drew her lips closer to the nape of the juvenile pushed onto the floor. It was something alike the form of the spirit, with no true substance. She could not sense the taste of sweat from him, who was in the state of mere soul. Though by nature, even pain was something similar to hallucination, she did not intend to expressly inform him. Merely the feelings of love she wanted to be in contact with erupted. It seemed the owner of these memories had been attached to this juvenile greater than what was appropriate. She could feel that strongly. Well, right now that goes for us. Should it even be a hearsay memory, now that it had been stored like this, it belonged to her. She could slightly understand Lai or Roy's feeling of fear for Eclipse. She held no fear, but she did understand that the two's premonition was correct. Perhaps, if she continued at this pace, we will certainly end up loving Ani-san, isn't it? Nauseating, you say. That is so harsh, because despite everything we are still a girl, even though we mustered up courage and confessed. How cruel. You're acting violently again. That won't do, Anuai-san. It won't hurt, so please calm down, okay? There's no way we would hurt Anui-san, you know. After all, he is so beloved. That's why calm your Sora. No matter her tenderly addressing him in an effort to calm him down, she faced opposition through frantic, meager movement. With the name of the memories called countless times, Louis had her entire body tremble with a sensation terribly ecstatic. This ecstasy could only be tasted from a personage remembering one who had their names stolen. Namely, a flavor which Louis had never tasted. An unknown, sweet berry. Natsuki Subaru, what shall your flavor be? Let's eat. Seeking the answer to that black inquisitiveness of her, Louis tenderly licked the juvenile's nape with her scarlet tongue, calling his name, whilst tasting a linogenous texture on the tip of her tongue, amiably, suavely, she licked. In the significance of being fulfilled, what was termed as appetite lay similar to sexual desire. Within such strengthening of affection for the person before her eyes, for even this unremitting appetite to be fulfilled, this must now be something alike copulation sought after sordidly. People who mutually valued each other blend within the existence known as Louis. The sufficiency of that flavor, or how a saccharine a thing would it be? Thank you for the treat. Savoring adequately, as per her contentment, Louis conveyed her gratitude for the food through words. That was the procedure of gluttony's meal. Invoking the name of the opponent whose memories are desired to be stolen, peeling off one section of the soul from the opponent's flesh body, and eating that. What are termed as memories are things similar to sediments accumulated upon the soul. It was also possible to adorn that with alluring words, such as feasts dished upon white platters. However, should everything be exposed to its origin, what shall be stretching before would be the meaninglessness of adorning it beautifully. That was the cognizance of Louis, who was affixed with the authority of gluttony, and the ability to indulge in those souls, Louis's privilege. With this, the entirety of what was associated with the soul of the juvenile, before her eyes, shall get particularized. What would then remain would be for her to mix it with the memories of the young girl already within Louis, then have her fill of what nature of chemical reaction it would cause. You, just now, what did you do to me? With a voice not supposed to be audible echoing for the first time, Louis faced Natsuki Subaru himself. Until then it had not seemed like they had been conversing. They had not faced each other as if facing each other. It had been naught but such a vague, drowning dream. That was, for Louis too, an occasion of never-before-seen circumstances, abruptly getting tinged with colors. What had been said just now? Ane-san, it can't be. You remember us. A gaze charged with mighty, potent animosity was the answer to Louis's doubt. Ah, that had been the moment Louis's slim, petite chest throbbed at a definite high rate of pulsation. Why, in spite of getting memories eaten, could he remain composed? Why, even now, was he glaring at Louis with such a look in his eyes? Why, despite within such bewilderment, was Louis having her chest throb so intensely? Why? Rather, that could have perhaps been the impetus deserving to be called premonition. Why? Does Ane-san remember us? Whilst glaring at the back of Natsuki Subaru's head, under her eyes, whom she had held down, what Louis suspected at first was the possibility of having failed at the meal. In the authority of Louis and the others, of gluttony, there were a certain set of protocols absolutely necessary. The prime amongst them was to know the name of the opponent who was to be eaten. This was an indispensable element necessary for meddling with the soul of the opponent. Therefore, in the case of seizing an alias, the authority was rendered powerless. And, till now, there had been a number of cases of having failed at the meal. In those cases, the one to face the painful experience had always been either one of Lai or Roy. So not even once had Louis herself faced the painful experience, but Ani-chan and Nimai-sama felt unpleasant, like it was painful, but Louis stiffened up her body, assuming there would be similar recoil upon her. However, though she waited for a long time, there were no signs of that supposed recoil rushing upon Louis. To begin with, new memories were certainly being poured within Louis. Watchtower of the Sage. Dear comrades, and there were trials, murmuring indicating approval, as if carefully reading a single book within her mind. Louis became entranced with excavating through the new memories. Appending to the fact that there occurred no recoil, she was being successful in the extortion of memories. Referring to those memories, she had comprehended what Natsuki Subaru and his comrades were doing, and even the sequence of events due to which he strayed into this hall of memories. What remained was for Natsuki Subaru's specialness to be... Upon that instant, the voluminousness of the impact which was firmly placed upon Louis, what words shall be apt enough to describe it? Astounded due to the overwhelming substance, with the strength in her arms fading, she widened her eyes. Prodding that interval, the held-down Natsuki Subaru made his escape from Louis's arms. Taking distance at the same pace, he took a fighting pose nothing too impressive. Though it was opposition rather comical and creasing up, Louis was not made to laugh at it. There existed no scope for her to be laughing over that. The impact of having seen something improbable was stabbing through Louis's petite physique. That was... Why? Are there memories of the time of dying? No. That's not all. That's not all, Ani-san. It's of course strange to have the memories of the time of dying. Plenty odd, you know. But it's strange. After all, in the memories we ate, there's nothing like the memories of killing Ani-san. Yet Ani-san has the memories of getting killed. That was something abnormal. There was no origin. What was occurring was a mysterious paradox. The influence of Natsuki Subaru's memories, the repertoire of words originally she was not supposed to be aware of increase. It was a paradox. Under the emergency due to the paradox, H.A.R. Dinger's Maxwell's Einstein was Nikola Tesla. What is this? What's the meaning of this? Memories are different from delusion, you know? The sediment stuck onto the soul can't be distorted or bent as how one pleases. That's why this is the world Don San witnessed. Itsu. This is the history Anuai-san tasted. This is the story of Anuai-san. Only Anui-san knows Itsu. Putting her fingers into her long golden-colored hair, Louis detonated her flaring impulse. Not even for a single second could she remain without hurling it, instead of simply stockpiling this impulse. The very instant she did so, Louis Arneb erupted. Erupting and scattering across in all directions, her mind was fractionated into tiny fragments. New sense of values. G2 Su. It had been her meeting with that. Her meeting with an article which surpassed all imagination, which Louis had not known, had not seen, had not thought of. Her entire body transfixed by lightning. She was unable to think of anything else but that. What else could this be possibly called? Should it not be called destiny? What name should possibly be affixed to these emotions? Anui-san, could it be you're the same as us? Aren't you a Sin Archbishop? Though we have never met directly, Petalgue said so. That the factors were supposed to have reached. That since the positions of sins were filled, eventually everyone would gather. That vacant seat is the seat belonging to Anuai-san. Belonging to me, is it not? Ah. Don't get angry. Don't get angry, please, Oni-san. Don't make us perplexed. Any more than this, Anui-san. At this point, our mind is at its absolute limit. The small chest is about to burst open. It really hurts. Amazing. Tapping continuously. Striking the temple of her own forehead with her fingers, Louise chewed the memories down to its very bones. Difficult to believe in, unable to be believed in. The margin of having it believed in existed only in a fortuitous meeting with none but gluttony. Since Louise could jointly own the same memories, she could believe in Natsuki Subaru's progression. No, she could not believe in it, but savvy it as fact. For this was the journey Louis Arneb had traversed as well. Ah, what pride! Unfair! Unfair! Wonderful! Tsu! Anu-san, you really die again and again. Again and again, isn't it? Wow, amazing. You're really dying. You're dying so miserably, Anui-san. Again and again, you're dying without any method of succeeding, Anui-san. Even something like this is possible. Right, Anani-san. A round of applause. A standing ovation. Congratulations for taking birth. Gratitude for the miracle of meeting you. The train to future which shall advance with me. Welling forth inspiration. Receiving stimulus and innovation. Anui-san. So you came from a place not here. Not anywhere, huh? Ah. We can't even think anymore. Spouting sentiments without confining her momentum, Louis, who was unreservedly immersed by it, making no effort for resistance, suddenly recognized that potentiality. No? She inclined her ears towards her inner voice. To know a scenery unknown. To have taken birth in a world untold. All were finest quality full courses, which would fulfill the hunger called the inquisitiveness of Louis's deep chai-eyed. However, the specialty of Natsuki Subaru, which was deserving of utmost attention, was memories of death. Not supposed to exist. Absolutely unattainable. There existed the memories of death and beyond. This was principally dissimilar to something like near-death experiences, which were like cheap test tours. A phenomenon established due to the soul shattering. Life slashed into 1,000 fragments. The lifeline terminating in its true essence. The other side of the River of Three Crossings, the border of the living world and netherworld, which was impossible to rebound from, neither swimming through it nor striding across it, the memories of redoing the life supposed to have been robbed away. Returned by death. That was how Louis read the greatest showpiece of the memories blossoming within herself, accumulating the experiences of sundry deaths as memories, that which could not be carved into memories even once he handed over to his next self as something certain. And that Natsuki Subaru had surmounted all kinds of hardships. Amazing, amazing, Anui-san. Truly amazing. We've been moved. Deeply. We admire it from the bottom of our heart. You really can do something like that. Overcoming death. With complete freedom. No need to be modest. We are serious, you know? We really do find Anui-san to be enviable. After all, something like the memories of death, nobody possesses it, no matter what. Chew. Also, why is it so? Why are you all composed despite getting memories stolen by us? What specialness is it? Souls safe? Backup? Invariance? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Within the struggling, writhing Natsuki Subaru existed numerous, multitudinous memories of the time of dying. That was stimulation Lewis, by no means, managed to acquire. Furthermore, to continue to die interminably, the power with the ability to stockpile death was the target of her jealousy. Want it. She desired the power of return by death, not for it being capable of repeating death. Naturally, that fresh stimulation was also a factor eternally captivating Lewis. But what was further momentous was the ability to redo. Louis Arnab was searching for the greatest life, and the conclusion derived by Lewis, having indulged in diverse lives, was that what was termed as the greatest life was neither being affluent, nor being loved by many, nor being blessed with a high status. What was termed as the greatest life referred to the life which went as one wished. Anything and everything would occur as one believed, as one expected, as one wished, without any flaws, without any incompletion, without any irrationality, the perfect world view. She always searched a method for its realization. The answer to that was an endlessly unbearing darkness within Lewis. But finally, she understood. Its return by death. Should she procure that, she would be able to recover from conflicts, from failures. Should she know what shall happen in future, she would be able to cope with it. If only she can know what failure shall occur, what irrationality shall await, what incompletion shall she come across. We can live the greatest life. What should be done? What should be done in order to steal it? If Anui-san's return by death is an authority, then it can't be stolen by just eating. It's different from things that come attached with memories and names, which factors are the antithesis of Od Lagna. After all, it won't come detached easily. That is why, was an authority to be stolen. There was no choice but to steal the witch factor itself. However, even Lewis was unaware of a method to steal as far as witch factors. Until now, never had she wished for an authority belonging to other Sin archbishops. That kind of a bunch was disgusting to even come in contact with. However, Ani-san, the authority of the killed Betelgeuse, you're using it. The unseen hand present within the memories had weakened in both numbers and range from the original, but indubitably was the power utilized by that lunatic. In other words, that was none but proof that several witch factors were being stocked in the interior of Natsuki Subaru. Stocking witch factors, if that was possible then, we will absolutely, no matter what, get our hands on return by death. Anui-san's authority is our hope. If that can be obtained, we will be able to live our own life, too. Want to become happy. 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 The method for that is right there. The method for that. 2. AHK. How arbitrary. Something like return by death is nothing so good. A person possessing it can understand the feelings of a person who doesn't possess it, Atsu. Something like allotted persuasion which had seemingly been heard somewhere else was nothing but tedious. One who had continued using that power as per his contentment, disliking using that power seemed foolish. That is why she shall definitely obtain it. Absolutely. Definitely. With certainty. What shall be done? What shall be done? In order to steal the authority. Wrong. That's wrong. It's wrong anyway. As it's wrong. Certainly it is wrong. As it's too wrong, we're saying it's wrong. Because it is wrong. Atsu. Gluttonous drinking yutsu. Guni. Keitsu. Clapping her hands mightily. Potently. Louis widened her eyes. Unraveling her sharp fangs, she applauded, suggesting how clear-headed herself was. Before one could notice, the means and objective switched positions. However, that wasn't the case. That was not the case. Louis's objective was not to plunder because she wanted to return by death, because she could amusingly live the greatest life by obtaining return by death. It was no good to have the bad habit of considering things hazardously remain clinging, because of having played something like Sin Archbishop representing gluttony for a long period of time. Problematic. Imprisoning in fixated notions. That was a cause of defeat. It was simple. If it was not to plunder but to obtain, it'll be fine if we just become. It'll be fine if we just become Onisan. If we become Anui-san, and have him be consumed by the authority of gluttony, we can integrate witch factors, since if it's Anui-san, then they can be stocked. Saying so, Louis plucked her cheeks with both her hands, continuously, forcefully, tempted into violence. Not an endearing gesture, but excruciating. She did so wielding the intention of injuring. For what purpose? To tear apart her flesh and blood, and dividing herself. That was the purpose. You know the three great witch beasts? It's said that those are monsters created by the owner of the witch factor long before us. We too can do something similar. We didn't do that because there wasn't really any meaning in doing so. But, you see, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything. If we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That was what is called the monster of potentiality. That was what is called the potentiality of a pure existence, prior to taking birth. That was one affixed with the destiny of living the greatest life, hereafter in the future. That was the destiny of the utmost joyful being, named Louis Arneb. That is, the existence known as us. The speech of the slowly spinning Louis was overlapped and enunciated. The phenomenon of hearing the same voice doubled was not some kind of auditory hallucination or mishearing. That was in accordance with the occurrence happening, for there appeared two of the same people, with the same voice, with the same tone. Got surprised by Ani-san's memories, but Arneb is a star of the constellation of the Hare, huh? It was also astonishing that Anui-san and the others were the ones to destroy the Sizable Hare too. But if that's the case, then it doesn't become too much of a surprise? How come we multiplied? Or is it Anui-san's great delight that cute Louis-chan multiplied? No, huh? No way. So Ani-san is the type who doesn't sexually desire little girls. Is that so? Observing the opponent, who was frozen in place, with his eyes widened in astonishment, Louis linked her shoulders with the existence standing immediately beside her, namely, the same Louis. Within this place, called the Hall of Memories, which was separated from reality, Louis was merely an existence of a witch factor, possessing no flesh body and a soul joined together. Other than that, it rather seemed that the respective names of the three siblings corresponded with the three great witch beasts, though that, well, did not matter. Anyhow, separating the witch factor into two, Louis Arneb multiplied into two. This was a stunt perhaps Lai and Roy, who feared losing their selves upon the utilization of solar eclipse. Those two were not capable of. To know it was possible to duplicate oneself, also tied together with forfeiting the true essence of one's real self. However, that did not apply to Louis, whose self had been established as vague from start. It was possible to have one Louis, two Louis, and so on. With this, Louis Arneb obtaining Natsuki Subaru's authority was... What? The juvenile, the receptacle of the witch factor, declared some words. Upon glancing at the juvenile, aside from the glamour called return by death, simply feelings of love welled up. Finding that annoying, Louis abandoned the memories emerging to the surface. Upon peeling them off of her own soul, she discarded and abandoned them with the notion of them being useless. No, that was not simply a notion. Truth be told, they were indeed useless now. All of the memories had been mere fillers until the greatest life was discovered. Naught but side dishes. However, Louis Arnib had finally reached her full course. If we think of doing it, then we can do anything. That is why she shall tread onto this path, eating into Natsuki Subaru from the interior, chewing the eaten into Natsuki Subaru from the exterior, sparing not a single bit. Louis Arnib shall obtain Natsuki Subaru. You'll... Until the very end of the end, the receptacle continued saying something. However, what had it been saying? Something like that no longer held any relevance. Licking the sediment stuck onto the soul with her tongue, Louis inherited the memories. And within the receptacle, which had forgotten anything and everything, Louis personally had herself appended to the witch factor. As for the rest, it's fine to simply wait for completion. Unremittingly waiting in the Hall of Memories was something she had grown all too accustomed to. Problem lied in the usage of the memories. There was a scheme for stealing memories once again from an opponent who had already been eaten once. The Gourmet Authority did not deem the menu of the same name, the same taste as a separate article in its judgment. That is why there present was a need to alter the flavor from the soul into an article separate to such an extent that it was not possible to recall that it had once been atop the tongue of Louis, of gluttony. Anticipating it proves to be the taste of the finest quality, that which Louis Arnib had fervidly awaited, hoping it achieves completion into the greatest, utmost, supreme dish. Looking forward to that moment, whilst licking her lips and longing. So, did you get to see what you wanted to see? Louis Arnib. Louis, huh? Upon the sudden accost, Louis, who had gained awakening of her consciousness, rounded her eyes. Blinking a few times, she made certain of her location. White environs, white ground and white skies, standing within the world blanketed white. Louis had been making a stupefied expression. Louis. Having her hand touch her face, making contact, she made certain of the sensation. Since there was no mirror in this place, she could not take a look, but this sensation was irrefutably her own face. With there not being even any moderate amusements in this place, speaking of things touchable, only her own face, own body counted as one. That is why she had touched her face to an extent one would grow sick of touching it. That is why, upon touching her face she had grown sick of touching, she could immediately know in what state her face, her body was. Just as before. Yes, just as before. This was Louis' own body. Did you get to see what you wanted to see, huh? Slowly, stupefied, making certain of herself was Louis. With that behavior reaching a point where it could pause, abruptly, the accost now overlapped once again. Lifting her face, Louis looked at the personage who had been standing before her, in front of her eyes all along. Rather short black hair and stabbing Sampaku eyes, with legs the same length as his body, wearing a shabby appearance was the juvenile. His name, Natsuki Subaru. The existence Louis herself had become one with as a witch factor, and Louis. And the being of unimaginable insanity, wielding the authority which had the ability to return by death. Louis. No. Tsu. Louis opened her mouth and roared. As long as the strength remained, as long as the possibility remained, with complete devotion she roared. Should she have not done that, she would get crushed by the pressure, by the terror, by the menace, by the despair. She would get snared in the insanity of a lunatic, who repeated and resumed continuing death time after time. Louis, don't want to die. We don't want to die. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. Hate. Hate it. Hate. 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 Hate it. Hate it too. Swinging her head, collapsing onto the bare ground, Louis frantically appealed while drawing back. Assimilating with that existence, Louis had personally experienced death. She had tasted it. By being taken in by the soul who practiced return by death by her own volition, she had experienced return by death firsthand, which turned back even time. The memories of death that had been incomplete as merely Natsuki Subaru's memories. After all, memories were naught but memories. The sensational impact of never returning again upon letting go even once of that instant, of that juncture, of that moment could never be obtained. That had been why she thirsted for that. She had thirsted for what flavor death had. Even if death had been something less vivid than what Louis had expected, using the authority that goes by the name of return by death, she could gain sufficient change with the right to walk a life in which redoing was a possibility. That is what she believed, until she herself tasted death, that is. Louis, something like that can never be withstood. That anguish, sense of loss, no way can it be withstood. Impossible, 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 absolutely impossible. Hate, not even once had she possessed a way to die comfortably. Not even once had she felt death to be luscious. Not even once had she wished to die on her own volition. Natsuki Subaru had tasted that greater than 20 times, and had replayed that. Louis, someone who can withstand that, is not human. Monster! A monster, Sue. She could not. No way she could. Louis had indulged in a great number of lives, affronted all kinds of souls, and had searched a life of her own. She believed she had possessed the right, the privilege, to do so. That is why she stretched her hands even into the soul of Natsuki Subaru. The consequence, she got her naive shattered. Because, Louis, the human heart cannot withstand something like itself dying to want to become happy. 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 Wanted to become happy. Wanted to become happy. That was the wish Louis Sarneb had envisaged all along, for the whole time. Trampling upon all aspects of everything, she possessed the right to exercise her power for the purpose of acquiring the greatest life. Louis had remained, believing so without any pangs of conscience whatsoever, until today. That premise crumbled. Wanted to become happy. However, right now, the wish right now was different. Louis, don't want to die. 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 Don't to die. Don't want 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 to die. Want to die. Don't want to die. Subaru. That is why, when you were trying to eat me, I told you. Her arms hugging her head, cowering, shaking her head in fear, desperately trying to protect herself, was Louis. In close proximity to that Louis, immediately above Louis, who did not raise her face, onward came a voice descending. She did not want to listen to even that. Listening was terrifying. However, something which may befall upon her due to not listening was terrifying. Dying was frightening. That is why she had no choice but to listen. And, whilst looking down upon Louis curling herself in fear, the voice continued. Its preface, saying you had been warned. Subaru. That you'll definitely regret it. Chapter 76. The Hell Named Oneself. With the young girl who had experienced return by death and was sobbing with her hands on her head before his eyes, Natsuki Subaru intently stared at his own palm. It was not as if he was feeling hurt after having been called a monster, after having been spoken ill of, that he was crazy, that it was impossible to withstand. He agreed with those notions as well. Subaru himself had died countless times until now. He was aware of something as basic as those experiences being unordinary, but he had simply gritted his teeth and endured it, believing with all his heart that it would be better for him to suffer than the death of someone aside from himself, a friend or an acquaintance, people whose names and faces he did not know, his precious comrades or the people he loved. That was Subaru. Yeah, I sure am amazing, right? Natsuki Subaru. Tightly clenching the fist he had been gazing, Subaru sang his own praises from the bottom of his heart. He had been commended, through loose-lipped logic impossible to be held true. Such words had been used as if to console oneself, or for encouraging oneself. However, the singing his own praises just now had been different. The memories and real experience which had observed the existence named Natsuki Subaru terribly objectively were commending the path oneself had walked until now. Subaru. Dang, I'm unexpectedly a pretty big deal, huh? And that was something which Natsuki Subaru, who had lost his memories and had returned to the starting point of being summoned into the different world, and ultimately reached this point after taking a deep read of the books of the dead, could also be told, starting from being ignorant with regards to the different world, accumulating personal experiences of death sufficient to equal the single year Subaru had lived through, and had returned without letting his heart shatter into pieces, impressively. Thanks to that, the lost memories and the memories thereafter had been unified. Subaru. Maile Shola entrusted to me, and I will take responsibility for them. Maile, for whom murder had become a habit, and had locked herself into a dark future. Shola, who had been liberated from a vain weight which lasted for 400 years, and wished to continue the blessed present. Subaru, Ram, and Julius. Both of them sure act unreasonably. For those two to be doing that, that's quite a feat. Ram, who already knew the best possible option, and displayed prudence more reliable than anyone. Julius, who had lost his own resort, yet embraced faith and still resumed holding the sword. Subaru, Beatrice and Echidna. I've really been a bother to them as well. Geez, I'm such a... Beatrice, who dedicatedly supported Subaru, and noticed the limits of his heart before anyone else. Echidna, who was utmost suspicious regarding Subaru's amnesia, and had granted him forgiveness at its extremity. And, no matter if he lost his memories, no matter how many times he redid, he ultimately returned to the path of being drawn towards you. He wanted to do that. He must do that. He could not think of any other path. That's how much you are, Subaru. EMT. With love and certain tranquility on his lips, Subaru raised his face and looked at Louis, who still had her face covered and was shivering. Subaru. Hey. Louis. Eek. Uka. Subaru. You're too scared. Subaru scratched his cheek with a single finger upon her being excessively frightened by a single call. She was a young girl with an outward appearance which could unobjectionably be called young. The form of that young girl shivering in fear, desperately rejecting the world, was a sight heavy to the chest. It seemed she had been endowed with something akin to fleeting fragility which would make one thoughtlessly extend a hand to her by birth. Surely, an attainment of the nature to undo the opponent's vigilance and crawling into their interior. That could perhaps be a crystal pure, like a child, that had been coercively refined. That Louis Arneb, who did not know of the world, was like an innocent, pure child. However, Subaru. Louis Arneb, you lose. Natsuki Subaru shall not forgive Louis Arneb, who was sobbing like a child. Louise widened her eyes, frozen upon the verification of defeat that had been slammed right before her. Whilst witnessing fear fill her eyes like ink spilled on a white sheet, Subaru's heart yet remained peaceful like the calm at sea. The world was not filled with problems that could be ignored simply because of not knowing, and the deeds Louis or her siblings had committed were countless inhuman and demonic atrocities. It was not as if she did not get a chance to know. Through the memories of others, she must have also had a chance to come in contact with human emotions, likes and dislikes, and learn from them. However, what she absorbed from there was not something akin to affection for others, but a further dusky, grisly desire, and the conduct of trampling upon and spitting on the effortful lives of others. Perhaps the fault was that of her teachers. Her elder brothers had been bad role models of her life. However, it was her decision to never use any chance to return back from the mistaken path. Subaru, you may know as well if you were a part of me, but the ranks which you all, sin archbishops, name yourself as is common with the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins is a pretty English term for Chunibiu purveyors, but there also exist the 7 heavenly virtues which are something close it. The 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, sloth, lust, greed, and the 7 heavenly virtues: chastity, humility, temperance, patience, diligence, charity, kindness. If the 7 deadly sins were karma, impossible to be sundered from humans as long as they live, then these were 7 conventions which mustn't be forgotten in order for humans carrying the burden of those sins to live with others, because they respect that humans can live with other humans. Subaru, but you violated that. That is why the sin archbishops, Louis Arneb, had become an unforgivable great evil. Louis. Eek, eek. The frightened, curled-up Louis was struck with Subaru's words and was shivering as if she had experienced agony. The slightest effort of others, of the world connected to fear. Subaru was also aware of that sensation, having tasted the otherworldly sensation called return by death, in a situation of not knowing how to surmount the obstacle however much one may die. Even the sound of dry leaves swaying in the breeze seemed fatal to life. Because he remembered that feeling akin to the soul being frozen, Subaru closed his eyes. And Subaru, Louis Arneb, you lose. Subaru? So recognize that and release anything and everything. Once again, Subaru repeated her defeat, such that she could hear it herself. On top of that, he pushed a firm demand toward the young girl, who remained silent upon hearing that. The return of Subaru's own memories was due to the chance meeting between Natsuki Subaru, who lost his memories, and Natsuki Subaru, of the moment immediately previous to his memories being robbed. Since his advance through the different world Waswa, replayed in the books of the dead, he was able to restore his own memories in the form of tracing them back, in the form of re-experiencing the stolen memories by utilizing the books of the dead, and fulfilling the unification of Subaru, before and after losing memories. The result was the successful second advent of Natsuki Subaru. As its byproduct, Louis, who had gotten into Subaru in the form of a witch factor, had been forced out as a foreign substance. However, Subaru had witnessed with his own eyes her self-indulgent treatment of the stolen memories of freely bringing them out and peeling them off. If that was possible, then a method to save the people who had their memories, their names robbed, would be, Subaru, if we think of doing it, then we can do anything, is what you said, right? Then, from being conceited and bragging about her own abilities, she had even succeeded in a stunt like splitting the witch factor into 2. Since she had achieved that, then surely it wasn't impossible for her to cancel out the effects of her own authority. If that alone, could come true, then perhaps it would be possible to recover the people who got their memories and names stolen. To recover Subaru. Then, release all of the people you've eaten up until now. If you do that, Louis, do that, then what? Subaru articulated powerfully, but Louis shortly intercepted that voice. Louis remained on white floor in the posture of pulling her knees towards herself, making her long golden hair spreading out on the floor blanket herself. She was glaring at Subaru through the gaps of her hair. What dwelled in her eyes was the sole unquestionable hue of fear. Louis, do that, then what? Repeating, Louis piled up the same question yet again. Subaru had been caught off guard by her retort for a moment, but got a hold of himself immediately after she displayed her stance of conversation. Far better than her not talking due to fear. He must accept the words head-on and fumble around for a compromise plan that could change the situation. Subaru, release the great number of people you have eaten. If the names return, then even the honor of the people who've already died can be restored. The people who are alive can even reunite with their families. If you would do that, then I will let you... Lois. Off the hook, you say? If we do that, then Ani-san will let us off the hook? Off the hook, you say? His words intercepted yet again. Subaru felt daunted. Viewing that reaction of Subaru's, Louis said, "Ha," and opened her mouth bearing sharp fangs. Louis. That can't be, isn't it? That isn't possible. Energetically lifting her face, Louis shouted with a blazing glint in her eyes, her two eyes glaring at Subaru. They immutably remained soaked in fear, twinkling darkly. With those dark twinkles in her eyes, Louis forcefully rocked her body back and forth. Louis, it isn't. It really isn't. It isn't after all. It indeed isn't. We're telling you it isn't, as it isn't. As we know it isn't. That's why. Oni-san will not let us off the hook. Absolutely, certainly. After all, Louis, Oni-san destroys his enemies. Absolutely crushes them until the very end of the end. Without any exception. Completely, thoroughly. Closes it with a perfect game. He can do that. Then there's no way he wouldn't do that. There's no point in him not doing that. As if having heard a first-class joke, Louis ended her silence and let her emotions explode. And to Subaru, Louis's outbursting form was visible as terribly distant. Louis's facial expression was disordered, trying to laugh, trying to be angered, trying to be doleful, and baffled by the notation of fear not present in any of those. She was perplexed and was imploring. The gateways of all of Louis' surging emotions, all directly connected to fear, regardless of whether they began with delight, rage, or sadness. Knowing that all would ultimately lead to fear, for what should she be delighted, be enraged, be saddened, even if she were to believe that conclusion led to fear as well? Subaru was more than sufficiently aware of the ingrained nature of Louis' rejection, cursing the entirety of the world, being flung into a storm of suspicion and distrust, becoming trapped in a sensation of being forbid into the slightest movement. That was the hell named oneself which Natsuki Subaru had also experienced. What pulled Subaru out of that hopeless hell was surely because there had been someone who held his hand, and that warmth never let go of Subaru. That was the silver-haired young girl who had saved Subaru's life, his heart when he had first arrived in the different world. That was the dressed young girl who strived to protect Subaru when he had been betrayed by anything and everything. That was the blue-haired young girl who gently made Subaru realize when he sought to abandon everything. That was the reason why Natsuki Subaru had remained without being prisoned in hell. That foundation of heart was not possessed by Louis Arneb, who was drowned in fear before his eyes. That is why she did not possess the ability to conquer fear. She could never think of return by death other than being a nightmarish curse of being dragged into an inescapable hell, though quite a cliched expression. Humans cannot live by themselves. That is why for her to be saved, she, who was caged in fear, it was necessary for someone to extend their hand to her. Someone offering their hand, just as Subaru had been offered once. However, Subaru, I will not save you. Subaru shall not extend his hand to Louis Arneb. Louis? Ah. Subaru. I will not save you. Neither will I pity you. Louis Arneb, the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, the blasphemer of souls standing in the white world, not matter how sweet in appearance, no matter how miserable and transient in ambience, no matter how luring an attitude of craving being sheltered by adults were she to possess, Subaru shall not forgive her. The Sin Archbishops had committed sins difficult to forgive. That was the conclusion Natsuki Subaru had derived. Subaru, I'm sure no matter what I say, it'll never prove to be salvation for you in the first place. Louis Eek. Louis' distended eyes were filled with naught but terror toward Subaru. In this place, though, only Subaru could understand the fear she bore. The very reason for her fear was Subaru himself. In other words, her labyrinth couldn't possibly be opened up, and upon Subaru's head-on declaration that we won't save her, that he detested her, Louis stabbed her claws into the shapeless white world, and whilst desperately distancing herself away from Subaru. Louis, we know. We know Ennui-san's ploy. We had been Ennui-san after all. That's why we know what Ennui-san is going to do. However, we won't let you, Watsu. Subaru, you. Louis, return what was eaten. Absolutely never. After all, this is our lifeline. If we lose this, then Ennui-san will be able to kill us. As long as this isn't returned, Ennui-san won't kill us. It's the other way around. The other way around. Completely the other way around. In order to not be killed by Ennui-san, we cannot return this. That's why you know. Howling with a loud voice, Louis turned her palm towards Subaru. It's not as if something was being fired from the fair palm held out. However, Louis's aim materialized in a different form. Subaru's field of vision steadily distorted into white. A change was yielded in the Hall of Memories. It commenced constricting the world, having detected the presence of a foreign substance and seeking to eliminate it. As a result, Subaru's existence was extracted out. Louis, enough. We don't want to be in the same place as Ennui-san for even a second. Impossible in terms of physiology. Impossible in terms of life. Impossible in terms of destiny, you see. That's why. Disappear. The ones who will eat Ennui-san will be Ennui-chan and Nai-sama. Either of them can do however they please. No thanks from our side. Louis's decision, infuriatingly enough, was the best possible option for her, banishing Subaru from the Hall of Memories and sending him back to reality, and entrusting opposing him to her siblings, Lai and Roy, instead of herself. If the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony could choose to share or not to share a meal, then Louis would be able to part ways from the worst platter named Natsuki Subaru. Whether her siblings would bear the same anguish as herself or not, that itself was something her current self did not know. Subaru. Jaich. It was difficult to hold out, with not a single thing to latch onto, and with even the ground to stand firm on becoming vague. Subaru was hopelessly the weaker side in this Hall of Memories. Subaru. If you don't like me doing it, then if you settle this by yourself. Louis, we won't go along with that, Dotsu. Even if you try to make us kill you, it's futile. You intend to take us to task through return by death. We won't let you. Ennui-chan and Nai-sama will utterly eat away Ennui-san. That is the condition for our victory, Tatsu. Unraveling her fangs, Louis scowled at Subaru, who tried to hold his ground. He could no longer oppose her will. Comprehending that, he let in a deep inhale. Afterwards, Subaru's black eyes directly pierced through Louis. Louis. Eek. Subaru, if your siblings are your final rope to rely on, then I understand. I will slash that rope and make you pay. You'd better remember this, Louis Arneb. With a single finger pointed towards the frightened, cowering Louis, he resumed. Subaru, everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Don't run away from the memories. Humiliation and repentance were all memories necessary to shape the current oneself. Its entirety had become food for the human named Natsuki Subaru, and the Natsuki Subaru constructed by its entirety had reached this point after having stockpiled many a death. If Natsuki Subaru was amazing, then that was because humiliation and repentance let him be so. Subaru. With that being said, I don't really want even a part of that shame. That was what Subaru whispered whilst being expelled out from a space to its edge, which wasn't present in the world, with his field of vision turning white as if nothing had been there. And the Hall of Memories came untied. And within the Hall of Memories, wherein the form of the dreadful lunatic had been erased, Louis Arneb took in a deep, deep shivering inhale, and confirmed her own pure life. Louis. Ah. 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 Her throat, shivering, her lungs, shivering, her heart, shivering, her soul, shivering. Even Louis, who had indulged in every possible variety of memories, couldn't comprehend an existence that repulsive. What was truly frightening about that thing was its inconceivable spirit. Louis. Whether she could remain as per ordinary, she did not know. Louis had become a part of that thing, and prior to that had eaten that thing's memories thoroughly down to its roots. Slowly crunching the memories without exception, she had masticated them. That deed itself was roundabout, as if peeling off the layers of an onion's skin one by one. a code of action separating that which yielded new life upon each instance of death into greater than 20 sections. Before having experienced return by death, that deed of dividing those memories into several portions, then eating them, was something that made her heart pound with the notion of it being a new experience. But now all she found was incomprehensible fear. In the first place, why couldn't the memories prior to the occurrence of the summoning into the different world or whatever be robbed? Originally, the power of the authority of gluttony was supposed to eat away all of the memories of the subject until the moment of birth. Yet what could be robbed from that thing were merely the memories of this 1 year, as if Odlagna did not assess the memories previous to that, abhorred them, or otherwise. Listen, isn't this a bit from what was supposed to be? Louis. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the hall of memories supposed to have been left alone, and Louis turned around, astonished. However, her doubts were immediately dispelled. The one who stood before Louis's line of sight, who had turned back, was Louis. Louis. That's right, us. Because we got the short end of the stick. It's US who had been waiting here in vain. Which one will play the trial version of The Greatest Life by becoming Oni-san? Was the play environment properly arranged? Came here to report that, is it? Whilst saying so. Smiling at Louis was the existence exactly the same her. Louis. Dividing the witch factor, originally supposed to be one into two, having segregated the soul despite being the same personage. In the utmost correct sense, another one of herself. The greatest factor which made that possible must be that Louis did not fear the deterioration of herself, an existence of mere soul devoid of a flesh body. That Louis, who was one more of oneself, did not share that personal experience unlike Louis. That is why Louis found the genuinely smiling form of Louis to be unordinarily distant. Louis, what happened? Us. Making such an expression, huh? First of all, what about Ani-san? Being here means... Got into this place by reading the Book of the Dead again, no? Louis. Besides, what's with this being all crouched since earlier? Why be so curled up? Hey. The goal was properly accomplished, right? Though we failed on this end, we were supposed to have fulfilled the role, isn't it? Amazing. Got in pretty cleanly, huh? Anu-san, geez. Didn't take notice at all of the US inside of himself. Clasping her hands energetically, Louis reminisced the forbidden tryst. Of course, unneeding of a necessity to mention it, Louis was aware of that affair. It referred to back when the Hall of Memories got connected to when thinking of investigating the way of capturing the atrocious swordsman, Reed Astria. Louis then once again came in contact with that thing, which had forgotten anything and everything, and had the circumstances permitted, intended to eat that thing, including Louis, who was a witch factor. Though it was an experiment to see if that thing's authority, including the integrated witch factor, could possibly be successfully plundered by doing that, it failed due to an unexpected hindrance. She surely never mused having to taste a counterattack by one of the eaten memories. However, reflecting on it now, had the hindrance not entered there, then Louis might have become one with that thing by this time. With that thing, Louis. Hey, what happened, us? Talk about various more stuff. Let us hear it. Saw it, right? Heard it, right? Scented it, right? Touched it, right? Tasted it, right? Natsuki Subaru's authority. Louis, don't mention that thing's name. Louis Itsu. Resuming her merry words, Louis stretched her hand. The moment that arm attempted to touch her own shoulder, Louis shook off the arm in accompaniment of exasperation. Violently, powerfully, with as much rejection as possible, she did, to the arm of her literal other half. Louis, who, naturally, unbeknownst to the meaning behind her other half's action, bafflement was yielded forth in Louis's facial expression. However, Louis did not possess the leeway to look back onto that expression of Louis. Louis hugged the shoulder others had tried touching, and stepped backwards whilst shaking her head in rejection. Louis, no, don't touch, don't come near. She was astonished by her own cognizance. However, it was her own sensation. It would not turn traitor. Like The hell named oneself. She comprehended. Louis before her eyes, who possessed the same face as herself, who had undergone the same experiences as herself. The existence supposed to understand her soul. At present it was someone other for Louis. It was unknown what others will do. They will not protect Louis. They could become Louis' cause of death. Baleful enemies who would not but kill Louis, who did not want to die. Louis. Don't come. Don't come near. Don't come near. Don't come near. Don't come near. Sue. Don't come close. Don't touch us. Louis. Hugging her own body, she was unable to do anything but react in exactly the same ways when she had confronted that thing. For Louis, who had continued molding herself through the memories of others in this space devoid of the freedom to even look at a mirror, the sense of foreignty she felt towards Louis, who possessed the same face as herself, was stronger than these unskillful others. Witnessing Louis repeat denial and rejection like this, Louis reciprocatively shifted her gaze along with the hand that had been shaken off. And, Louis, huh? What's with that? Pertaining to Louis's rejective response, Louis clenched her hand that had been shaken off. She then looked down onto Louis with a terribly thirstful voice, biting and clanking her fangs. Louis, what's that? What's with that? What's with that? What does this mean? With what purpose? With what idea? With what plan? With what thought? Hey? Louis. Eek, Sue. Louis. This is different from what was supposed to be, Sue. What happened? Us? What's with that reaction? Attitude. Response. The rejected Louis enraged, closing in towards the huddled Louis. Crouching down before Louis, who knelt her throat upon the vigor, Louis grasped the hair of her cowering other half, subsequently making her raise her face through sheer force. The two with the same faces glared into each other at a distance that their breaths entangled. Louis, it sure is strange. Strange. How strange? Isn't it strange? Pretty strange. It is strange. As it's strange, quite strange. As it's too strange. As we're saying, it's strange. Louis. 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 What about the strategy? The plan went well, didn't it? The plan was to become a factor and get inside on Onisan and put wickedness to work, wasn't it? It was a job really well done. Onisan was frightened, after all. Onisan completely thought that Natsuki Subaru was the closest person to him. Louis made no response to the plan which Louis recited and its progress. The truth was, Louis and Louis's plans had transitioned smoothly. Louis experienced return by death inside Subaru, and stimulated the separation of Subaru and Natsuki Subaru by putting wickedness to work. And while staying behind in the Hall of Memories, Louis shall eat Subaru, who had differentiated himself from Natsuki Subaru, and make the authority her own belonging. A single step had remained, and even if that had not went well, Louis, no matter how many times, tens of times, hundreds of times, the arrangement was to challenge until the authority of return by death has been looted. Isn't it? What's wrong after failing a bit? It'll be fine by stealing on Sui-san's memories again, and trying again no matter how many times it takes. Let's mutually exchange roles and challenge, no matter how many times it takes. Failures can be recovered from. The one to assimilate as a witch factor, and the one to stand by in the Hall of Memories. She had intended to accomplish the complete extortion of the authority by exchanging roles, and regardless how many times it would take, without getting tired of it. And yet, Louis. And yet, to do something like rejecting us, what happened, huh? Louis. Wah. With strength poured into the arm which had grasped her hair, Louis gave rise to a screech in agony and fear. Afterwards, she shoved the chest of Louis, who was before her eyes, making her other half rumble in pain and fall onto her back. Mutually glaring at each other with eyes of disbelief, a painful silence fell upon the white world. And, whilst Louis remained silent, Louis widened her eyes and, Louis, it can't be, aiming to monopolize the authority? Louis. Since the authority of return by death was obtained successfully, erasing Onisan immediately, and aiming to enjoy it by oneself, leaving us as is too. Louis. That's wrong. But Louis bellowed before the frozen Louis, who had painted a picture of repulsive misgivings and astonishment, in shock. That was not true at all. It was improbable. She had not thought in the slightest bit to monopolize this. Something like this. If it was possible to throw it away, then she wished to throw it away. However, she could not do so, for these were the memories of nobody but Louis Arneb. Oneself's own memories were impossible to be erased, impossible to be stolen, impossible to be taken in and out. Everything distressful, everything painful, bear all of it by yourself. Don't run away from the memories. Louis Eek. So she had been told by that thing just previously. What was experienced by oneself, what path was walked by oneself, could not be erased. Having certainly taken birth within Louis. That was the history of Louis Arneb herself. Louis, this is no joke. Tsu, something like this, as if it can be excused. She had wanted to become happy. She had wanted to attain a joyful life that was hers alone. However, the life solely belonging to her which she had attained in an unexpected form smashed Louis' heart into pieces and wounded her to an irrecoverable extent. Louis was unable to comprehend, Louis fearing the wounds and abrasion of her heart. Louis, as if we'll let someone like you monopolize our means to become happy. Louis? That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's rodo-o-ung. That's not it. That is not it. That's definitely not I eat. Louis. As if we can believe that. We never thought that we'd be betrayed by us. As expected of us, isn't it? Us. That's right. We get it? We get it. We do get it. Louis. No, don't get it at all. Don't get it at all. Don't get our feelings at all. Titsu. Louis. No. Do get it indeed. After all, it is about us. That's right. If it's for the sake of becoming happy, then we'd be willing to do anything and must do anything. Joyfulness is something which keeps on declining by the slightest thing. Louis bounced and joined her hands before her slim chest, and with a magnificent broad smile she directed a sidelong glance towards Louis, who articulated her rejection in a tearful voice. Louis, what if we carelessly schemed wickedness? If that's done to us by us, who have attained return by death, then no matter how much the struggle, we can never win, isn't it? Amazing. Really put thought into it, isn't it? Louis, don't want to die. We don't want to die. Don't want to die. Don't want to die. Don't want to die, Yue. Louis, don't say such utterly obvious lies. Don't want to die? Why? Why? How come? If it's unneeded, then hand it over to us. What a filthy desire to monopolize. Can't even think that it's us. Louis, from Louis' words, she was repudiated being the same existence. At that instant, Louis felt like she heard the note of something inside of her thirsting, cracking, shattering. She did know what had been present inside of her which shattered, though she did not know. Louis, Natsuki Subaru belongs to us. This thieving cat. Despite not knowing what that thing was whatsoever, it was condescendingly called as a belonging, even though the only one who truly comprehended what thing was only herself. How arbitrary a thing to say. The only one who truly comprehended that thing was herself alone. Louis, the only one who understands Natsuki Subaru is us. This foolish girl. That thing was fearsome. That thing was repulsive. That thing was abhorrent. That is why, Louis, let us taste it too. Too! Louis pounced, advancing in order to purloin the memories which made Louis Louis. To hand that over would resort to give the meaning of it being the death of Louis Arneb, giving the meaning of death. Giving the meaning of the world witnessed by that thing. Louis, Sue, screamed, screaming. She screamed, continuing to scream, whilst resuming screaming, whilst continuing to raise a screaming voice. Don't want to die. An exceedingly fierce, meaningless conflict commenced in the Hall of Memories. A conflict with nobody watching, nobody interested. Commenced and ended. A conflict devoid of victors. Ice brand arts. The instant those words were fired, she tightly gripped the sensation born within her palm and swung it completely. What had been generated in her hands was a longsword shaped with ice, and its cutting ability was far greater than that of some incomplete iron sword. Though she had only just begun practicing the sword, moving her body was her specialty. Swinging the ice sword atop the extended line, she attempted to land a fatal blow upon her opponent whilst sealing off his routes to escape. However, you're doing aight, but this is far from being enough to land these. The enemy, with his long hair waving about, evaded her fatal strike by seemingly crawling on the ground. Glaring with his sharp cuspids unraveled was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, who named himself as Lai Batenkaitos. Upon hearing the name of Sin Archbishop, something akin to dislike swelled up within her. That was because approximately a month ago, clashing with a great number of Sin Archbishops in the Watergate City Priestella had led to a large number of settlements, as well as a large number of settlements being delayed at any rate, led to mountain worth of grave happenings. Plentiful emotions of sadness or bitterness had been borne forth. Their elimination or solution had yet not been achieved. That is why everyone was doing their best, and yet, why do you all act like this and lie? Why? Why indeed? Why we wonder? Why is it why? Why must it be why we wonder? Why is it what we certainly wonder? Why must what be why? Why is what? Why is why? Is why a? His teasing words possessed no echo of seriousness. Her opponent did not intend to give a proper response. Sensing that, she powerfully stiffened her cheeks. Being able to converse would be the best. However, should the opponent not comply with conversation, then she shall not hesitate any further. That resolute exchange certainly occurred with clarity during that moment. Icicle line. Lie wow. Accompanying the chant, a sound of freezing space echoed from her rear. Countless ice stakes with sharp tips were borne in the air, signifying they were ready to be fired. Gazing at that, Lai's composure yet remained unchanged. With no strong feelings for that, she merely commenced the offensive, abiding by her frozen fighting spirit. The count of the fired ice stakes was close to, but no greater than, 100. Submerging the aisle seemingly constructed of stone, the dust of the ice which had impacted the floor, the walls, the ceiling fluttered about, and the space frozen white brought immense damage upon the one who had been immensely hit. However, Lai. Sorry, Wani-san. We're tired of seeing that. It's something we won't say, but we have seen it. See, because we are genius after all, we don't think an attack that has already been seen once will hit. Swinging the daggers fastened to both of his hands, Lai laughed. Having outdone the terrific attack of ice, she inhaled in astonishment, witnessing his talent and skill, and having withstood and outdone it as a matter of fact, as he stood completely unwounded. However, if he had outdone it once, then twice, thrice, if that still won't work, then even more. Lai? You're thinking you'll be able to win if you do it 100 times? It will not reach through even after you do it 1,000 times, you know? Then I'll just do it 10,000 times. I won't let you go where everyone is. Lai, haha, too. Well, that sure is a large scale. Good gracious, how outrageous. Putting his hand on his forehead, Lai let out a sigh divided into disgust and irritation. Whilst viewing that, she quietly abided by her own words. Though she had pronounced those words whilst simply going with the flow, she must abide by them. Thus, the moment she attempted to step ahead and fulfill that, Lai Batenkaitos! From the rear echoed a voice in the aisle that was neither hers nor Lai's, leading her to thoughtlessly halt her feet. Upon looking back after being immediately lured by the voice, a shadow showed itself by the corner of the path, and leapt into her field of her vision. That was a black-haired youth with a somewhat nasty look of eyes. He rushed into the battlefield with a gallant expression, and was looking at Lai and herself, who were sparring in the aisle. Suddenly. Oh no, was the thought which surfaced in her innermost mind. Though she must say something, a vacuum was born in her words. This was due to the various emotions which overflowed in face of the rushing youth. However, before bafflement was yielded in front of the youth, she hurriedly moved her lips. It's dangerous, so wait. You may not know about me, but he's the enemy. Leave this place to me, even though you may not know about me. She wished for him to leave this place, and for him to not think of herself much. At the very least, right now, at the present instant, should she begin considering things aside from fighting, she would certainly burst into tears and cry. She did not wish to show her weak side like this and trouble everyone. And yet, it's all right, Emilia Tan. The youth who had rushed in called her name. Emotions she could not concern herself with, like anxiety, like sorrow, strummed and sprang within her chest due to simply that, for which she tried her best to make sure they did flow out. After all, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru, Emilia Tan's one and only knight. Right now, Emilia's heart was beating with such warmth. Such warmth. Chapter 77. The beacon of counterattack abiding by his warm emotions, dashing with the entirety of his might, he stepped foot into that place, opposite to his heart sending out hot-blooded pulses within the depths of his chest. The outside air had become chilly enough to whiten his exhales, and within this glaciated world, he discovered the back he was looking for. His gaze plunged towards the slim, supple back, and his heart voluntarily came on the verge of bursting. Though affection lighted his chest, he narrowly managed to suppress his impulse. This was no time for him to let his heart explode and die. Powerfully gnashing his molars, he looked at the face of the enemy opposing on the other side of the struggling back. Long hair of a dark brown hue, and a crude outfit as though being wreathed in rags. What was the most impressive, outstanding of all, was the revolting glint in eyes that trampled upon the lives of others, and had turned them into literal food articles. Subaru, Lai, Batankayos. Roaring at the absolute top of his voice, he asserted his existence, and attracted the attention of the opponent. Even gaining his attention for this singular moment alone was beneficial. Of course, there lay the possibility of his side sustaining equal blows, but it was nothing if it meant reducing the damage being inflicted upon her. With affection filling his heart as fuel, he could even fly in the sky right now. If that could increase our chances of winning even slightly. Halting his feet before the frozen floor, he poured strength into his abdomen and glared at Lai. He maintained a watch at his movements with all of strength, and no matter what move should he make. Such preparedness of Subaru's was robbed and shattered by the amethyst eyes that suddenly turned backwards. Eyes that suddenly turned backwards. His black eyes and her amethyst eyes intermingled with each other. The wave of emotions that appeared in her eyes at that instant was enormous, almost washing him away. Her eyes had always gripped his heart and sought to drown it within themselves, because he wished to somehow save the entirety of the multiple emotions levitating in her eyes. Thus, it's dangerous, so wait. You may not know about me, but he is the enemy. Leave this place to me, even though you may not know about me. His eyes twinkled upon seeing her call for vigilance while swaying her hands in panic. Delayed by a beat, he gulped down the meaning behind her words. The memories of being told this very same thing were certainly present within him. At the same time, he comprehended the turn of events, and he truly thought that he was glad to have been the first one to reach this place. He knew what he ought to say, how he ought to call out to her. Furthermore, the thought of how he wanted to call out to her arose. Subaru. It's all right, Emilia Tan. Sorry for causing problems for you, for making you worry, for making you wait. Wielding those sentiments, though unbefitting for this place, he nodded whilst loosening his lips, and whilst looking at the young girl, whose eyes grasped comprehension by the few words he had said, he resumed. With the finger of his right hand pointing towards the heavens, he posed with one hand on his waist. Though there was no need for him to be doing this, Doing this enabled him to solidify his resolve. For that purpose, Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia Tan's one and only knight. Emilia. Subaru. AHK. Subaru. Bah. The instant he declared so with a determined, smiling expression, the silver-haired young girl, Emilia dashed toward Subaru with fearsome velocity. Colliding, Subaru was thrown backwards, but he somehow supported Emilia's frame. No need for concern. She was light as an angel's feather, no problem at all. But if there were to be something labeled a problem, Subaru. Emilia Tan, this is so sudden I'm freaking surprised, and you're also super light and smell so nice. Did you change your shampoo? Emilia, stupid Subaru. Geez, you're really so stupid. I was so worried. Yet, just like that. Stupid. Subaru. Wow, you're really calling me stupid an astounding number of times. Well, I can't make any excuses. Subaru was overwhelmed as Emilia pressed him with widened eyes within his arms, since he was meanwhile also glued together with Emilia. Subaru's heart was a total mess, and even his vocabulary crumbled. Putting all this aside, Subaru reluctantly parted, grasped Emilia's slender shoulders, and distanced her body. Subaru, I'm sorry for making you worry, but I've returned. I've been revived, restored, or should I say, I've become the complete Natsuki Subaru. Either way, it's all right. So, Emilia, Subaru. I'll leave all of Natsuki Subaru in the past. This is Natsuki Subaru's explosive birth. One energetically talking on and on, he forcefully attempted to exert Emilia's relief. However, in the midst of this plan of Subaru's, Emilia blinked and lay a single finger on his chest. A ticklish, gentle sensation. Subaru involuntarily shivered. Emilia. Did you properly become one? Emilia. Because even the Subaru who didn't have memories was Subaru. So, even if Subaru remembers everything now, that Subaru, who worked his hardest and put his life on the line even for the short while he was here for, was Subaru. Yeah. It's all right. Whilst touching his chest, Emilia affirmed Subaru's footsteps with faltering words. There existed a Natsuki Subaru who, due to the unification of memories, could be interpreted as having become one or even having disappeared, and a time wherein their hearts were touched by him also existed within them. Yeah. Thus, it was simple. Subaru, the fact that I was within myself and within Emilia Tan certainly remains even now. So it really is all right. Emilia Tan. Emilia. Subiru. So please expect great things here onward from perfect Natsuki Subaru. With all the frustration piled up in this time of turmoil as the trigger. Let's go towards a bright future. Emilia. Sorry, I have no clue what you're saying. Emilia shook her head and responded, as Subaru smiled with a single finger upraised. This unkind attitude of hers was also so lovable and something he eagerly looked forward to. Subaru would prefer to spend countless minutes, countless hours, countless days just messing around with Emilia like this. But about time had enough of your moving conversation. Saying so, raising his voice and calling out to the timidly touching Subaru and Emilia, was the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony, with a devious, malicious, vicious smile. But Subaru raised his eyebrows, in response to the fact that he did not launch an attack in this interval. Subaru, yeah. I didn't think you'd wait so conscientiously. Did you become contrite? Lie. Become contrite, you say. That would be outrageous, Satsu. It's just that, we are gourmet, you see. From Anoi-san's perspective, that'd be what you call gourmet? AAS, one who knows the delight of meals. Wanting to be properly attentive to the setting of the table is what it's about. If the table is untidy, then it's a killjoy. Isn't that right? Speaking of table manners, difficult to apply practically, Lai laughed with a shrill voice in a strange and frivolous manner. Whilst listening to the ear-hurting voice of his laughter, Subaru gave a deep nod. And, Subaru, I see. Makes sense. I completely thought. Lie. Completely thought, Subaru, that you got all afraid, considering how ugly of a shape your little sister was left in. Lie. Itsu. The next instant, Lie's expression completely changed from that of having a smile of leisure. His smile disappeared in an instant. What appeared instead was scorching rage. Abiding by that intense fury, Lie's body kicked the frozen aisle and plunged ahead in the blink of an eye. Lie. What would you know about our Lewis? Subaru. I know nothing. I just arbitrarily had my body be entered by her. I have no idea what she was thinking, nor do I want to know. Seemingly truly possessing sentiments and love for his younger sister, enraged Lie's dagger inched closer toward Subaru. However, Subaru did not fear the approaching footsteps of death. Controlled by violent emotion, if Lie was not viewing anything but Subaru, then that was precisely what he was aiming for. Amelia, I'm also here, don't forget. Lie. Yeah, BJH, Mitsu. Accompanied by a brave voice, Amelia's beautiful, long legs drew an arc. Energetically rotating it to a large degree, she intercepted Lie's face as he plunged straight ahead. The instant of the direct hit, Amelia's ice battle technique Icebrand arts activated and reinforced her toes, which were striking the enemy, with boots of ice as bonus. Amelia. You-ya! Pouring strength into her fair leg, Amelia completely swung the leg which had struck the enemy's frontal teeth. Despite somehow defending against direct damage, Lie's petite stature was unable to withstand that force and was pushed away as he slid on the frozen floor and landed towards the interior of the aisle. Amelia subsequently pointed her palm towards that direction, and the generated stumps of ice mercilessly pursued Louis' elder brother, having collapsed, icicle dust, then engulfed the aisle, seemingly succeeding in inflicting enormous damage onto Gluttony. Subaru. That did it. This was a mixed attack of my instigation, and Amelia Tan's adorable intent to kill. Amelia, is that supposed to be a compliment? Subaru. It is a compliment indeed. The best. So cute. I want to marry you. Amelia. Jeez, no messing around. With her cheeks slightly red, Amelia's reaction as she fixedly looked towards him was unexpected. He thought her refute would be more powerful. So the embarrassment rebounded onto Subaru as well. Subaru. No. I'm acting way too merry since having met with Amelia Tan. All messing about comes after the problems have been solved. Amelia. Subaru. I don't know when another attack will come, so don't let your guard down. Subaru. I know, though I'd openly welcome it if this makes for his defeat. Straightening out their minds at once, Subaru and Amelia turned towards breaking the deadlock of the situation. Amelia concentrated on Libat and Kaidos before her eyes, whilst Subaru concentrated on the problems encircling the Pleiades watchtower. The 5 obstacles? Even after Natsuki Subaru's identity problem had been solved, they still remained and exposed this watchtower, and all of Subaru's comrades within it to hazard. But some conditions had changed. For example, the menace of the shadow that descended as though symbolizing a time limit, swallowing the entire tower and bringing ruin to everything. If that was Subaru. If that is the penalty as the way I've imagined it till now, the event of the shadow swallowing everything was the reappearance of the catastrophe he had formerly encountered in the sanctuary as well. The story behind why that happened was because he had spoken to Echidna within the graveyard and had unburdened himself by telling her everything about return by death. If the happenings occurring in this tower were also of the same kind, then that shadow resetted everything in cases when return by death had been largely leaked outside. In other words, it was surely because Louis Arneb had been within Subaru. Now that Louis Arneb had been eliminated, and her existence had disappeared from Subaru's interior, there was around a 50% chance that Shadow would swallow the Pleiades watchtower. Hence he did not possess the option to rely on that, and let the circumstances proceed slowly. Umaru. Amelia-tan. I have a plan. Amelia. Got it. Then, let's follow it. Subaru. I haven't said anything yet though. Subaru arranged the options in his mind and accordingly called out to her, and the next instant came Amelia's ready consent flying towards him without him having said a single word of explanation. Subaru was surprised as Amelia said, "It's fine," in response. Amelia. Subaru's plan must be one he came up with after thinking with all his might. I can trust it far more than having to think about a lot of things and coming up with an answer here. Subaru. Ah, damn it. Makes me so happy you'd say that. Scratching his head, Subaru powerfully stomped the floor as though in response to the faith that made him feel uneasy. Afterward, Subaru pointed towards the interior of the aisle, the space filled with icicle dust. Subaru. For now, Amelia Tan. Another shot at him. Amelia? I! With an explosive dynamic sound, Amelia dropped the flow of ice onto the interior of the aisle. It would be great if this merciless strike made for the finishing blow for Lai, but that would be a dim prospect. In reality, Amelia spilled out a note saying, "Ah." As she widened her eyes upon the impact, Amelia. Subaru, the Sin Archbishop from earlier. Subaru, Chiefs, he's a tenacious bastard, but there should be no way he took absolutely no damage. When Amelia turned backward, Subaru understood from her expression that Lai had erased his form from the course of impact. He had gotten fed up of that tenaciousness, on the same level as that of a cockroach, but his characteristic of judging the situation to be unfavorable and ejecting accordingly was different from peddled use of aggravated diligence and tactless frankness. Regulus, who did not possess the word humility in his dictionary. Amongst the Sin Archbishops, Lai Batankaitos had the greatest survival instinct. However, it was inconceivable that he would withdraw from the tower. Subaru. Amelia Tan. For now, we meet up with everyone else. We need to reallot the deployments of our personnel. Everyone needs to do their best or this situation won't be broken through. Amelia. Right, but is it okay if we let him escape like that? Subaru. I'll be honest, I would have preferred if the one from earlier would have finished him off, but having retreated once, Lai would surely make the best use of this time to catch up on his breath as, well, in that case, it would be difficult to calculate the necessary time and certainty for striking Lai. Then they might as well prioritize planned movement in this situation and take custody of his life. Subaru. No need to worry, he won't leave the tower or anything, as he's stimulated a lot because of Louis. Because of his little sister. The misunderstanding Siskin bastard won't back down. Amelia. Siskon? Subaru. It means one who is affectionate to their younger sister, though in their case it'd be being affectionate to the little sister in a negative sense. At the very least, it did not seem as though Louis deeply loved Lai or Roy, her true elder brothers very much on her end. To devote themselves for the sake of Louis without even knowing that, they were either pitiable victims or just role-playing maniacs intoxicated with that duty. However, ironically, only the unbending, distorted ways of the Sin Archbishops could be relied on. Subaru. Someone who can adapt to circumstances and flexibly change methods to deal with something wouldn't become something like a Sin Archbishop in the first place. That was Subaru's Sin Archbishop evaluation, having unwillingly repeatedly come in contact with the Sin Archbishops. Hence, it was not easy to track down the dirtily living Lai Betenkatitos. Meanwhile, situations Subaru could not interfere with continued to head towards ruin. Before that happened, Subaru. Amelia Tan. We go where everyone is. Amelia. Got it. But I don't know where everyone is, Subaru. It is my duty to Subanavium. Natsuki Subaru Navigation System. Subanavi for short, referring to Corleones, he activated queer. Deep emotions came to his mind upon the activation of the authority, wherein coexisted familiar and unfamiliar sensations. Concentrating the whereabouts of his beating heart, he magnified everything within the close range of his radar with his beating heart at the center. That was close to sonar, which grasped the surroundings based on the reverberation of sounds. But what he could feel was his comrades' warmth and fleeting lights. Thus, it was a restrictive sensation. However, that which specialized solely in feeling the existence of his comrades, rather than being an omnipotent might, was presently the authority of the most worth for Subaru. Figuring the location of those fleeting lights, Subaru lifted his face. Just as he had first hurriedly met up with Amelia, Next, they shall prioritize meeting up with the members she had earlier enabled to run away. In other words, Subaru. First, we retrieve my cute partner. Through the sensations being conveyed from Corleones, Subaru grasped large sections of the happenings occurring in Pleiades' watchtower. What he understood through the effect of the authority was, at maximum, the individual respective conditions of his comrades and a vague sense of distance with Subaru at the center. His comrades' fields of vision could be shared, but he could not grasp their state with clarity. But still, should they sustain an injury, he could substitute for the injury, and should they be burdened with recoil, he could take over the recoil. That was the effect of Subaru's authority of greed, and various usages could be used for Emilia. Subaru, are you okay? You look pale. Subaru. Yeah, I'm good. Well, I'm acting strong a bit, but I'm still alright. I can still work hard at this level. As they dashed through the aisle side by side, Emilia worried for Subaru whilst he let out a heavy sigh. Her voice, like a silver bell, and her amethyst eyes tickled his heart, and Subaru revealed his honest thoughts. It was agonizing, but he could still endure it. Those were his true thoughts. As pointed out by Emilia, Subaru's paleness was also, of course, due to the chaos that had unfolded with Louis in order to recover the memories. Mental abrasion is quite difficult to heal, and it is not an easy task to make a worn-down heart stand up again. But what was presently making Subaru suffer was a much more simple, clear cause. Ram's inferior physical form, because he had been preliminarily taking up the anguish she had always been experiencing on a normal basis. Subaru. Taking up her wounds without permission, Ram is sure not going to be happy. It would never sit well with Ram, who actually possessed a strong sense of responsibility, to let others substitute for her own recoil. Should he propose to her saying, "I want to shoulder your pain together with you," at her face, she would simply laugh it off with a snort, and in the end stuff steamed potatoes in his nose. So, he shall arbitrarily shoulder Ram's inferior physical form. He shan't let her refuse. That is why, Emilia. Subaru. By the shattered angle of the aisle, as she saw clearly ahead, Emilia called, Subaru. The meaning behind her call was known by Subaru, whose lion's heart was beating. The comrades that had escaped from the battlefield and taken distance, whilst Emilia preoccupied lie, the jet-black ground dragon, and the blue-haired young girl on its back. Holding its reins was her elder sister, possessing an identical face like two peas in a pod, and standing beside her was a little girl in a dress. Subaru. Beko. Emilia. Beatrice. Beatrice. Eshke. Subaru, and a god-knows-who girl are here, in fact. Beatrice turned behind to look at Subaru and Emilia, who were energetically dashing towards them. Paying no heed to her astonishment, Subaru and Emilia reached her at almost the same time. At the same pace, he hugged and picked up the young girl as she shouted, "Wakya! Subaru! Oh, Biko! Biko! You're so light. You're so cute. You've got such an intelligent look. Beatrice, wow. Emilia, look, Beatrice." Subaru remembered everything. Wait. You still don't know who I am, isn't that right? But Subaru remembered. That seriously made me so happy, Beatrice. There'll be wait, I suppose. Wait, in fact. It's like both a known occasion and an unknown occasion have arrived. So Betty's mind is all topsy-turvy, I suppose. Whilst being swung around, Beatrice was mutually knocked down by Subaru and Emilia's words, as she darted her eyes about in confusion. However, she immediately pointed her palm forward, making Emilia shut up, and, "Beatrice Subaru. Subaru. Yeah. Beatrice, do you truly remember everything, in fact? About Betty? About the time you've spent with Betty as well? Everything?" Subaru. "Yeah, that's right. Don't make such an anxious expression. I remember everything, and if anything can just make up a lot of the stuff too. The historia of everything that happened and didn't happen between you and me." Beatrice, no need to make up what didn't happen, I suppose. Jeez. Raised up in his arms, Beatrice sandwiched Subaru's face between her hands. Looking at the silent Subaru from an inch's worth of distance, Beatrice let out a deep sigh. Her eyes, with a peculiar pattern on them, subsequently quivered. Beatrice. Truly all Subaru does is swing Betty around, in fact. Subaru, the contract's condition was that I'd be a contractor who'd never let you get bored after all. And you said that I'm no Superman. Beatrice. Subaru, looking at it objectively, I'm pretty Superman-like, am I not? Closing an eye, Subaru winked and smiled at Beatrice. For an instant, Beatrice widened her eyes at his response, but then immediately pouted. Beatrice. Don't get carried away, I suppose. Subaru. Let me get carried away. I'm the type who gets things done when I get carried away. Along with that, glancing sideways, he noticed Ram standing there with a dazed expression. She narrowed her light crimson eyes and looked at Subaru with a piercing, no, stabbing gaze. Subaru. Nisama. Ram. That was quite the fast snowmelt, isn't it? Ultimately, a pointless fuss befitting of Barusu. Subaru. Well, in essence, I guess it did last only for a day. Subaru couldn't do anything but smile wryly, upon it all being labeled as a pointless fuss. What? In reality, close to 20 deaths that Subaru had experienced, upon thinking of the mental recoil he had undertaken for the purpose of accepting them all as his own, it would be impossible to think that all of the happenings had been a matter of a single day. From Subaru's perspective, it felt as if the amnesia had lasted for several years. Subaru. But I've come to terms with everything and made it back. The man who gives 150% of his strength for everyone. Natsuki Subaru. Pleased to be in your company. Ram. Ha, how nice. Kindly say whatever you would like. However, Ram's exceedingly benevolent self shall overlook it. Subaru. Overlook it. Bangladesh? Beatrice. Kaya, in fact. Ram spoke deeply meaningful words and subsequently paused. And just as he tilted his head upon her words, he was blown away by a tail whip that targeted his blind spot coming from the ground dragon, together with Beatrice. As Subaru and Beatrice twirled around, they were caught by a soft sensation. Upon looking, it had been Amelia, who halted their spinning. She softly supported Subaru's body from his backside and smiled. Amelia. It looks like Patrashjan is also really happy that Subaru came back. Ahead of Amelia's line of sight stood a jet-black majestic figure, exhaling from its nose. Having gotten a taste of one of its powerful tail strikes, Subaru readjusted Beatrice, whom he was carrying in his arms, and... Subaru. You've always been such a sundari. No, my bad. I made you worry a lot, too. In the first place, receiving Amelia's support, Subaru fixed his stance and faced Patrash, who was looking at him with a sharp glint in its eyes, and, thinking back to the unchanging devotion of the affectionate dragon during the time he was devoid of memories. Subaru. Really, you saved me so many times. I love you. Subaru. So you're not going to slap me away like usual, right? Every time he made a flimsy confession of love to her, it was standard that Patrashi's ladylike self would discipline him. But that wasn't the case with this time's confession of his. Otherwise, Beatrice. Even this ground dragon can tell when you're joking, and when you're being serious, is what it means, I suppose. Subaru, yeah. Nobody knew when she had gotten so close to it, but Beatrice spoke for Patrash's true heart. The fact that she didn't get struck by another tail whip meant that her interpretation was correct. Now, if Beatrice were to also learn the ability of deciphering and translating, then Otto could finally be dismissed of his duty. Subaru. Rem. On Patrasha's back was Rem, her body leaning on the saddle. Of course, it shan't be possible to hear her eternally asleep self's voice of delight upon the return of Subaru's memories. However, the emotion that arose within Subaru's heart upon looking at Rem's side profile was different. What if, in that white world, persuaded by Louis Arneb's cajolery, the instant he was truly going to fall into gluttony's poison fangs, had there not been the voice which kicked the hopeless weakling up, the existence known as her, truly, shan't let Natsuki Subaru loose, even should he forget himself. That is why, once again, after overcoming a totality of 40 deaths, he ended up coming back. Subaru. I'll save getting lost in thoughts for later. Anyway, my memories are back. I appreciate all of you wanting to celebrate it, but let's clean up the situation at once. Ram? Celebrate, you say? Truly. What an overestimation of oneself. Wonder what happened in this short duration. Besides, Amelia. Me. Snorting her nose upon Subaru's lowered tone, Ram then turned her gaze towards Amelia. Levitating in her eyes was usual arrogance and an equal sense of unease. It was clear from Beatrice's reaction, but indeed, Amelia. I'm Amelia. You don't remember, I guess. Yeah. Ram. The person who let Ram and others escape earlier, that is known, but that is all. Nothing further can be remembered. How do things stand for you, Beatrice Sama? Beatrice. Same for Betty, in fact. The effect of the authority of gluttony is what it is, I suppose. At Ram's assent, Beatrice identically lowered her face. What had occurred to Julius's person in Pristella had descended onto Amelia's person within this tower as well, with this forming an omnipresent excruciating wound. Amelia. Right, I am Amelia. Just Amelia. There's lots of stuff I want to say, but I am family who is looking in the same direction as both Beatrice and Ram. Amelia. If you can just understand that much, then for now, I will be fine. Ever since I got to know that Subaru remembered, I'm feeling reasonably good. Amelia flexed the biceps of her fair arms, and stout-heartedly. No, she was not merely acting strong, but truly seeming to fear nothing, smiled. Not only Subaru but Beatrice also came at a loss for words upon her exceedingly confident conduct. Unusually enough, even Ram widened her eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment. Amelia, huh? Did I say something weird? Subaru. Well, rather than weird, it was super-duper cool. Scratching his cheeks, Subaru answered upon Amelia's slightly flustered reaction. Subsequent to Subaru's response, Ram said, Indeed, and took a deep inhale. She steadily affirmed Amelia's conduct, and Ram... Amelia, was it? Enigmatically enough, upon looking at you, Ram feels the nooks of her mind be awfully uneasy. The same happened. On Ram's instance. Amelia. That's... Ram. Everything about you disappearing from the mind and being replaced by a void is difficult, is what it surely means. Though it is difficult to consider that Ram had someone like that, other than narrowing her eyes. Ram touched her head with a finger, as though tracing Amelia's disappeared existence within herself. Her words made Subaru remember something out of place. Though Ram may say so, it was unmistakable for Subaru, who had been witness to the two's relationship from the sidelines, that she cherished Amelia. Although with the vanishing of those spans of time, it was only natural that it would not come to Ram's mind. However, Ram, the throbbing and aching of the mind Ram feels upon looking at you, is the answer for the relationship between you and Ram. So, rest assured, Ram dislikes remaining defeated. Amelia, the same, goes for me. We're going to strike back. Absolutely, no matter what. Ram, indeed, let the payback be 100 million times greater. Amelia, that many times. Subaru felt Amelia and Ram to be reliable, as the two exchanged fearless smiles. After all, originally, once the name was plundered, the victim drowned in isolation as all relationships around them collapsed. However, Amelia did not give in against isolation and managed to retain the core of her heart. Thanks to that, the collapse supposed to commence from her could not destroy the foundation of Subaru as well as that of Ram and the others. On top of that, Ram, Barusu, kindly give suggestions. However, do not think that just because your forgetful self managed to remember again, all of the missteps so far can be salvaged. Subaru, I know without you having to point it out, but how many things do you plan to point out? But he was grateful that they were willing to be cooperative without having to be convinced. Anyhow, the dilemmas laid within this tower of the Sand Sea were far too impending for accumulating trust, explaining the situation, and confronting each one of the problems whilst tying bonds. Hence, Subaru. Let's obliterate this overeating festival. Those utmost worst 3 siblings started with the power of our bonds. Amelia, yes. Beatrice, naturally, in fact. Ram, ha! The 3 parties gave their 3 respective answers directed towards 3 of Subaru's greatest enemies, as he gave a deep nod to all of their words. And Subaru. It's still all over the place, but it feels like I've come back home. Saying so, he vocalized first and foremost a quiet, yet a valuable and definite deep emotion. Chapter 78. The 4 Corners. Subaru. Are you ready? The tower is in pretty bad shape right now. If I were to go out and say how bad it is, it's nearly as bad as playing Othello with all 4 of its corners taken away from you. Ram, that must be pretty bad. Ram's expression clouded over as Subaru launched into his explanation, holding one of his fingers up in the air. Quite the solemn look had appeared on the latter's face, albeit Ram wasn't the only one who was taking this seriously. Amelia and Beatrice, who were listening in as well, were like that too. Othello, more commonly referred to by the name Reversi, was a board game in which 2 players competed on an 88H64 board using black and white pieces. Naturally, this was knowledge Subaru had brought with him from his original world, but since it had been relatively easy to recreate the game here, he'd introduced it to the Roswell mansion fairly early on. It brought a huge stir, with it being extremely well received, especially from Amelia. That's why he was able to properly convey the gravity of the current situation to them. Having all 4 of your corners taken away from you in Othello meant that you were already completely lost. Furthermore, though she hadn't partaken in it much, Ram had literally been as strong as an Oni in the few occasions she'd played, as one would expect from her. In any case, Beatrice. Losing all 4 corners, an utterly outrageous situation, I suppose. That's going too far, even as a handicap, in fact. Amelia. I guess even I'd end up becoming as busy as a bee in winning if I got a hold of so many of them. Subaru, who even says busy as a bee these days? Amelia? Subaru, can you say that again? Subaru. I will, but later. Later. Amelia snapped onto Subaru's traditional retort, looking somewhat dejected at having her request denied. Although he felt a bit guilty seeing her like that, the flirting would have to wait until later. Just like he'd said many times, their first priority was to find a way out of the situation they were in. And for that, Subaru. The 4 corners. They're the 2 gluttonies inside the tower, as well as the swarm of witch beasts they've called with them. Also, it pains me to say this, but our companion... Oh yeah. I guess it's sort of debatable if I can call them that. Everyone... Subaru had been about to mention the 4th corner, but for a split second he'd faltered on what to say next. Namely because not even he had come up with an answer that would both be simple to understand and properly describe the woman who unintentionally stood in their way as the 4th corner. He wasn't so distant with her to call her an acquaintance. That, and their connection wasn't weak enough to be called bitter enemies either. But did they share enough of a destiny such that he could call her a companion? At the very least, he could perhaps leave it at them having sort of like a clueless but very much unsanctioned teacher and student relationship. Still, how did Amelia and the rest of them view her? But, as Subaru fell prey to his hesitation, Amelia, you said companion, right? What's happened to Shola? Subaru. Amelia? Subaru? Subaru. No, it's nothing. That's right. I do mean Shola. Subaru immediately acted like nothing was up and nodded back at Amelia. It hadn't been just her. Beatrice and Ram also hadn't seen anything wrong with how Amelia had recognized her. The way they'd perceived her had been the same as Amelia, regardless of whether they had memories of the latter or not. In other words, it served as proof that they viewed Shola as someone friendly to them. Subaru. Was I being an idiot? Yeah, of course I was. Stumbling over the obvious was a bad habit of Natsuki Subaru. Yet, he would reflect hard on things, leveraging them so that he could give it his all. And this was one of his strengths, a compliment, for each time he put himself down. Ideally, he would give himself 100 for each time he did. That much would do, though the true ideal would be giving himself 10,000 compliments without putting himself down even once. Subaru. Anyways, about Shola. Well, before that, do you remember the tower rules? The ones that mustn't be broken. They were explained before, right? Ram? Yes, they were. We can't leave without completing the trials. We can't break the rules of the trials. We can't disrespect the libraries. We can't damage the tower. I think those were all the violations. Subaru. Yeah, precisely. Subaru snapped his fingers at Ram after she'd readily laid them out. Then he pointed down at his feet and swung his arm around, indicating the entire tower. Subaru. So, with those rules, the fourth corner shows up when one of them is broken. I don't know which one specifically, but one of them will. Then, after that, Ram. She'll bare her fangs at us, just like she said. How annoying, Ram, assuming her typical pose with her arms crossed together, batted one of her eyes shut as she imagined the worst. Shola's insane combat prowess was well known to Subaru, of course, considering he'd gone through many loops where she'd killed him. But other than him, the rest of them were also well aware of it after they'd been showered by sniper fire from afar, back in the Sand Sea. Beatrice. That vapid girl is quite strong when she uses those things of hers, I suppose. Even if we're better off than before, where we couldn't do a thing due to being attacked from afar, it's not going to change the fact that things are going to get grim if she turns into our enemy, in fact. With their arms folded, both Beatrice and Ram frowned, their brows wrinkling up. The fact that they were so quick on the uptake was a huge help, since he could cut down the time he spent explaining. From all those sullen faces, it was only Amelia that raised her hand. Her face, which was the cutest in the whole wide world, was still free of wrinkles. Amelia. But we'd be going up against Shola, no? Can't we somehow persuade her by talking to her? Shola's super attached to Subaru. So if he tried his hardest, maybe Subaru. I'd love a peaceful resolution to this, but getting Shola to the negotiating table seems like a tall order. In regards to her being attached to me, I guess nothing about that's changed, in a broad sense. Ram, meaning she's going to be primarily targeting you, Barusu. The fact that she's got her targets narrowed down is going to be extremely useful. It could be perceived as her targeting the weaker members in their camp. But regardless, Subaru agreed with Ram's thoughts. Rather than facing a situation where they wouldn't know who'd be targeted by the enemies indiscriminately lurking in the tower, it would be easier to come up with a plan of counterattack that involved having Subaru recklessly targeted. So, putting the issues they were facing in a nutshell, Beatrice. The four corners are the two gluttonies, their swarm of witch beasts, as well as Shola, who will come to attack us, I suppose. Subaru. Though two of these corners are already being dealt with, all thanks to Biko taking command. During the time Subaru had spent cowering in the Tagada library, the smart and adorable Beatrice had taken everyone with her in turn, and got them busy dealing with the damage that had struck the tower. She'd sent Meili to the balcony, where she could overlook the swarm of witch beasts. Then, as part of that, she'd also joined up with Ram and Amelia after they'd taken Rem out of the green room. Unfortunately, though, they'd encountered Lie en route, which had led to them falling into this situation where Amelia's name had been taken away from her. Amelia. It's okay. Subaru still remembers me, so I'm completely fine with it. Even though he often ends up forgetting about our promises, it still makes me really happy that he remembers me properly. Subaru. What's with stabbing me in the back all of a sudden? Beatrice. It looks to me like it's just her usual, in fact. That girl seems to know you well too, I suppose. Though not as well as I do. Subaru. No need to fight over me, my sweethearts. Subaru gave a few nods as he stroked Beatrice's head, basking in their affection for him. Then, while still steeped in emotion, Ram called out to him with a Barusu. Ram, you said that two of the corners are being dealt with, right? I know that one of them is Meili holding back the swarm of witch beasts. But what about the other one? Subaru, Julius. Subaru grabbed his chest in reply to Ram and turned his attention to the beating of his heart. His Coriolanus's power was still going strong. He was naturally taking Ram's burdens from her. Also, the whereabouts of his companions were being broadcasted to him in real time. From those, there was a light that definitely seemed to correspond to Julius. And the place he was at was Subaru. He's on the second floor, locked in battle with the enemy. Amelia. The second floor. You can't mean that. Subaru. Yeah, I do. He nodded back at Amelia as she quickly turned pale, before sneaking a furtive glance up above. He couldn't see it firsthand, since the ceiling was in the way, but he could most definitely feel the signs of the furious fight that was taking place beyond his gaze. Julius Juculius and Raid Estria's rematch had begun. Subaru. In the end, it looked like he hadn't been able to avoid a conclusion to it. After Subaru had fallen to his knees earlier, unable to pick himself back up, Beatrice had taken charge of their companions. The opponent Julius had ended up waging battle with had been Raid Estria, even under Beatrice's command. That naturally had been influenced by the fact Roy Alfard, or rather Reed, who'd taken over the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony's body and gained his freedom, actively sought its conclusion. Nevertheless, Subaru had gone through many deaths and crossed through many possibilities whether he'd wanted to or not, and that had made him understand something. As annoying as it was, fate existed. No matter what road you followed, the firm, unchangeable reality that lay there was called fate. The fluctuations of history were so unyielding, to the point it really made you believe things were predetermined. It was almost like the results had already been determined by fate, with all the branches converging there. That had been the outcome of all of their wills coming together to try and achieve their respective goals. However, precisely because of that, they'd become so closely entwined with each other that they'd never come apart. Yet, couldn't it also be said that meant there was no hope ahead? Considering that the conclusion between Julius Juculius and Raid Estria was inevitable, it could only mean that Subaru. Reed should have assimilated with one of the gluttonies. His takeover should be almost done, though we'll let Julius settle things with Raid. We're going to deal with the remaining three. Ram. Is that really going to be okay, Barusu? Subaru. What do you mean? Subaru cocked his head earnestly in response to Ram's question, but on seeing him react like that, she just muttered out a brief, "Never mind, Ram. I already know how Barusu goes about things. Looks like I'm losing my edge as well. I suppose we have no choice but to rely on Barusu's proposal." Subaru. I don't really fully get what you mean, but you do know I can tell you're making fun of me. Amelia, huh? No. She's just complimenting you. Ram saying that she relies on you a lot, Subaru. Now I'm gonna need to work hard. Ram, I will be having a word with you later. Amelia. Amelia replied back to the mortified Ram with a yeser, a slightly happy trill in her voice. Despite the situation they were in, Amelia was most likely glad, and found it refreshing that Ram wasn't using honorifics to address her. Now that their master-servant connection was gone, the attitude she was showing Amelia was one of, perhaps, friends, or maybe a little sister that was always quite a handful. Ram didn't have the opportunity anymore to play the part of the capable big sister now that her actual little sister didn't require much to handle. Nevertheless, she seemed that way now thanks to the bizarrely happy-go-lucky Amelia. Subaru. Anyways, that's it for what's going on in the tower. What we need to do next is sort out the best people for each place. This sorting business is where Natsuki Subaru really shines. Ram. You sure are really humble. Subaru. Humble or not, it's still important work. This is what they mean when they talk about unsung heroes. This is something only I. That's right. This is something only I can do. This is my battle. Ow. Ram, just hurry up and start sorting. Ram slapped his face for spending too long on the preambles. Feeling the pain of the damage he'd received, Subaru looked around at all three of their faces, as well as the Earth Dragons, and said, "Are you all ready?" From here on out, it would be all-out war, in its truest sense. It barely made any difference whether you were a human or Earth Dragon. And in the first place, Patracia was typically far more useful than Subaru himself. But if you added Super Subaru into the mix, their possibilities would explode tenfold, and then double. Subaru. One for all for one, all for one, one for all. We can't win without having everyone on board. We can't have even one of us missing. We will start winning if we've got everyone, because Amelia, because we came to this tower to get back what was taken from us. We won't allow ourselves to lose them. Subaru. Exactly. Subaru gave Amelia a nod with a snap of his fingers before regaining his composure. Subaru. So, first things first, Laibatan Kaitos' opponent shall be Barusu. Subaru. Huh. They began to head to their posts after they'd finished their discussion. However, someone grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forced him to a halt before he could. Though there hadn't been enough force in it to throttle him, there'd probably been a reason why they'd shown such consideration. Subaru. It's really not like you to care enough to not hurt me, Nisama. Ram, it's not like I would bother using too much of my strength when looking at a fly trapped in the palm of my hand. This is the same as that. Though it's not like I would purposely put one there. That'd be disgusting. Subaru. Don't just say it and then deny it. Subaru shrugged his shoulders at Ram's ram-like phrasing. Standing in front of him, Ram softly clenched and unclenched the palm of her hand, checking its feel a few times. Her gestures carried faint traces of bewilderment in them. This was quite the rare sight for Subaru. So used was he in seeing Ram always acting aloof. It was quite a perk to witness her acting so perplexed and unsure of herself. It was only thanks to this that he could put up with the levels of exhaustion that were threatening to crush his entire body. Subaru. Ram's body was constantly tormented by the burden of being hornless. Subaru took over this burden when he used his Corleones, which in turn gave her the extra strength that let her operate to her fullest. Corleones was one of their most essential tricks for beating this tower. Subaru had already given Ram a brief summary of what was happening to her, albeit setting aside the fine details. Simply put, Ram's burdens were flowing into him, making Ram's body a lot lighter in those respects. However, since it strained him terribly, he desired a speedy settlement to the situation they were in. That was it, more or less. Ram. Now that I think about it, since it's just going to be you who's suffering, Barusu, I don't really care how long it'll last. Subaru. But this is a joint effort between you and me, Nisama. You must want to get this over as soon as possible when you think about it like that, right? Ram. Yeah, you repulse me. Subaru. Don't you think using repulse is going a little too far, though? Well, throwing abuse at me is so typical of her. Subaru accepted that, all the while suppressing the urge to vomit. Ram stared at him, assuming her familiar pose with her arms folded in front of him. Ram. Barusu. I won't be taking it easy. Subaru. Naturally, the more Ram moved using the full capabilities of her body, the greater the burden he would need to take, acting as its counterbalance. Even so, if he wanted to keep Ram in this state, he'd need to be prepared to take on all of that extra burden. Just her standing there breathing was already plenty to make him groan. And that was just the pain she experienced in her typical daily life. Subaru. Nisama is too kind, huh? That was how the still sleeping Ram would frequently assess her. He hadn't really gotten it back then, but now he finally understood what she'd meant. If he were to let himself preface it in typical Ram fashion, it'd be something like, "That's how Ram goes about things. Ram. Barusu? Subaru. It's nothing. Definitely don't take it easy, of course. I can tell whether you're in serious mode or not by how much pain I'm in. What torture it is. Ram. So, you're saying your plan is the kind where the better I feel, the more you'll suffer? Subaru? I feel like I've just handed the switch to the nukes to the one person I shouldn't have. Then again, if Subaru was going to hand over the switch to the nukes to one of his compatriots, Ram was the only one he'd consider for it. Subaru. Otto would be a good bet as well, if not for the fact I'd worry he'd probably slip and accidentally push it. You're the most reliable in the sense of who'd use it properly, Nisama. Ram. Flattery will get you nowhere. Listen, take good care of Emilia and Beatrice-sama. I don't care what happens to you, Barusu, since I know you're always a mess, whatever the case. Subaru? Yeah, I know. And about Ram. The one who cares the most about Rem in this world is me. Ram declared that as if she were stating a matter of course. Her crimson eyes narrowed as Subaru's breath was taken away by the sheer intensity of her words. Ram, let's just say that it's enough that you, in your own Barusu-like way, are the person who cares about her the second most in the world. Leaving it at that shouldn't unsettle even a single hair on Rem's head. Subaru. Yeah, or it'd make me want to die. Ram turned her back on Subaru after they'd exchanged their feelings. There were probably so many things that she wanted to say, words that she wanted to leave him, but she'd quickly changed her attitude, putting an end to them there. That was truly how Ram went about things. Ram, kindly take care of yourself as much as possible, Barusu. Otherwise, if you die, you won't be able to see Am again. Subaru. Yeah, love you too. Subaru likewise replied jokingly to Ram's facetious concerns, and so, Subaru watched her run off into the distance saying nary a word, before then planting his feet firmly down onto the corridor and regrouping with Amelia and Beatrice who were waiting for him. Subaru. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head out as well. Amelia. Yeah, let's do that. Will Ram be okay? Subaru. Yeah, most likely. She's Ram after all, so she'll be fine. If I'd told her to do something really dumb, there'd be no way she wouldn't have said anything about it. Beatrice, you've gone and put a lot of trust in Ram again, I suppose. Subaru. I trust you just as much, and on top of that, I love you way more. Don't pout. Beatrice puffed out her cheeks as if she were saying, I'm not pouting, in fact. Subaru took her outstretched hand and then looked over at Amelia, standing by his side. He wondered if she was worried about Ram going out on her own. However, her face in profile looked only slightly anxious. Subaru. Amelia Tan. Amelia. No, it's nothing. I just find that really reassuring. Subaru. Coincidence as it may be, I actually feel the same. Amelia's words didn't really have any foundation to them, but for Subaru her words served as a great boost. Their expectations far surpassed their anxieties. It was far more reassuring to have someone you could entrust, rather than have someone trusting in you. You could better face up against what lay ahead by believing, rather than clinging, though it wasn't like they'd solved any of their problems yet. Subaru. It's only natural to believe in your companions. What's more, you can believe in yourselves, relying on them as well. Now's the clearest our view's gotten ever since we came to this sand-filled tower. Beatrice. That look of yours, it's my favorite kind of Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Subaru, who'd encouragingly taken over things, and gave him an audacious smile. And then at Beatrice's comment, Amelia brought a hand to her lips with a causing Beatrice to point out Amelia's reaction with a, what's up with that, in fact? Amelia shook her head and then spoke up. Amelia. It doesn't look like you remember, Beatrice, but I was thinking the exact same thing as you. A huge creature was caught by its hind legs and savagely swung around before being smashed against the walls and floor without relent. This creature that was on the receiving end of these monstrous, unfathomable blows let out a hideous wail. A cacophony grated through the air that sounded like the wails of countless babies. What was letting off those wretched cries was a repulsive, bizarre-looking witch beast. One which, in accordance with his own knowledge, Natsuki Subaru had called the Centaur. However, that girl who'd been well acquainted with this kind of witch beast had once called it by a different name. The Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King. The Hungry Horse King's massive body was hurled away, causing it to somersault through the sand tower's balcony. Having been knocked about by the impacts, the King of the Sand Sea instantly picked itself back up with flames spewing from its mane. Its human upper half brought forth 2 swords wreathed in flame. Using this completely unwitch beast-like dual-wielding sword art, the Horse King tried to fire off a scorching red blow at the being that had been piling on attacks at it. However, a white ray of light pierced the Hungry Horse King as it tried to swing its swords of flame, its fiery mane billowing. The impact caused this massive creature to falter back a fair few steps. However, it withstood it. It had withstood it. And just like that, the Horse King stepped forward again, preparing to launch its counterattack. But the very next moment, the white ray of light exploded inside its body. The ray of white light turned into a plethora of white rays that shot out of the Horse King in all directions from the inside out. No matter how resilient a creature was, it could not escape death if all of its vital organs were destroyed within. The Hungry Horse King was no exception to this rule as it brutally perished to the white rays of light. The slaughter of the woman who'd been behind its death, Shola didn't stop there. Swinging her braided brown hair about, Shola powerfully kicked off the floor and leaped across the balcony floor. With light coming from her outstretched hands, she grabbed a hold of 2 enemies that were obstructing her path. They were witch beasts that had lizard scales over their ape-like bodies. From there, The light coming from her hands welled forth. If Subaru would have seen her blow, he would have probably dubbed it a pile bunker. The heads of the two monkeys she'd grabbed by the face were obliterated by the white light she'd shot, not even giving them a chance to fight back. She followed up by spinning around on the spot and using her long legs to knock down the monkeys that were bounding towards her. Her toes slammed into their faces, whacking them down to the floor with their heads caved in. The stage where the battle between Shola and the witch beasts was taking place was the 4th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. Although the outer wall balcony was built hundreds of meters above the ground, there were quite a few witch beasts there that had wings, or could easily climb the wall. She shot down the ones climbing one by one, the balcony soon becoming a sea of blood. Even after carrying out so much carnage, Shola wasn't the least bit out of breath. The total number of witch beasts that were swarming towards the Pleiades watchtower was so massive that it'd be pointless to count them. However, the fact that the tower hadn't succumbed to their avalanche was in no doubt thanks to her overwhelming fighting strength. Even so, the precarious equilibrium that Shola was keeping was about to... Shola. A shrill voice called out her name, but she didn't answer back. With her face contorted in pain, she grabbed a winged witch beast that was flying towards her and smashed it down at her feet. She followed up by piercing it with a white ray of light, giving bloom to flowers of red mid-air, successfully putting an end to its pursuit. However, the state Shola was in didn't change as she drove them away. She clutched at her own face and stamped her feet down onto the floor, through the gap between her fingers. Her large pupilled eyes were beginning to split apart and pulse a brilliant red. Her compound eyes were making their appearance, meaning Shola was transforming. Shola. Someone broke a rule. With her face covered by the palm of her hands, she met the looming witch beasts in this destitute state. She fought off their attacks with her long legs, pulverizing their bodies with sharp back kicks. This is bad. She's at her limit. Me, how's it looking on your end, Meili? It's exactly how it looks. I've got my hands full dealing with these flying young'uns. If my naked one-Isan becomes unable to fight too, we'll definitely be running short of hot hands. Guess so. This is looking fairly grim. Gazing at Shola's anguish was a girl with wavy light purple hair sporting a bleak look on her face. Anastasia, or rather Echidna, who was currently borrowing her body, standing beside her was Meili as well. Her dark blue ponytail was swaying about as she somehow kept the scales tipped in their favor by using her divine protection. The trio of Shola, Echidna, and Meili were the team resisting with all their might to keep the witch beasts from approaching the Pleiades watchtower. However, unlike Meili with her divine protection of magic manipulation and Shola with her predisposition for pure firepower, Echidna's presence was pretty much worthless. She was reluctant to go back to Taigeta, but at the same time, she wanted to avoid retreating further into the tower, which was in a state of unease, where she'd only end up being an unnecessary burden. Echidna. Calm down, now's not the time for that. She moved her slender fingers and focused her awareness at the OD inside her, though strictly speaking it was the OD inside Anastasia's body. Anastasia's gate had a defect in it, where it couldn't take in any mana. That's why she could only cast magic with her natural OD. In other words, it was tantamount to cutting Anastasia's lifespan. Therefore, a measure that not even Echidna wanted to take, other than when her life was truly in danger. But better to take action than just sit around waiting for death. At least, that's what the Anastasia she knew would think. Everyone had to use the cards they were dealt with, and thus, victory was determined by the way you played your cards. Echidna. The change afflicting Shola was most likely due to something that was rooted in her core, something that definitely couldn't be overturned, existing as a kind of shackle on her. As an artificial spirit, Echidna understood that all too well, considering she was in similar shoes. There wasn't anything anyone could do about one's force of will. If what she'd said before was true, then the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken. She needed to act as the watchtower's keeper to remedy that. The reason she was resisting so hard was because, in the depths of her heart, she didn't actually want to harm them. Or rather, she probably didn't want to harm Natsuki Subaru. Echidna. It's ironic. Thanks to her staying on as the keeper of this watchtower, she'd been able to reunite with the one person she'd wanted to meet. Yet, because of her continued presence as its keeper, she couldn't go against the orders to harm him. Truly, the sorrow of being a creation. In its truest sense, Echidna thought that probably only she and Beatrice, with her also being a creation, could comprehend the pain she was in. That was why she... Dree-ha-ha! Echidna caught a glimpse of the silhouette of a person leaping out from the corridor that led from the balcony to the tower, letting out a vigorous yell. Her eyes mutely widened in surprise, her breath taken away from her. Subaru felt shocked the moment he'd leapt out onto the balcony, witnessing the differences between what it usually looked like and now. He immediately realized that a fierce battle was taking place here. Subaru. The fourth-floor balcony had turned into a sea of blood, with countless witch-beast cadavers scattered about. This best seat in the house, where you could enjoy an unbroken view of the sand sea, was now dyed in blood, thanks to the countless witch-beasts ceaselessly charging at it. If left unchecked, they'd get into the tower and mayhem would ensue. And the biggest contributor in preventing this damage from spreading was... Subaru? Shala! Master. Shala turned around at the sound of Subaru's yell. Her eyes were about to split apart and divide into her 6 compound eyes. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. He'd already witnessed this transformation process of hers with his own eyes. It meant that the rules of the Pleiades watchtower had been broken, and Shala's time had come to take up her duty as the watchtower's keeper. This would culminate in Shala transforming into the giant scorpion against her will, where she'd then set about annihilating the challengers inside the tower, i.e. Subaru and his group. That's why... Shala. Master, please order me. Subaru. Shala, someone broke the rules. At this rate, Master, I'll end up Kai. If you can, before I do that, I'll... Shala clutched her body tightly as she sought Subaru's orders with a look of desperation set on her face. Her capacity for self-suicide seemed to have been instinctively robbed from her. What she was beseeching for here was one final push to kill her. Shala would throw away her life without any hesitation if Subaru were to say it. You could safely say that the threat of the giant scorpion would be gone, so long as he gave the command. Thus, Subaru nodded his head firmly. Subaru? Shala? Yes. If it's for you, Master, I'll... Subaru. I'm getting sick of telling you this, but I ain't got a clue why you're calling me Master. Shala. HK the instant Subaru replied back to her. Shala's compound eyes became tinged with despair. After 400 years of waiting in vain, she'd finally been able to meet him again. But to have that denied by him, and after all that, even have her last wish trampled on, led to her feeling as frightened as a child. Subaru took a deep breath, and then let it out as he gazed on at her trepidation. Subaru. That's why we'll talk about whether I'm your master or not later, as well as if I'll admit to it. Shala. Subaru. I'm not going to tell you to die. There's no way I'm going to let you keep crying. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let your 400 years end here. He'd spent quite some time scraping up the memories he'd temporarily lost, so he knew all too well. The patience people had in this world was insane. 400 years they'd spend waiting in earnest for someone. You really needed to drag out these people they wanted to meet, even if it meant grabbing them by the scruff of their necks. Subaru. I'll just do it myself, as if I'm going to willingly do what someone else tells me. Bring it on, oh inevitable fate. Shala. Subaru raised his fist up above him while he firmly declared that, leaving Shala speechless. Yet at the same time, the unbearable urge going on inside her seemed to be about to burst. But, at least in that precise moment for her, that which mattered weren't the rules of the tower, or the explosive urge to swell up from within. Shala, Master, I love you. Such it would seem were her emotions of uncontrollable love she held for the person she'd longed for all these 400 years. Shala. Shola's transformation truly began straight after she'd proclaimed her love. Her pale, slender hands swelled up and morphed into giant pincers. Her feminine, voluptuous body burst open, scattering flesh and blood which then formed back, like the rewind on a tape, remolding her body anew. A jet-black shell grew there as her bright red compound eyes glared down at the world. Her many legs pierced into the floor, and so the warden of the sand tower was completed. Shola. The foreboding figure of the giant scorpion let out a shrill warning cry at the rule-breakers who'd violated the tower rules. The first thing its compound eyes settled on was, ironically enough, the black-haired young man that the previous version had obsessed over. It aimed at him, ready to unleash its devastating blow. Yeah. Yet a thunderous flying kick drove into the giant scorpion's body from the side. The kick carried a tremendous amount of power, enough to lift the giant scorpion's huge body up from the floor and blow it back. It hurtled across the stone floor, collecting witch beasts on its way, before flying off the edge of the balcony out into the skies over the sand sea. However, the giant scorpion wasn't going to just do nothing about it. She hurriedly thrust her outstretched stinger into the wall of the watchtower, tossing its massive body up, twisting its body midair as it desperately tried to get back to the balcony. Subaru. Murak, a single chanted word was what prevented it from making its way back. This direction-imbued mana interfered with the reality around them, bringing about effects into the world that wouldn't normally occur on their own. This time, its effect had been to block the giant scorpion's return. The scorpion was caught by a gust of wind as it desperately tried to land on the balcony. Its body was swept back by the sandy breeze, sending it far off trajectory. How strong a turbulence would it have to be to blow away the scorpion's colossal body? It was utterly massive, weighing at least several hundred kilos, though things weren't like it seemed. Murak was a kind of yin magic that changed the gravity of its target. To put it briefly, it was quite natural that its body had ended up unable to move as it normally did, considering it now weighed as much as a speck of dust. That's all there was to it. Shola. The giant scorpion let out a pained cry before being thrown back once again from the balcony. It quickly swung its stinger in an attempt to snipe those in the tower, having given up on getting back. But that came a step too late. Aili. Hanamogura-chan. The girl's imposing command gave way to a rush of blows that hurtled towards the giant scorpion as it blew away in the breeze. Witch beasts, with what seemed to be bird feathers sprouting from them and most of their heads morphed into a horn, dove towards her. One by one they shot themselves straight at the scorpion's shell, and although they didn't damage it, they were still able to push her further and further away with each impact, keeping her away from the tower. Shola. Even as great of a scorpion as she wasn't going to be able to shift her body weight around without something to support her. Just like that, after the wind had blown her away, the magic was cancelled, making her fall head over heels towards the ground. They were hundreds of meters up from the ground, but she wasn't the kind of opponent who'd be done in by something like that. Though, it sufficed as a means for buying time. Thus he would make use of this brief reprieve. Subaru. Meili. Echidna. Natsuki-kun, you've pulled yourself together. Yeah? Echidna looked up with a frown as Subaru rushed over to her. Then with a pensive look adorning Anastasia's face, she continued her words. Echidna, have you perchance gotten your memories back? Subaru. This is going to save me a lot of time. Though, how did you know? Echidna. It's obvious. Otherwise, Beatrice wouldn't be sporting such a proud look next to you. Echidna jerked her chin at Beatrice, who was looking rather smug as she held Subaru's hand. Indeed, it was plain as day that Beatrice's mood had lifted for the better. Plus, the fact that she couldn't hide this show of emotion of hers was really lovely. Of course, Echidna's insight was superb as well. Make no mistake about that. Following from it, she shifted her gaze to look behind Subaru at Emilia, who'd given the giant scorpion a flying kick earlier. Echidna. And this girl I don't recognize is... Subaru. It's due to gluttony's authority. She's a victim to it, just like Julius is. They're all forgotten, other than by the person themselves. Her name is Emilia, my tough yet adorable princess. Echidna. I appreciate you getting me up to speed so quickly. Even so, the tower, both inside and outside, is an utter mess. Would you mind if I were to ask you what we're going to do about it? Subaru. You can. I've already got an answer ready for that. Subaru gave her a deep nod. Behind him, Emilia spread her arms out and sent countless shards of ice up into the air. She waited a moment, and then unleashed them all. their ferocious power tearing through the witch beasts soaring through the skies, as well as those on the ground. Although Subaru couldn't see it from where he was, they must have also pierced into the giant scorpion who'd fallen beneath. Yet her attack had only been a drop in the ocean with all these witch beasts they had in front of them. Subaru. Echidna, you're going to take over inside. First, you're going to meet back up with Julius on the second floor where he's fighting. I've told Emilia what to do after that. Echidna. I have no issues leaving together with her, but what are you and Beatrice going to do? Beatrice, our role is already set, in fact. Echidna hesitated for a moment before giving her answer. Beatrice replied back to her before raising her eyes up in admiration to look at Subaru's face in profile, firmly giving his hand a squeeze. Beatrice, we're going to deal with that giant scorpion here, I suppose. We're going to have to go easy on her, so that we don't accidentally kill her. Geez, what a bother, in fact, Subaru. She sure talks big, doesn't she? That's my Biko for you. Beatrice, T-T-P-T-T-T, I suppose. After voicing out her boasts, as if trying to rouse both herself and her contractor, Beatrice stuck her tongue out. Echidna's eyes grew wider as she witnessed their exchange, followed by a shake of her head. Rather than wasting time arguing, it had better for her to believe that this was the best way to go about things, and commit to it. Indeed, it was so typical of Anastasia to have that instinct that allowed her to make split-second decisions. Echidna, there's no doubting that your opinions have come as a great help for us pretty much everywhere inside this tower. That's why it seems to me that handing this place over to you would give us our best chances of winning. Subaru, I feel honored, though I can't help but feel bad that you've ended up with Echidna's name. Echidna, regarding the matter of the deep influence my creator has, I'd like to find an opportunity to have a proper discussion about this after we settle things. Is there anything you want me to pass on to Julius, Subaru? Echidna tacked that question on to the end, just before she turned her back to leave. Subaru could still sense Julius fighting a floor above them using the effects of Corleonis now that he thought about it. This meant that he'd met back up with all of his friends inside the tower, bar him, given that Julius had also been really worried about him when he'd lost his memories. Subaru wondered whether he needed to tell him that he'd gotten them back. However, Subaru... Nope, not really. He had no words that he needed to tell Julius Juculius, who lay locked in combat with Rita Astria. After all, Subaru's plan had been to assign the best people to their most suitable posts amidst this dismal state of affairs. That's why he'd gone around talking to them. After all, he'd needed to reshuffle their roles. However, he didn't need to do that for Julius, because his post lay nowhere else but against Rita Astria. Subaru. At this point, I can literally only say attaboy to him. He'd still end up going to Reed even if I didn't mention anything. Thanks to that, he'd been able to talk with Shola before transforming into the giant scorpion. The familiar words of love she'd uttered in the end had provided Subaru with a boundless strength. A fire had been lit in his heart when he'd told her that he'd definitely help her. So, that was why. Subaru. Everything I needed to say has already been said by the previous me as well as the me a little before that. I don't have anything else to add now. He is Julius Juculius after all. Natsuki Subaru fully acknowledged that an unyielding fate existed in this world. The many problems shrouding the watchtower were impossible to avoid. They would always rear their ugly heads at them. But being unavoidable and unsurmountable were two completely different stories. If it was fate for Rita Astria to stand against Julius, then what came beyond that was also inevitable. The one who's going to slay Rita Astria reborn was Julius Juculius. Echidna. I see. I'll just tell him as it is then. Subaru. Oh wait, there is something. Since everyone's having a hard time here, tell him to hurry his ass and settle things there. Then come give back up to the others. Subaru waved at Echidna as she began to rush off to her duties with a strange smile on her face. After seeing her off, he turned towards Emilia, who was busy cutting down a pair of witch beasts with a sword of ice over by where Echidna was heading to. Subaru. Emilia-tan. It's going to be just as we discussed. I'm counting on you, Emilia-tan. Emilia. Leave it to me. You're the one who mustn't die here, Subaru. Subaru. Of course I won't. Emilia's words were only natural, however. They'd made Subaru raise his fist, feeling more overwhelmed than usual. He didn't want to die. The reason for that remained unchanged, but now he had more of them why he needed to avoid it at all costs. The dangers of returning by death in this situation were nigh unspeakable. If his restart point hadn't changed, then he'd go back to the stage before he'd separated Louis Arneb, along with her witch factor, from himself. As for what kind of trouble that would bring, neither he nor anyone else could know. Would Louis vanish from Subaru's body or not? The Hall of Memories lay somewhat out of the normal scheme of things, so he didn't know whether it would avoid the effects of his return by death. Everything was so unclear. So, that meant Subaru. This time, we're going to settle things here. Following Subaru's affirmation, Emilia grabbed a hold of Echidna and left the balcony. The girls would be going to their respective field of battle, and likewise so would Subaru and his group. Meili. What now? All of that sounded like gibberish to me. Any chance you could explain things to me properly? Meili had been patient and not interrupted his conversation with Echidna, but she'd called out to him when she'd noticed that only he and Beatrice had remained on the balcony. Subaru gave her a thumbs up and flashed her a devilish smile, showing all of his teeth. There'd been only one reason why Subaru hadn't called out to Meili in these last moments like Julius. She was already in her ideal field of battle. Subaru. I'm sorry, Meili, but you're going to be joining us. Me, you and Biko are going to be holding down two of these corners, the giant scorpion and the swarm of witch beasts. Meili. That's really not much of an explanation, Beatrice. She's coming, in fact. He didn't have the time to give Meili a more detailed explanation, as she gave a swing of her braided hair with a puff of her cheeks. The very next instant, a massive creature jumped up from the outer wall of the tower, onto the balcony, as if in response to what Beatrice had said. The creature had a jet-black shell, red compounded eyes, and ferocious-looking pincers. Subaru. So, you're a 400-year-old hikikomori, yeah? Subaru let out a quick sigh before nimbly picking Beatrice up from his side and snuggling her into his arms. Then, along with Meili, who'd rushed over to join them, they came face to face with the giant scorpion. Faced with their enemy who was still silently glaring at them, he gave a small smile. Subaru. This is a hikikomori showdown. Her over there clocks in at 400 years, whereas us two over here clock in at 401. Meili. Isn't 402 more correct when you count all three of us? Subaru. In other words, we're gonna win, Beatrice. I don't get what any of this means, other than the part you said about winning, I suppose. Held within his arms, Beatrice shouted at Subaru and Meili for joking about together, and just like that, surrounded by just the right amount of tension, he glared at the giant scorpion and let out a sigh. Now things had shaped up to become his foreseen matchups. All that was left now. Subaru. I'm seriously counting on you, Emilia-tan. You're the key to everything. The battle against the four corners enclosing the Pleiades watchtower had officially begun. Chapter 79. Ready, steady, go. The giant scorpion was the one who fired off the first blow to start the battle. Its red compound eyes glittered brightly, and immediately afterwards, a white ray of light gushed forth from its swinging tail. What was terrifying about that was that its blow, meant as a fatal one for them, had been fired off without even one of its typical cries. With nary even a hiss, the giant scorpion nonchalantly rained death down towards them. Subaru had tons of bad memories associated with that white light. Specifically, he'd been killed by it in around half of his 15-plus attempts inside the tower. Nevertheless, given that he'd been killed so much by it, he did learn a thing or two, despite how much he despised it. Namely, Subaru. The time it takes to charge up and the signs it shows when it's about to attack. The scorpion's compound eyes and stinger both glowed a smidgen more when it was about to unleash an attack. These signs were so subtle, to the point he'd thought he was just seeing things. But this eye for survival was what Subaru had developed through his mortal trial and errors. Making full use of it, Subaru ran with Beatrice in his arms, taking it upon himself to close the gap between them and the giant scorpion. Reason being, Subaru. Its charging speed is pretty damn slow. With a twist of his body, he dodged the white ray light that had welled forth as he said that. Even if he'd called the ray of light slow, It was still much faster than a pitch from a shoddy high school baseball player. Fortunately, though, he was confident in his ability to tell whether a pitch was good or not, and in any case, there was no way he was going to stay alive without being able to do that. A great man had once said that life was all about trial and error. Though, he probably hadn't been envisioning these life or death situations when he'd said that. Even so, you learn by making mistakes. That was an immutable truth. Subaru luckily had the ability to go through trial and error in life or death situations. He'd made full use of that to find his eye for survival. Thus, this was Natsuki Subaru's arena. Subaru, I'm sorry for not being able to live up to all your expectations, other me. Subaru dished out a heartfelt apology to his other self, who'd sought out an almighty Natsuki Subaru. It was like he was saying to them, I'm sorry for only being able to fight dirty. Beatrice, though, reacted with a snorted. She was still held tightly in between his arms, dancing this jig of life and death with him. Beatrice, what are you talking about, in fact? You've never failed to live up to our expectations, I suppose. Beatrice spoke up, then raised her hand up in a flash. From her thin lips, she chanted the word, Murak. A kind of yin magic that tampered with the law of gravity. The giant scorpion had once been hit with its effects and pushed far away below them. So this time, the scorpion braced its jet-black shell and planted its legs firmly, so that it wouldn't go through the same thing again. However, Meili, you're just playing into my hands if you're going to stay still. A barrage of witch beasts began to assail the unmoving giant scorpion. The strange-looking witch beasts Meili had ordered the attack from were called Hanamagra. They looked like what you'd get if you crossed wings and horns together, and just like bullets that held no fear of death, they shot towards the giant scorpion and unhesitatingly struck its tough shell with their horns. The sounds of them crashing against it overlapped with the sounds of shattering. The giant scorpion writhed in pain and raised its large pincers in retaliation. What followed the attack in their stead was the bizarrest of all bizarre-looking figures, a being that was the very manifestation of a nightmare-ridden night, the centaur that was a cross between man and horse, the hungry horse king. The terrible wail of babies swept through the watchtower's balcony. Along with it came a grating roar that made him want to cover his ears up, and then a burst of flames which violently filled the area around them, almost all the way up to the sky. Hungry Horse King. The hungry Horse King didn't hesitate and thrust its fiery spear right into the heart of the flames. Its red-hot tip was going to land a critical hit that would burn through even the scorpion's iron-like shell. The giant scorpion was overwhelmingly strong when it came to plain fighting strength. However, that didn't mean attacks wouldn't work against it. It felt pain if struck, just like any living creature. It felt pain if struck. Subaru. Thus, the giant scorpion embodied the yen everything's hunky-dory so long as I'm not hit sort of mantra. It caught the fiery spear with one of its enormous pincers and severed the hungry Horse King's arm in one swoop. The Horse King tried to regenerate its wound, but it had been ruthlessly cauterized by its own fiery spear. The squirming, bubbling flesh of its wound trying to regenerate itself stopped in its tracks. Subaru had been able to obtain an unnecessary tidbit from this. Namely, that it wouldn't be able to regenerate its burnt wounds. The hungry Horse King was now stopped in its tracks, but then, the giant scorpion stinger went off with a bang into the hungry Horse King's body, causing its large body to burst open from within. The hungry Horse King's flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and along with it went its life. Even the Hanamogara who'd been smashed against the scorpion's shell ended up dead when their horn, which was fused with their head, broke. The way they fought by tragically throwing away their lives was one that could naturally be cursed as utterly barbaric. It would be wrong of Subaru to close his eyes to this and dismiss it as, there's no problem with that since they're a witch beast. However, he also wasn't planning on glossing things over by saying, all lives are created equally. Life had value to it, and without a doubt, there were differences in their values. There were clear differences in the way he felt about the weight of the lives of those who were precious to him and those who weren't. He wasn't going to hide that behind any deceptions. That's why he was going to make full use of the witch beasts' lives to win this fight. Therefore, Subaru, though you're doing the right thing overlooking me, you're still making a big mistake. With the witch beast vanguard repelled, Subaru confidently stepped through the floor, which was now coated red. Carrying Beatrice in his left arm, he drew out his whip with his right and swung it up. Dubbed the Guilty Whip, its blasphemous finishing touches had been done using the corpse of his former foe. Natsuki Subaru cracked it through the air. His super-quick whiplash scored a direct hit on the giant scorpion's shell. The scorpion let out a thunderous cry and glared at Subaru with its red compound eyes. There were no signs that he'd caused any damage to it, nor that it was feeling any pain, but he was fine with that. His aim hadn't been to inflict any damage on it. That had probably been why it had put off dealing with Subaru until last, after the other witch beasts. The great scorpion's decision was both right and wrong. Subaru. Rara. Beatrice. We caught a big one, in fact. His whip had snared itself around the scorpion's shell. With that, the scorpion's massive body would shoot up when he tugged with all his might, thanks to the recoil. This was made possible by the fact that the effects of Beatrice's yin magic were still in play, drastically decreasing the weight of the titanic beast. The giant scorpion immediately tried to plant itself firmly on the ground. However, the vast quantities of blood and entrails at its feet made the conditions extremely poor for getting a firm grip. Subaru reeled the scorpion up in one swoop as it tried to cling onto the floor with its sharp talons. From an outsider's perspective, the situation almost looked like Subaru was swinging the giant beast about using some form of superhuman strength. But this grandiose spectacle on display had only been made possible thanks to Beatrice's help, and so he kept swinging the giant scorpion's body as much as he could with his whip. Until finally, he hurled it away. Subaru. Bon voyage. The giant scorpion's body spun around in midair, carrying its supergiant swinging momentum. As it spun around uncontrollably, it tried to hit Subaru with a white ray of light, showing pinpoint targeting. However, Beatrice raised her hand up to knock it away. She materialized glowing purple crystals in midair and used them to shoot the white ray of light down head-on. As their coordination sprung to life, Subaru released the giant scorpion from his whip, and it flew away towards the sky once more. Subaru. This should buy us more time. Subaru found a reprieve out of this mess with this precarious attack, although he had to allow some concessions to win out in the end. However, his eyes widened in surprise before he could finish what he was saying. Right before his eyes, the giant scorpion began to perform an astonishing feat of acrobatics as it hurtled away. With a slash from its enormous pincers, it severed its own tail at the root. Just like that, its tail flew away, scattering dark red bodily fluids in its wake. Yet, a white ray of light was fired off from the very tip of it. It slammed against the now tailless scorpion and blew it back towards the balcony of the watchtower with tremendous force. All that work in making it lighter and practically weightless, and now it had made it back to the balcony, bringing a shockwave with it. It dug its enormous pincers into the floor to stop its momentum, before then pointing its glare at them. Subaru. Those were some acrobatics you did, but if that means you've lost your tail, then all the better for us. Scorpion. Subaru. Hey, wait a sec. The giant scorpion had landed and lowered its body, putting itself on guard as more darkish red blood poured out from its tail. But its wound hadn't gotten any deeper. Quite the opposite, in fact. Its severed tail was regrowing from its stump, and it wasn't only its tail. The cracks in its shell that had come from firing the white ray of light at itself so to blow it back were also bubbling away. He could see those wounds filling in as well. Subaru. It's tough, smart, and heals. Aren't we just getting more and more of these un-Shala-like features? Healing aside, Shala's body was soft, and she wasn't in the least bit smart. Nevertheless, the giant scorpion had shed all of these traits and was now coming at them with its overwhelming killing power. It haphazardly swung its newly grown tail about, releasing its stingers all around into the surroundings. Its attack was a ranged one, that showed no signs of its typical tells. So it was safe to say that it was the worst kind of attack for Subaru and Beatrice to be subjected to, given how much they fell short in strength. Subaru. Who? Ouya. Beatrice. Goo? Subaru will have to fly, I suppose. They had no means to escape from the white rays of light the scorpion had fired off, at least on terra firma. That said, A means of escape had presented itself in the skies. Beatrice quickly released her magic from the scorpion and called back to Subaru. Subaru kicked off from the ground and jumped up into the air with all his might, trusting in his partner, regardless of whether her magic was actually going to work. The white rays of light began to shatter the balcony, with one of them just barely grazing his feet. Subaru. That was really close, Beatrice. Don't speak so soon, in fact. They'd literally jumped over the possibility of death, but they had no time for relief. The same thing had happened as before when Subaru and Beatrice had laid their attack onto the giant scorpion. Escaping up to the skies meant that they'd lost both their foothold and escape route. All that was left for them was to be destroyed by one of the scorpion's attacks. Subaru. Byako. Original spell. Part 2. Although this trump card could only be used 3 times a day, there was no way they could risk messing up by not using it and dying as a result. The moment Subaru squeezed her shoulders tightly, Beatrice came to the same conclusion as well. She'd have their special technique ready for deployment in a jiffy, which would make Subaru invincible for a set amount of time. Subaru, whoa. Beatrice, wah? She and Subaru were grabbed from the side before she could cast the technique. A white ray of light passed through the space which they'd been in a moment ago, almost evaporating them. The only thing that had saved them from that demise, and was keeping them from being pursued by the great scorpion, was Subaru. T. That was close. What even happened? Gee. Beatrice, I suppose. Subaru checked to see what was going on as he clinged to something rubbery. His voice caught in astonishment. Likewise, Beatrice also had quite the frown on her face. This was because the one who'd saved them from the giant scorpion's attack, and was still giving it their all to protect them, was a mauve-colored, vicious-looking witch beast, a hungry horse king. Subaru. I never thought we'd be here fighting together at the climax when I first saw you down in the underground. Hungry horse king. The hungry horse king let out an ear-splitting cry in reply to Subaru's bluff. His face tensed up at that. Then, another hungry horse king pulled over next to them. Clinging to that horse king's back was Meily's small body. Meily. It looked to me like you were about to pull out your trump card, weren't you? Try to be a little more careful. Onai-san's and Beatrice Chan's trump card is a lifeline for me. As well, after all. Subaru. Nice save. Nice support. You did well, Meily. Can we change the field of battle at this rate? Meily. You mean you want us to change locations? I sure can, but... Subaru. Then please go for it. We have too few escape routes here for starters. Scanning the surroundings, Subaru decided to beat a retreat from the balcony, since there weren't many places left to stand on. Tons of witch beast corpses were already littered about there, and with how things were, weird accidents would be prone to happen. Meily gave some thought to the efficiency of his decision and then nodded. She clapped her hungry horse king on its back and gave the 2 of them their orders. As soon as they heard her words, the 2 horse kings picked up their pace and jumped down from the balcony onto the wall of the watchtower. They began to run down it without wasting any time, at breakneck speeds. Subaru. Wah. Beatrice. Wabababa, in fact. Subaru and Beatrice yelled out in tandem, hugging each other as they faced this unexpected hard ride. At the same time, though, he could only take his hat off at Meily for being able to tame hungry horse kings of all things, and have them be part of their troops. Subaru. With the supremely powerful hungry horse kings at their head, the Hanamogara flying through the skies, the colossal sandworms, courtesan bears and other countless witch beasts on the ground as their allies, they had quite a wide range of strategy available to them. It could be said that they were the ideal partners for Subaru, since his plan was to keep stalling for time by dishing out one delay tactic after the other. Subaru, we're really being spoiled for choice with how many ways we have to attack. You and I may be way more compatible than I'd ever thought. Meily. Don't say that, Oni-san. I really wouldn't want Petra and Beatrice-chan glaring at me. Subaru exchanged shouts with Meily as they galloped down the watchtower in vertical fashion. The latter gave Subaru a sullen frown in response to his casual chit-chat as she clung onto her hungry horse king's back. Her reaction slightly hurt his innocent male sensibilities, but right now was the time to ignore such trivial wounds. Subaru. Round 2's gonna start when we drop onto the sand sea. She's gonna come after me, so for the time being, she shouldn't interfere with anyone inside the tower. Meili boo, we're still stuck without a way to beat her, yeah? No matter how much time we spend running around, we're not gonna be able to grab a win, right? Since they were in the Agria sand dunes, they had witch beasts in endless supply. Thus, their witch beast ammo wasn't ever going to run out. However, all it gave them was the ability to continue waging their battle, rather than a surefire way to beat the scorpion. Subaru. He glanced over at Meili. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, which she was wiping away at, and her breaths were slightly labored. That was in part due to how strained she was, being caught smack dab in between the hammer and anvil that was the battlefield. However, he couldn't help but think that it was also in part due to the toll which controlling witch beasts had on her, though this was something which Subaru couldn't really comprehend. Since he didn't hold a divine protection, there was enough of a chance for a divine protection to become toxic when overused. Subaru. Otto did joke about this, saying stuff like the world was hellish, back when he couldn't control his divine protection. Maybe those words that Otto had spluttered out when drunk were nothing to sneeze at. If divine protections became burdensome like Otto had said, then there'd be a limit to how much Meili could fight as well. Their defeat would instantly be set in stone were Meili to fall in battle. In other words, Subaru. Indeed, this battle will be decided by how much I coddle Meili as a princess. Beatrice. What an inexcusable plan, I suppose. Right after Beatrice raised her eyebrows in response to Subaru's declaration, a shock ran through their entire bodies. It served as a sign that the hungry horse kings had reached their final stop after running down the tower at breakneck speeds, meaning they'd broken past the vertical wall of the watchtower and arrived back at the sand sea. Subaru. It's not like it's gone anywhere at the end of the day, but when you drop down to it like this, it feels way more different. Beatrice, how does it feel, in fact? Subaru. Absolutely awful. I hate how deserts are just full of sand. It reminds me of how I never liked the desert stages you often got in games as well. Sometimes, depending on the game system, the HP of his character would start ticking down by doing nothing but walking in the searing heat. This sand sea had nothing to do with the scorching sand you got in those, but even so, he didn't have any fond memories of it, made all the worse by the fact that they were surrounded by countless swarms of witch beasts. Subaru. Though, I know they aren't going to attack us. A sickly sweet aroma that made him want to wrinkle his nose was floating about, accompanied by a far worse beastly stench. He could pretty much say that the air around the sand sea was one of the crummiest in the world, though with the environment being filled with tons of witch beasts. Some familiar, others not. Perhaps witch beast researchers or whatever would drool over that. Unfortunately, it only made Subaru and his team feel uneasy. Meili. Suyo, what's your answer to my question? Meili rode her hungry horse king over to Subaru and Beatrice as the former shuddered. She wanted an answer to her question. Subaru glanced up at the tower and then replied, Subaru. It's as you say, we can't do anything about the giant scorpion, about Shola. That's why Imiatan holds the key to everything. Meili. Are you talking about that silver-haired One-E-San from earlier? Subaru. Yeah, Imiatan and the fifth rule are the key to everything. Subaru gave the puzzled Meili a nod before sticking his palm up in front of her. He spread out all 5 of his fingers, marking the rules imposed on them as challengers of the Pleiades watchtower. Subaru. We can't leave without completing the trials. We can't break the trial rules. We aren't allowed to disrespect the libraries. We mustn't damage the tower. And finally, Meili. Meili should have heard the first 4 rules, but she didn't know the 5th one. Shola had been trying to hide it, so only Subaru, who'd returned by death, knew what it was, as well as Shola herself, of course. The 5th rule that Shola had zipped her lips shut and refused to tell them was, Subaru. It is not forbidden to destroy the trials, meaning we can destroy the rules of this tower. As challengers, the trials constrained their actions. At the same time, though, the rules also constrained Shola's actions since she was one of their examiners. Shola was bound by the rules of the tower. So, even though she didn't want to kill them, she couldn't escape from the fate that bound her to try and do so through her giant scorpion transformation. If those shackles had been binding her for over 400 years, then Beatrice? Tetch. She's coming, I suppose. A great plume of smoke rose before their eyes just after her warning. An accompanying shock wave came from the giant silhouette that had leaped down from the balcony without any hesitation, rather than running straight down the tower. He could hear the heavy grating sound of its large pincers coming from the thick of the smoke. The giant scorpion slowly emerged from within. Its compound eyes were pointed directly at Subaru instead of at the countless enemies around them. Subaru. Biako. Meili. We need to buy some time. Emilia Tan's victory is the condition for ours. Beatrice. I get you loud and clear, in fact, Meili. And exactly how long is she going to take to achieve that? Subaru. As fast as she possibly can. Emilia was always earnest and extremely hardworking. Thus, there was no way she was going to compromise or slack off with the problems they were facing. The results she delivered were always the best she could give, and with it came the highest firepower she could muster. Subaru believed in that, he loved that. He cherished that. That's why he was going to be able to stand his ground here. Subaru. Now then, let's do this. We're gonna break fate. No. We're gonna break the tower system. I see. So that's why you're... Yeah, it's like that. Subaru told me that I'd definitely find a way to rewrite the situation we're in if I go up to the very top of the tower. Emilia focused on running as fast as she could, giving her only a brisk reply. She was holding Echidna in her arms as she ran, with the latter trying to make her body as small as possible. At first, Emilia had taken her by the hand as they ran, but being slowed down by her, she'd ended up picking her up partway through, and she'd remained like that ever since. In fact, it was much faster this way, and it strained her body far less, so it was a huge help. Even so, Echidna. Shouldn't it be you who needs to save their strength? You haven't got a clue it's lying in wait for you, right? Emilia, huh? Oh, you don't need to worry. Anastasia San's body is really light, and it's not like it's gotten any heavier even with you in it. It's no sweat off my back, Echidna. My presence doesn't really have anything to do with Anna's weight. Like, not at all. Faced with those slightly amiss answers, Echidna looked at Emilia. Rather, at the beauty of the unfamiliar half-elf as she felt the struggles within herself. This unfamiliar half-elf was one of her companions who'd had her very name stolen away by the authority of gluttony. Her circumstances were pretty much like Julius's, but the way she was behaving was far different compared to him. Were their intrinsic personalities different? Or was it perhaps a difference in the people who were there to support them? Echidna, doesn't it terrify you that you've been forgotten? Emilia. It's really scary and lonely, but I don't have the time to sit down and curl up in fear, wouldn't you think? Emilia gave a brutally honest reply to Echidna's hushed question. The strength behind her change seemed like a testament of her mental fortitude, or perhaps it was down to some other factor. Emilia had said before, "I'm not worried because Subaru remembers me." They'd been awfully simple words, the stuff you'd see in dreams. Yet, at the same time, they seemed to be the truth. Echidna. It wasn't clear what made Natsuki Subaru impervious to the effects of the authority of gluttony, though strictly speaking it wasn't like even he was completely impervious to it. In fact, hadn't he said that the reason he'd lost his memories had been due to an unexpected encounter with gluttony? So, Echidna couldn't definitively say that Subaru's specialness was the main cause behind everything that occurred, meaning there should have still been a certain possibility, as in, couldn't they have protected their names and memories somehow? If they could have done that, then both Anastasia and Julius, Echidna. When she stopped to think about how Julius felt, having been forgotten by everyone, could anyone even blame him for faltering? Though when she looked at Emilia's strength after she'd been placed in the same situation, she couldn't help but wonder what was different between the two. The difference must have come in who was at their side. The difference must have been in who was beside them, supporting them. Likewise, wouldn't Julius not have collapsed if he'd had some support? And shouldn't someone have been there like Natsuki Subaru had for Emilia? Echidna. What should I do? Echidna couldn't find an answer to that question within herself. It was so bad that she felt like this may have been the first time in her life as an empty artificial spirit where she'd been at such a loss with herself. Emilia. Echidna? Echidna? It's nothing. More importantly, is it true that you managed to find a way through Reed Estria's violence and pass the second floor's trial before? Amelia? Yeah, it is. It's really hard to explain now that you've forgotten. Amelia gave her an adorable puff of her cheeks, but the fact of the matter was, she was embarrassed by how she'd beaten the trial of that man, who was the very picture of violence itself. Echidna never, for one moment, imagined that she'd be lying in this situation. Despite only knowing her for a short time, Echidna could tell that her nature wasn't suited to telling fibs. So, everything must have been true. It had only been for a few moments, but judging by how she'd stood up against the giant scorpion on the balcony, there was no doubt that she was quite the capable fighter. So, the only remaining issue was Echidna. So, you can find a way to fix this situation if you go up to the very top of the tower. What's your basis for that, Amelia? Subaru told me that he heard what the fifth rule was from Shala. Plus, Subaru's thought long and hard about this before coming up with the idea. So I'm pretty sure it's the right way to go about things. Echidna. To me, that seems like an idea based on excessive blind faith, but Amelia, if you're still full of doubts, we can address them, but I don't think now's the time for it. That. And didn't you come here with me because you believe in Inwa? Subaru as well? Echidna was lost for words as Amelia turned her crystal-clear eyes over to her. Seeing Echidna's reaction, Amelia gave her a smile that was tinged with delight, even if it seemed a tad out of place. Amelia, you see, my esteemed knight is really giving it his all for us. Amelia showed with her attitude that she was proud of the fact that their hard work was being appreciated. In response to that, Echidna likewise felt an odd pang of emotion. She placed her palm over Anastasia's flat chest and breathed out a sigh. Echidna, these sorts of emotions are dangerous. Echidna warned herself. They were completely irrational and out of place. At the very least, it wasn't something she ought to feel at a time like this. She needed to forget them if she could, and if not, then at the very least she should forget them for the time being. Amelia, Subaru's relying on me. Echidna felt, amongst other things, envious of her. She, who believed so much in her companion, who was that much closer to her. I need to forget this present moment and focus on overcoming the situation we're in, Echidna thought to herself. Echidna. Amelia's long legs moved gracefully as she flew up the stairs. Then, after they'd climbed up what should have been quite a lot of steps, a tremendous flash of silver came into view, scattering sparks everywhere. With their vision now unobstructed, they saw a battle unfolding wherever they looked. With his lilac hair aflutter and white uniform stained with blood, stood Julius Juculius, and the person he was up against was Julius. Good. Oh. Doesn't look like you can do anything about me like that, you prick. Don't go underestimating me, you prick. Did you come here to mess about? If you want to mess about, then go put on some makeup. When you do, I'm gonna step on you, bully you, and ruffle you about. You damn prick. The very embodiment of violence, Reed Estria let loose a nightmarish slash with a pair of chopsticks he held in his hands as he swore. He was dancing a dance macabre with the second floor as his stage. Theirs was a battle that transcended what humanity could fathom. Even so, the fact that Julius was far inferior in strength to him was something that was so sadly obvious that it could be grasped instantly, even to the untrained eye. Julius. Titch dealing with the flurry of slashes and kicks coming from Reed. Julius countered by spinning his nightsword around and thrusting it into one of the gaps. His sharp thrust, derived from extraordinary technique, seemed to be nothing more than a blur of light. Yet Reed easily avoided it with a yawn, and that was with his eye patch blocking part of his sight. Reed. Rara. Julius looked on, stunned that Reed had avoided his thrust. Immediately afterwards, a casual-looking kick slammed into Julius's torso, with the soles of his Z-Reed digging straight into his abdominal muscles. Julius took a few steps back and let out a pained cry. Then, a blow from one of his chopsticks dropped down towards his head. Reed. Get pulverized, you prick. With a vertical flash, his slash, which came with a shockwave, cut through the air, space, and reason itself. His sword slash was so overwhelming that ways to even express it no longer came to their minds. It was so beautiful that even though his weapon had been a chopstick, one couldn't help but be captivated by it, even if they were an amateur at swordplay. It was the pinnacle of swordplay, the very culmination of it, which was what was being manifested there. A slash so beautiful that you would probably die from just admiring it. Julius leapt aside, dodging it. The hem of his cloak didn't make it in time and was swallowed by Reed's blade, evaporating. A vertical groove was left carved into the second floor of the watchtower, which was made of unknown materials, as if it were all a jape. And to make matters worse, Reed. Hey, aren't you being naive if you're thinking you've escaped with that? Julius, giving him a mocking smile. The air he'd cut through in the room warped and bent, with a gust of wind starting to roar. Julius, who should have managed to jump aside, gulped, and then was instantly dragged back to his feet, as if he were being pulled back towards the torn space, back into the range of Reed's sword slashes. To their disbelief, this was due to the force of gravity from the torn space restoring itself. It was pulling Julius back after his narrow brush with death straight into the range of the next blow. Reed began to throw a punch at Julius, unable to move due to what was happening. Amelia. That's enough. A split second before he released his punch, the sound of a chiming silver bell interjected between the two swordsmen. However, in contrast to the beautiful chime of her voice, the way she'd joined the fight was rather audacious. Echidna became lost for words, faced with that extreme spectacle in front of her. Reed. Ha ha ha. Julius. Reed looked up above him, unable to conceal the suspicion in his voice. Julius, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide in surprise, utterly speechless. They were looking at the strange thing that had appeared above them. A block of ice that was so big that it covered the ceiling. This block of destruction that could instantly shatter even a dragon carriage into smithereens fell down towards the two swordsmen. Reed and Julius's reactions were contrastingly different. Julius leapt away to avoid the hurtling ice block, while Reed curved his lips up into a smile and laughed. Reed. Ha! With a fierce smile on his face, Reed thrust up one of his chopsticks at the falling block of ice. His raised chopstick collided with the point of fall of the block. By some miracle, the forces between the 2 points stood at an equilibrium with each other, causing Reed's chopstick to bend, but preventing its fall. Reed stamped his ziri down firmly onto the floor. The force of it traveled through his chopstick and flowed into the ice block, which was still being held up by said chopstick. A crack began to run up the block as his chopstick snapped in half. Reed. Now wasn't that something? Reed spat those words out, and a split second later, the block of ice, with a crack running through its center, shattered in the blink of an eye. Chunks of ice began to rain down, and while basking in them, Reed slowly turned himself around. Receiving the piercing gaze from his blue, uncovered eye, Amelia pointed her palm at him, with a look of resolve setting in on her face. Their gazes crossed each other's, causing Reed to ogle at her in surprise. Reed? You're a real feisty one, ain't ya? It's not like I dislike women like you, but... Huh? What the hell, you twat? You're really damn hot, ain't ya? One hell of a smokin' hottie. Why the hell's there such a smokin' hottie in the middle of this sand sea? Come on. You're gonna be my opponent. Ya twat Amelia. My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I do need to get Julius to beat you. Right. What? Amelia paid no heed to Reed's egoistic talk, and instead continued with a troubled look appearing on her face. Reed frowned at what she had said, but Julius was the one who was far more bewildered, having just been rescued. Though he'd managed to escape from the block of ice that Amelia had unleashed, he couldn't hide his suspicion towards the fact that she'd suddenly appeared. Keeping himself at a distance from Reed, he turned his yellow eyes to look over at Echidna, who was standing beside her, and spoke. Julius. I get that she helped me, but who on earth is she? Echidna. It's kinda hard for me to explain her identity, but, if I may put it simply, she's someone who's in the same boat as you, Julius. Julius. What the? Julius stared at Amelia once again, with his eyes widening slightly, probably because her features coincided with a being he knew about. Julius. A silver-haired, amethyst-eyed elf. No, I find it hard to believe that such a distinctive being would have suddenly turned up in the tower. Then, could it be that she's, in light of the situation in the tower, as well as the peculiarities of her appearance, and the fact that her presence was nowhere to be found within him, Julius felt, out of his own accord, that something was not accord, that something was not him. Quite right. Julius came to the answer by himself. Seeing his startled eyes, Amelia gave him a firm nod. Amelia, Julius, right now I know exactly how you feel. Julius, then you indeed are. Given that they'd both had their names snatched away by gluttony, Julius immediately grasped what was going on, and as soon as he did, his conviction that Amelia was their ally appeared to grow. He stood in front of both Echidna and Amelia, protecting them, once again pointing his sword at Reed. Julius, you have my thanks for helping me out earlier, but I still don't quite get why you two have come rushing here considering what's going on in the tower. What's happening with the Taggett library, and with Miss Rem and the situation outside. Echidna, there's an attempt underway to try and bring all these matters together so to deal with them all at once. The idea is Natsuki-kun's, and the ones helping him with it are all of us in the tower. Julius? It's Subaru's, but he's... A puzzled frown appeared on Julius's face as he heard Subaru's name wedged in the middle of her explanation. As far as he knew, Subaru should have faced Raid's Book of the Dead in the Tagada library, and his consciousness should have been in a state of disarray from his return. Beatrice had told him that his return had been difficult. Thus, Julius had continued to fight against Reed so that they could overcome the turmoil in the tower in his own way. Therefore, even if she was saying Subaru had woken up and came up with this idea, you could say it was only natural, that there was no real link between spontaneity and recognition. Nevertheless, Red, I haven't got anything against y'all getting all chummy with each other, but don't you pricks go jabbering away while ignoring me. The floor exploded with a loud bang, resulting in Julius receiving a blow from the intruding Reed's chopstick. Although he'd lost one chopstick, he still had another one left, and it wasn't like he had to use them. Even if he just fought empty-handed, it wasn't like his strength was going to diminish. Julius. While buffeted by Reed's sharp attacks, Julius rallied himself and focused on keeping his desperate defense up. Seeing that, Reed unleashed a blow with one of his hands that could have literally felled even a dragon. At the same time, he stuck out his spare hand at Amelia as she searched for an opening, thrusting his fingers out at her. Reed, I ain't got a clue what you're trying to pull off, but I don't think I'm gonna let you do as you please, you twat. I'm gonna be your opponent after I'm done dealing with this novice. Reed abruptly tilted his head in doubt mid-sentence. He then brought his fingers of his spare hand to his eye-patched left eye and spat out a venomous tirade of, "Hey, Reed, the hell you twat. For some reason my hand ain't moving to stop you. Unless I've suddenly become smitten by ya. No way. You must have passed the trial." Amelia. Yeah, I did. You lost because you touched my chest with your chopsticks. Red. Now that's one way of losing that I can really get behind. What a huge waste that I can't even remember it, you smoking hottie. Reed clucked his tongue. His words indicated that there was some shackle on him that wouldn't let him stop Amelia. In other words, it meant that the obstruction standing in between her and her duty was now gone. Amelia. Julius. Julius. You may go, my lovely lady. You who, like me, are of unknown name. Turning only his head around, he interrupted Amelia as she was about to say something. Seeing his night sword now held at the ready again, Amelia kept her silence at his words. Seeing the surprise on her face, Julius gave her a gallant smile. Julius, you have your duty to carry out. I know it's something I won't be able to help you with, but that's fine with me. I pray everything goes well. Amelia, yeah. For you too, receiving Julius's encouragement. Amelia nodded at him and then broke out into a run. Reed didn't make any attempt at stopping her. The one-eyed red lion let her pass by him and saw her off. Then, as Amelia reached the front of the staircase in the innermost part of the second floor that would lead the way up, she stopped in her tracks and turned around. Amelia. It's Amelia. Julius. Amelia. My name is Amelia. Just Amelia. I'll definitely see you again later. Leaving her name behind, Amelia ran up the stairs with an air of elegance about her. Echidna let out a long sigh as she watched her disappear from sight. From here on out, Amelia's duty was to head to the top. So, Echidna's duty was to... Julius? You're not going anywhere? Are you planning on watching me fight? Echidna. Only if you'll let me do so. Well, no, I suppose not. I'm the one who's decided to do that. Julius. Julius glanced towards Echidna, who was standing by the wall, and then pursed his lips together. She took a quick gasp of air as she witnessed all kinds of emotions flitting across the profile of his face. Echidna. It's not like I can do anything, but if Anna were here, she would have probably done this. No matter where I am in this tower, I will always be subject to danger. Given that, I shall stand behind you out of my own volition, because... Julius. Echidna. Because you are Anastasia Hoshin's knight. Isn't that right? It took a tremendous amount of courage to believe in something that didn't feel real. It was nigh impossible to grasp just how much strength it took to believe in something that had no concrete basis, to the point that it would make her feel relieved, at least when compared to believing in something that was actually tangible. Regardless, Echidna spoke those words to the man before her eyes, his back facing away from her, while believing in that uncertainty. Julius. Julius lowered his long-lashed eyes in response, and softly let out a deep, long sigh. Julius, you're able to give me more strength than you give yourself credit for, merely from the fact that someone went and summoned their courage to believe, and hold expectations, in a me who may not be anyone anymore. Echidna? Julius. For Julius, the footing he'd lost had become uncertain. For Echidna, the bonds which she was supposed to know had become ambiguous. The two of them had to rely on something so shaky to build this relationship which altogether differed to the one that they should have been bound by. Nevertheless, at this very moment, the two of them must have surely been seeing the same thing. So for that reason, Echidna. Julius, I have a message for you. Julius, a message? Echidna, yeah. Everyone's fighting all over the tower, so... he said to hurry your ass and settle things here, then come help the others, Julius. Echidna could tell that this was his kind of encouragement, thus she conveyed it to him exactly as she'd heard. Julius's slender shoulders tensed slightly after he heard it. He digested the contents of the message and took it on board. His response following it was loud and clear. Julius. Huh. It almost seemed like he'd let out a short, sharp gasp of air. But it wasn't like that at all. He'd let out a laugh. He'd breathed out a single gasp of air from the pit of his stomach to wheeze out that laugh. The fact that Julius Jukulius was facing battle with a smile on his face would have been a thing to marvel about, had there been anyone here who knew Julius. Julius. If he's broken out of his shell, then I mustn't lose here either. His expression of determination was quiet, yet full of hidden zeal. Julius raised his nightsword in front of him and faced his foe, reflecting himself in his blade. Reed had been lodging a bored look on his face for a while, but now he was grinning like a shark. Reed, you really kicked into gear, didn't you, you prick? Julius, pardon me, but when it comes to fighting, I always take it seriously. Reed, no, that ain't what I mean. You get it right? Even if I don't spell it out for you, yeah, prick. Reed lifted his left hand up with a grin still plastered on his face. He flipped his eye patch up and uncovered his eye. Thus, with his perfectly functioning blue eyes, the peak of all swordsmen pointed his cheerful, murderous intent towards his challenger. His sword spirit was so formidable that anyone faint of heart would have been killed by the glint in his eyes alone. However, Julius met that sharp glint of his head-on, and Echidna behind him likewise braced herself and endured it. Seeing the two of them endure the raging storm of his sword spirit, Reed loudly clacked his fangs together. Raid. I am the stick swinger, Reed. Remember only my name before you disappear. Julius. Exchanging one's name in battle before crossing swords was a sign of recognizing a warrior as their equal. There was no knowing how much Reed really cared about that norm, but regardless of what he thought, the considerations of the person who'd basked in that had changed dramatically. Julius took a breath and prepared himself, stilling his raging heart. Julius, I shall give you my name once again. I am Julius Jukulius, one and only knight to Anastasia Hoshin Sama, who stands as a royal selection candidate in the kingdom of Lugunica. It's time for me to give up acting the part of a nameless knight. He magnificently proclaimed his name so that it would be engraved in both he and the world itself. Leaving behind Julius and Echidna downstairs, Amelia continued to run up the steps. Her long legs were moving as fast as she could muster, skipping up the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Though the speed she was going at was inordinate, her own thoughts were screaming at her to go faster and faster. Amelia. Anne only gritted her teeth. A look of desperation was adorning her beautiful face and profile. She was worried about the 2 she'd left behind downstairs on the 2nd floor. Reed was extremely strong, foul-mouthed and a thug to boot. The 2 of them could easily get hurt both physically and mentally dealing with him. Naturally, Amelia's worries didn't just stop at Julius and Echidna. Would Subaru, Beatrice and Meili manage to keep Shola in check? Would Rem be able to play her part too? Would Patrache keep guard over Rem? Her anxieties, such as whether she was going to have to rebuild all her relationships from scratch with her name eaten, were never-ending. She felt like she was going to burst into tears if she took a moment to stop. However, she didn't stop. She didn't shed any tears either. She endured the tingling sensation at the back of her throat. Amelia. Nothing is over yet, after all. The fact that they believed in her, and that they were able to believe in her, was what was propping Amelia's entirety up right now. She was full of worries, brimming with anxiety, but she was also full of, I believe in yous, which trumped over those emotions. Amelia. Okay, there's a light. As she continued to pour her heart and soul and running up the stairs, Amelia's amethyst eyes caught a glimpse of a white glow at the far end of her field of view. She realized that it was coming from the end of this extremely long staircase, and that it would lead to the unknown 1st floor. The moment she comprehended that, she firmly kicked off from the floor and sped up even more. Then, finally, Amelia. I made it out. Amelia broke through into the light where the staircase had ended in front of her. What unfurled itself before her eyes that instant wasn't an area that you could call a floor. Amelia. Huh? Amelia stopped in her tracks, completely flabbergasted, and unintentionally let out her surprise at the scene she was faced with. Reflected in her amethyst eyes was not the next part of the familiar watchtower she'd come to expect. The walls had disappeared, as had the ceiling. Spread out all around her lay the vibrant blue sky. Amelia wasn't standing inside the building, but rather, she was outside. She'd ended up emerging right on the rooftop at the top of the tower after running up the 2nd floor's stairs. Amelia. The 1st floor's outside. This place is up even higher than the clouds. There was a vast, circular floor at the summit of the tower, with no other partitions or anything that looked like a handrail at its edge. Therefore, she could easily look down below by going over to the edge of the floor. Clouds, which should have been far above in the sky, were brushing against the tower. Amelia's breath caught as she realized she'd come all the way up to the clouds, or was even above them. It was the first time Amelia had ever come to a place as high as this. However, despite receiving such a shock, she was quickly distracted by another profound emotion. There was a presence there that she hadn't been able to notice on account of how still and grand it kept itself. Amelia. Amelia had been busy looking at stuff like where she was, the height of the clouds and what the situation was like on the 1st floor. She'd been late in noticing the being that had swept past the corner of her eyes. She slowly turned around and let out a large gasp. Even though Amelia had almost fallen into despair from being forgotten by the world with her name being taken from her, her heart had still stood firm in the end. But even that, Emile was lost for words in sheer awe. The being that had appeared before her eyes was utterly beyond the pale of her imagination, because that being was, Amelia, thou who hath reached the top of the tower, step forth through the 1st floor, almighty petitioner. Its voice was solemn, and it felt like it was being roared directly into her soul. She realized that her voice was trembling. Was there anyone who could fault Amelia and call her weak-minded? No one would be able to. It would be impossible, because all living creatures had no choice but to prostrate themselves before this being.